Chapter 251 Guerrilla Tactics. 3 months have passed since the Battle of Kangzi. In a blink of an eye, the city gate that was once blasted by the gunpowder of the barbarians has been restored to its original appearance under the repairs of the craftsmen. Only the red soil on the ground proves that there has been an extremely tragic war here. On the city wall, Kangzi soldiers in full armor patrolled back and forth, watching the merchants coming and going through the city gate vigilantly. Although the kingdom of Diu and the barbarians were at war, King Qi did not issue an order to prohibit trade with the barbarians, and instead, merchants entered and exited more frequently. It's just that every merchant who enters the grass must hold a pass issued by King Zhu, and the goods traded are also strictly restricted. His Royal Highness, there are now 100 artillery installed on the city gate, which is equivalent to 5 meters each. And the quantity of ammunition is also very sufficient. Now the morale of the soldiers is high, and they all want to fight the barbarians. After arriving in Kangzi, Xiaoming and others first went to the watchtower to check the situation of the armament. Chen Fu introduced it with confidence. The victory in the Battle of Kangzi last time was not only an honor for the people of the fief, but also changed the fear of the barbarians from the heart. Especially the soldiers changed from talking about barbarism before to actively seeking war. This change of state is the most precious. An army with a high morale and an army ready to flee at any time have completely different effects in a battle. The morale of the soldiers is so high, it's rare, but strategically, we must despise the enemy. But we must take the enemy tactically. You can't despise the enemy because of the last victory. Xiaoming raised his eyes and looked at the boundless grassland. At that invisible end, Bishan's blood wolf tribe has roamed this land. This is the former homeland of the Great Yu Kingdom. It is precisely because of the loss of the horse breeding grounds of the 16th state of Yanyun, that the Great Yu Kingdom is more and more unable to contend with the barbarian cavalry, can only passively defend. Zhang Xingqing has been preparing for the construction of the city wall in Kangzi City for the past 2 months. At this time, he said, His Royal Highness, now that the city wall is being built, I am afraid that the barbarians will continue to harass. Now the barbarians seem to be clever, and their cavalry no longer gathers together, but spread out so that even artillery can hardly hit them. The 2,000 cavalry arrived in Kangzi this time. In order to solve this problem, we can no longer passively defend. We must take the initiative and use the telescope to detect the enemy's advantage in advance and in turn attack the Blood Wolf tribe. Xiaoming said. This was a decision he had hesitated for a long time. King Zhu cavalry was few and precious, but if the city wall couldn't be built, it would be even worse. Therefore, Nu Ben and Luf will lead the cavalry into the grassland this time, relying on the city of Kangzi, to start burning and looting the barbarian tribes on the grassland. This is also fighting poison with poison and tooth for tooth. Zhang Xingqing nodded. His Royal Highness is finally willing to make this decision. The barbarians have always regarded my people in Great Chongqing as inferior, so they never show mercy when killing the people of Great Chongqing. It is no different from killing cattle and sheep. Entering the grassland to fight back this time, you must not have any kindness to the old, young, and young women and children of the barbarians. Moreover, the Blood Wolf tribe has a large number of people, and the cattle governor must not be in love with war. Instead, he must retreat when strong, kill when weak, and fight. It's not a way of running right away and hitting things. Exhibition of the governor's history. This is too despicable. In this way, what is the difference between us and the barbarians? Luf dissatisfied. At least I can't do the killing of old, young women and children. Xiaoming looked at Zhang Xingqing somewhat unexpectedly. At this time, Zhang Xingqing's words had some thoughts about later generations of guerrilla warfare. He said to Luf, be pedantic. When the barbarians killed my people, have you considered the old, young, women and children? Have you forgotten that the barbarians are the people when they dismount, and they are the soldiers when they mount? Forget the 80,000 soldiers who were driven to death in the Battle of Kangzi are the people of your country? If you have such an idea, Luf will not go to the grassland this time and go back to Kangzi. Luf shrank his neck when Xiaoming cursed, and said with a smile, His Royal Highness, I listen to you. Xiaoming snorted and said, this time, The governor of the exhibition is right. There must be no women's benevolence for the barbarians, and this time you must enter the grassland and clear the land and combine guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare? Nu Ben and other generals asked inexplicably. Xiaoming nodded. This guerrilla warfare is a tactic adopted when the enemy is strong and we are weak. I won't say much about it. When encountering the nomadic tribe of the barbarian tribe, the cattle and sheep can be taken away, but not taken away. Kill it. As for this guerrilla warfare, Zhang Shishi has already understood very well, but this king will now formally include this tactic in the cavalry combat method. This method must be adopted when entering the grassland. Otherwise, if it is because guerrilla tactics have not been adopted, as a result, the king will cut off his head. There is no joking in the army, so the king's words will be here. Xiaoming Zhu said. When it comes to managing the army, Xiaoming doesn't talk about human relations. Whether it's Nu Ben, Lu Fu or Liu Oxin, he can't do anything wrong. If you order a command, all generals will follow. This is his army. Nu Ben and Lu Fu's expressions became solemn, and it was okay for everyone to tease each other, but at this time, they were soldiers. Yes, Your Highness, said the generals. Xiaoming went on to say, let me tell you what guerrilla warfare is and how it is used. The general outline of this guerrilla warfare is only one sentence. The enemy advances and retreats. Retreat and chase me. If you can stab a cold knife in the back, you will never fight head-on. Combining the knowledge in the science and technology library, Xiaoming taught the essence of guerrilla warfare to Nu Ben and others, and then took out a few concrete combat examples. These examples are modern, but he brought them to you. Adapted. In the process of guerrilla warfare, Xiaoming also asked Nu Ben to pursue the same war terrorism as the barbarians slaughter, because only in this way can the barbarians be deterred and exhausted to hunt down the cavalry. Xiaoming's speech was just an hour, and Nu Ben and others gradually realized it. Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, the final general understands. This time he will live up to his expectations. Old general, let you go out in person this time. Just because only you have the experience of fighting barbarians on the grasslands. Xiaoming said. Nu Ben said, Your Highness's words are out of the question. Loyal to the emperor for the country, this is the duty of a soldier. Lian and quite old, can you still have food? Besides, Nu Ben is in the prime of life, even if it is to express his gratitude. Nu Ben is also irresistible. Xiaoming arched his hand. He looked at Lu Fu. This kid can fight and cause trouble. He warned, Lu Fu, this time is different. Don't be willful, otherwise this king won't be polite. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 252. Lonely on the city wall, the cold wind from the north blew in gusts, which heralded the coming of the next cold winter. Choosing this time period can take advantage of the lack of green and yellow to severely hit the barbarians' logistics. Making a plan to harass the barbarians this time, Nu Ben and Lu Fu led 2,000 cavalry troops into the grassland. Liu Oxin stayed in Kangzhou city to deal with the barbarian cavalry who might come to attack and prevent the construction of a new wall. Watching Nu Ben and the others disappear into the sky, Xiaoming's expression was complicated. This was the time to really test Nu Ben and Lu Fu. Whether these soldiers could come back this time is still unknown. Zhang Xingcheng, start digging trenches, Xiaoming ordered. In Xiaoming's plan, this time was divided into two parts. The first part was to send cavalry to fight guerrillas on the grassland, leaving the barbarian cavalry exhausted and unable to take care of Kangzhou city. The second is to dig wide trenches outside the new city, and arrange slings to throw gunpowder cans to defend against barbarians. This time, Zhang Xingcheng brought more than 10,000 professionally responsible for construction slaves, and he invested a lot of money in hiring local people. Now there are 30,000 people participating in the construction of the new city wall. The slaves who are professionally responsible for construction will be responsible for the construction of the city wall, and these people are responsible for transporting materials and digging trenches on the periphery. These folks who do not need technical content. The order was issued, and Zhang Xingcheng immediately directed the people out of the city, dug a continuous deep trench within 500 meters from the new city wall. The Kangzhou army installed the 200 trebuchets in the city on a platform reserved in the trench, and at that time projected gunpowder cans against the brutal soldiers rushing into the trench. Now that Kangzhou city has sufficient preparations for gunpowder cans, and the city has artillery support, if the barbarians want to break through this barrier, they must pay a great price. The people in the city carried hoes, shovels and other tools out of the city, and Zhang Xingqiang followed suit, while Xiaoming led slave craftsmen to dig the foundation of the new city wall. Like the old city wall, the new city wall has a total length of 500 meters, and more than 10,000 craftsmen are distributed at 500 meters. Almost 20 craftsmen can be allocated per meter. Without modern machinery, Xiaoming could only make up for it with manpower. The repair of the city wall is 20 meters high and 8 meters wide. Within a range of 500 meters, there will be a fort protruding 6 meters forward every 10 meters. Each fort has a large area, enough to mount 6 artillery. The 6 artillery can not only shoot at the enemy outside, but also at the enemy climbing the city wall. In this way, only the artillery installed on the turret is enough to hold 300 artillery, and this does not include the artillery between the battlements and the artillery on the mezzanine wall. If this fortress-style city wall is built, it is basically equivalent to a huge sailing warship lying between 2 big mountains. Excavation. A loud chant sounded, and the slave craftsmen immediately started digging in groups of 20. This time only the foundation of the wall was 5 meters deep. If the barbarians wanted to blow up the wall, they had to dig it. Tens of thousands of people were busy, and Xiaoming didn't take time off. He shuttled among the slave craftsmen, carefully checking the excavation of the foundation. Unlike a modern excavator that can dig a 5-meter deep trench in half an hour, 20 people are responsible for a 1-meter foundation. From morning to night, this 1-meter wide, 8-meter long, and 5-meter deep foundation is completed. When the sunset fell in the evening, tens of thousands of people stopped work and withdrew to the city. At this time, the trench excavation outside was also completed. At this time, Xiaoming couldn't help sighing that in ancient times without modern machinery, there was indeed a lot of people and power, and this population was always the first resource. His Royal Highness, based on the experience of the lower officials these days, the barbarian cavalry will usually arrive on the 3rd day. Zhang Xingqiang went up the city wall with worry in his eyes. The frequent harassment of the barbarians seriously affected his plan, which annoyed him very much. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoming personally arrived in Kangzhou this time and made a big determination to continue to advance this plan even if the war with the barbarians goes on again. The black night gradually enveloped the grassland. Xiaoming said, "I only hope that Nu Ben and Luf will not let this king down." Zhang Xingqiang nodded when he heard the words. This time, Nu Ben and Luf were sent to catch the barbarian by surprise and disrupt the barbarian's harassment plan. In the vast grassland, there are only a few cold stars in the sky, and there is no trace of moonlight. Since he and Nu Ben are separated, Luf led the cavalry to search for the barbarian tribes on the grassland. The effort paid off. When night fell, he saw a bonfire lit up not far away through the telescope. "You come with me to see how many people are in this tribe?" Luf said. The named soldier answered, and followed Luf to the campfire. Although the land of Yaozu is stationed by the Blood Wolf tribe, according to the customs of the barbarians, the Blood Wolf tribe is agglomerated by many small tribes, which will get their own pastures to graze. At this time, the grassland was pitch black, and no one could be seen outside the campfire. When Luf approached the barbarian tribe with his soldiers, no one was spotted. Around the campfire, these barbarians were roasting cattle and sheep, laughing and drinking and eating meat. His mother, "These barbarians have a really good day, eating meat and drinking every day. They are much happier than Lao Tzu." Luf shook his nose, and the smell of meat made him drool a little. "Lieutenant, look at this man bag. There are more than 500. It seems that this is a small tribe with only 1,000 people in it. What are you waiting for? Just grab the meat and eat it." He told the soldier behind Luf that his name was Ming, and it was the Yaozu soldier who asked Xiao Ming when Xiao Ming mentioned Guan Ning's iron cavalry during the last Kangzi battle. After that, he was incorporated into the cavalry. The soldiers that Lu led were all from Yaozu, and it was the Guanning cavalry that Xiao Ming wanted to build. You reading www.yuukanzu.com. Hey, it's to my taste. Go back. Since your highness lets us fight guerrilla warfare, let's give him a night attack, Lu said. Thunder and Bloodthirsty nodded. This was once their hometown. No one knew the pain of their hometown being occupied by foreign enemies better than them, so their hatred of the barbarians surpassed anyone. Taking the soldiers to figure out the situation, Lu and others surreptitiously turned back. Lieutenant, will you attack now? Someone asked. Assault, of course. We have to wait until midnight when they are all asleep. Remember, this time we are not riding a horse, but sneaking over. When the time comes, we will kill me when we enter the tent, leaving no one behind, Lu said. Yes, the soldiers said in a suppressed voice. Lu looked at the bonfire in the distance again, and lightly touched the telescope on his body. This time he could spot the tribe in advance, but the tribe was not discovered by the telescope. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 253 Surprise attack. The stars in the sky are getting brighter and brighter. Except for the soldiers who watched the night, most of the soldiers fell asleep in the middle of the night. The barbarian campfire was still on. From time to time, several barbarians could be seen sitting lazily by the campfire and dozing off. For them, it is impossible for the soldiers of Dayu to go deep into the grassland alone. Therefore, the soldiers who watch the night in the tribe are often negligent. They watch the night more to prevent wolves from attacking livestock. At midnight, Lu was awakened by thunder. Lu rubbed his eyes, looked at the bright light not far away and said, "Scream all my brothers, guys are ready." Yes. Ming immediately slapped the soldiers around him, while other soldiers woke up and slapped the surrounding soldiers one by one, and soon 1,000 soldiers gathered. They are wearing plate armor and swords are unsheathed. Go. Lu gave an order, and 1,000 people concealed their bodies in the tall weeds and approached the barbarian tribe. The 1-meter-high grass completely covered their bodies. Lu knew that a large-scale cavalry charge would definitely awaken the barbarians at this time. Although this could catch the barbarians by surprise, most of the barbarians would definitely take the opportunity to escape. And by touching it in this way, you can give full play to the advantages of the plate armor, so that you can wipe out the tribe as much as possible and avoid revealing your traces. You take 200 people to go over there, and 200 of you to go over there, Lu ordered while lying in the grass. 1,000 people quickly formed an encirclement to the barbarian bag. At this time, the barbarians who watched the night were asleep, but still did not notice. At this time, Lu motioned for Thunder. Thunder nodded, and led 10 soldiers tiptoe to the barbarians by the campfire. Looking at the barbarian soldiers who were still asleep, there was a sneer at the corners of Thunder's mouth. They drew out their daggers and quickly approached the barbarian soldiers. When they got closer, Thunder covered the mouth of the barbarian soldiers and severely cut the barbarian's throat. The barbarian suddenly opened his eyes in horror, but his throat was cut. His mouth was covered again, and he could only make an unclear sound. At this time, the other soldiers also killed all the barbarians who watched the night. The pupils of the brutal soldier gradually dilated, and at this time, Thunder waved in Lu's direction. Go. Lu gave the order. At this time. At the same time, the soldiers who saw the thunderous sign language in front of the bonfire also acted one after another, touching the tent-like bag. At this time, the soldiers of Guan Ning's cavalry pressed their lips tightly, and they shuttled among the wild bags, assigning the wild bags that they hunted one by one. Everything was ready. Almost at the same time, the soldiers rushed into the wild bag, and suddenly screams resounded through the night sky. At this time, Lu also rushed into a barbarian bag, which was the closest to the bonfire. In the light of the fire, he saw a young barbarian woman lying in it. At this time, the barbarian woman was awakened. She looked at Lu in horror, and kept shaking her head, looking very pitiful. How can I start this? Lu stopped in midair with a sharp sword, but Xiaoming's words made him hesitate again. At this moment, taking advantage of Luf's moment of ecstasy, the barbarian woman suddenly picked up a machete from the pillow and stabbed Luf's lower body, tumbling on the ground. Luf was suddenly alert. A cold sweat broke out all over his body, but it was too late to dodge. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed over from behind him and kicked the barbarian woman's hand. The scimitar slashed the plate armor of Luf's thigh, the metal hit, and a spark was particularly dazzling. Luf no longer hesitated at this time, and the sharp arrow pierced the barbarian woman's chest. "Lieutenant, do you want to leave you a more beautiful one?" Thunder said with a smile on his face. "Go away, don't leave one, kill all." Luf's face turned pale, his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He finally understood Xiaoming's words. Dayu Kingdom and the barbarians are either you or me. The benevolence of a woman will only kill himself. He gritted his teeth and his eyes became firm. Obviously, the barbarian tribe did not expect that the army of Dayu Kingdom would attack in the middle of the night. Many barbarians in the tent died in their sleep. Half an hour later, the soldiers of Guaning Iron Cavalry checked the tent one by one with torches and confirmed that all the barbarians were after death. "Gather in front of the campfire. Lieutenant, we are rich. There are tens of thousands of cattle and sheep in the fence of this tribe, and thousands of horses. Do you want to send these things back to Kangzhou?" Ming said at this time. When they went into the grassland this time, what they did was burning, killing, looting, and this tribe was unlucky. They found out on the first night. He said, "All the cattle and sheep were killed." "Send some people back." Thunder nodded. "The horse is easy to drive back quickly, but the cattle and sheep are not easy to drive back. You can't waste time on the cattle and sheep this time. Choose one of the two. You can only choose the horse." When the order was passed, the soldiers immediately rushed into the fence with knives to kill cattle and sheep, and then they barbecued in front of the campfire. In the early morning of the next day, the soldiers ate and drank to continue on the road, while 3 soldiers with horse-driving experience drove their horses back along the safe road when they came. Burn. Before leaving, Luf gave an order, and the soldiers threw the torches into the barbarian bags. Some soldiers also threw the dead cattle and sheep into the barbarian. This was nothing for the barbarians to leave for winter food. Sen sneered, and Luf led the soldiers to go deep into the grassland. At the same time, after 2 days of trekking on the grasslands, Nu Benz also encountered the barbarian tribe, but when he saw thousands of barbarians gathering, he chose to wait in secret, because he guessed that these savage soldiers were just preparing to go to Kangzhou. Calculating the days, the news of Kangzhou repairing the city should also be passed here. As he thought, this tribe had just received the order from Sugatai, the leader of the Blood Wolf tribe, to send cavalry to Kangzhou city to harass Nu Ben. Asked all the soldiers to lie down on their horses. At that time, one of their usual training skills. At this time all the horses are lying on the grass, and the soldiers press the horse's neck, holding the binoculars to observe the assembled barbarians leaving. An hour later, Nu Ben said, "Get on the horse." The soldiers immediately got up with their horses, turned on their horses, and their sabers were unsheathed. At this time, there were only some old and weak women and children and a small number of brutal soldiers in the tribe, and 1,000 cavalry was more than enough to deal with them. "Offensive!" Nu Ben roared, and took the lead to rush towards the unsuspecting brute. The sound of rumbling horses' hooves came, and the barbarian looked at the cavalry in silver armor. At this moment, an unprecedented fear spread in their hearts, and the Dau people were killed. "Kill!" The soldiers roared in unison, releasing the fury in their hearts. "Killing my compatriots' enemies, and you will eventually pay for it." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 254 Victory in Kangzhou City. When the first batch of war horses were sent back by soldiers, a burst of cheers broke out from the top of Kangzhou City. This shows that Luf has made good progress and achieved the first result on the grassland. However, after a brief cheer, news of the scouts came, and a number of cavalrymen gathered, a total of about 30,000 people, and they were marching towards Kangzhou. "His Royal Highness, the one who should be here is here," but now the barbarians seem to have not found our cavalry. Zhang Xingqing said. I'm afraid Luff didn't leave alive this time. Xiaoming inferred. The first thing to do for this dangerous task is not to leave alive, otherwise the traces will be found. The 2,000 people are not enough for brutal soldiers. Then he turned to Chen Fu and said, prepare to meet the enemy. Chen Fu responded and immediately led the soldiers of the Kangzhou army into the trench. Liu Oxin also shouted to the artillery at this time, all of them cheer me up. This time I have enough ammunition, so I will be hit hard. Yes, the artillery shouted in unison. According to the report of the scout, the number of barbarians who came to harass this time was only 30,000. And there were no slave soldiers to follow. It seems that these barbarians just thought it was normal, and their harassment would destroy the construction of the city wall. Therefore, Xiaoming was not nervous about these 30,000 barbarian cavalry. Because facing a trench extending more than 500 meters, these barbarian cavalry could not rush through, and dismounting was even more slaughter. These barbarian soldiers should still remember the power of the powder can. Sure enough, the barbarian cavalry arrived at the periphery of the trench in the afternoon. Looking at the stretch of the trench, these barbarian cavalry stopped. Guduo, you see, this time the lineup of the Great Yu Kingdom's army is very different from before. There is something wrong with it. A brutal military commander asked the one Fu Chang Guduo who led the army this time. These despicable Dau people use this despicable method, Guduo said angrily. Then he said, the head of the flag ordered us to prevent Dau from building a new city wall. What should we do now? We can only mobilize the slave army, the commander said. Guduo frowned. It was just to save time that they would send cavalry quickly. If they were organizing a slave army, it would take at least 10 days. However, in the face of this vertical and horizontal ravine, the cavalry could not charge at all. What's more, there was a trebuchet 200 meters away. The explosive gunpowder can still scared them. Just when he hesitated, he suddenly saw the fire on the top of the city, and his heart was cold, and he immediately ran back and forth with his horse. Whhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh bigger and bigger in their eyes. Dodge! Guduo shouted. At this moment, all the barbarian cavalry immediately dispersed and ran back and forth. But even so, some brutal soldiers were hit by artillery. Damn it! A miserable cry came from the team, and Guduo swore fiercely. The commander of the thousands said, when will Beshantaji be able to build the artillery? Let these pigs of the Great Yu country also taste the power of our artillery. It won't be too far, so Taiji told us that we must not allow Kangzhou to build a new city wall, because Taiji said his artillery would definitely be able to smash the city wall of Kangzhou City. Guduo said. At this time, the city wall lit up again, and Guduo dodged again. He looked at the long gully, ready to throw the gunpowder cans, and the artillery on the city wall finally said, withdraw, go back and gather the slave army. This time Dau solemnly, this new city wall seems to be very important to the country of Dau. We need to inform the leader of Shigatai. Yes. The commander immediately commanded the cavalry to retreat slowly. On the city wall, looking at the retreating barbarian cavalry, Liu Oxin curled his lips and said, His Royal Highness, these barbarian soldiers must have been broken by us. Not necessarily. You see the order of their retreat. They just don't want to lose their lives in vain. They will definitely gather a large army when they go back this time. Xiaoming said. This time he built the city wall. He also fought back against the water, taking advantage of the barbarians have not yet mastered artillery technology to build the city wall, otherwise waiting for the barbarians to come again, then it will be troublesome. Zhang Xingqing nodded when he heard the words, so this time, His Highness also took the initiative to lead the battle and attacked in two ways to make the barbarians exhausted and win time for themselves. At this time, the barbarians gradually disappeared outside the city of Kangzhou. When they reached the depths of the grassland, the 30,000 cavalrymen suddenly divided into a dozen groups and returned to their own tribes. Guduo took his tribe's 5,000 cavalry directly to the tribe where Shigatai was located. When passing through a small tribal pastoral area, he suddenly saw a faint green smoke floating not far away, and he was a little strange. He said, "Send a few people over to take a look." A few barbarians responded. Not long after, a few barbarians returned in horror. One of the barbarians said, "Major, the people of the tribe are dead, and all their cattle and sheep have been killed." The whole tribe all burned. What? Gyuduo was shocked. He immediately ran his horse towards the Keking tribe's resident. When he got closer, he saw a horrible scene. The tents of the Keking tribe were all burned, and the charred corpses could be clearly seen in the black ashes. Together with these corpses are the corpses of some cattle and sheep. Who did this? Gyuduo was frightened and angry. Could it be Huayanchuo? They have always been very dissatisfied with us. A brutal soldier said. On the grassland, only vendettas between tribes can be so he immediately thought of the Huayanchuo tribe. Impossible, the Huayanchuo tribe doesn't have the guts. Gyuduo said, "Let's tell the head of Shugotai about this matter." After speaking, Gyuduo galloped away with the cavalry. He walked for 3 hours, and suddenly saw the commander Kihu and the tribal cavalry galloping towards them. Kihu had scarlet eyes and said to him, "Gyuduo, my tribe is over. My wife is all dead. You want to avenge me?" "What are you talking about?" A chill suddenly formed behind Gyuduo, and he said, "What is going on?" Kihu said, "After I separated from you, I returned to the tribe, but when I returned, my tribe was burned to ruins." Gyuduo's eyes turned, and he said, "Kihu, we must go to Shugotai now, but the King tribe has also been slaughtered to death. Now we are in trouble. If it wasn't for the enemy tribe, I'm afraid it would be the army of Great Yu." "The army of Dayu State? How is this possible? They never dared to go deep into the grassland," Kihu said. Gyuduo remembered Bishan's words, and he said, "Bishan Taija said that we can't underestimate King Chi of Dau. This is a very cunning king of Dau. He is better than we met during the Western expedition. Any enemy is terrible." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 255. The enemy advances. I retreat. The golden sunlight covered the yellow grass, and the frost in the morning indicated that another cold winter was coming soon. Gyuduo and Kihu traveled day and night. 2 days later, they saw the Scarlet Wolf banner, which was the bronze tent at Shugotai. The head of the banner. In the Golden Horde system, only the Khan can live in the Golden Horde, and Taji can live in the Silver Tent, and the heads of the tribes can only live in the Copper Tent. According to the color at the tent, the status of the Golden Horde can be distinguished. Looking at the Scarlet Wolf ride in the camp, Kihu flogged and sat down on his horse and quickly headed towards the bronze tent of Shugotai. "Head of the flag, please avenge me." Entering the Copper Tent, Kihu saw the Shugotai sitting in a precarious position, and immediately knelt down and cried. At this time Gyuduo also walked in. He glanced at the people in the house. These were the flag captains of the various tribes. He said, "Master of the flag, the King tribe and the Kihu tribe have all been slaughtered." Shugotai's eyes were gloomy, and he said, The two of them also said that they had encountered the army of the Great Yu state and the tribe suffered heavy losses. Is it really the army of the Great Yu country? Gyuduo's expression was gloomy. They are wearing silver full-body armor. It can't be wrong. A banner leader said, they took advantage of our journey to Kangzhou City and suddenly launched an attack on our tribe. The people in the tribe could not resist at all, and they did not distinguish between men and women. When you are young, you kill people when you see them, and burn the tribe when you kill them. Our cattle, sheep and horses will not be spared. Shugotai slapped the table angrily. He said, why didn't you spot them in advance? We prairie people have eagle-like eyes, so why don't we even have the power to fight back now? The three banner captains lowered their heads. None of us expected that the army of Dayu would enter the grassland, so we did not send scouts to patrol outside the tribe. HMPH, you underestimated the enemy too much. Now you immediately notify all the tribes and send out scouts to inspect the grasslands day and night, and you must find out the cavalry of the Great Yu Kingdom for me. Shugotai said angrily. Kihu was full of hatred at this time. He said, the head of the flag, please give me another 2,000 elite soldiers. I will definitely come back to see the head of the flag with their heads. Shugotai nodded and said, you and Gyuduo will go to the south for inspections. You two will go to the east, and you two will go to the west. You must find them out. These untouchables of the Great Yu Kingdom dare to kill our golden horde. Noble people, we must make them pay the price. I will eat their meat." Keha looked crazy. Chagatai stood up at this time, and immediately let the guards in front of him sound the horn, and there was a rumble of horseshoes in the camp. 10,000 Blood Wolf cavalry assembled on the grassland. After Chagatai allocated 2,000 people to Keha, he assigned some soldiers to other flag leaders, and took 5,000 people toward the vast grassland. At this time, they could no longer take care of Kangzhou City, because the Great Yu State cavalry who had penetrated into the grassland made them sleepless, so they had to send a large number of cavalry to search the grassland. But even so, the vast grassland looking for the army of the Great Yu country is like finding a needle in a haystack. At the same time, this kind of abnormality was quickly discovered by Luf and Nu Ben. Somewhere in the grassland, Wu Ming returned with the cavalry who went out to explore the way. After getting off the horse, Wu Ming put the telescope away and said to Luf, who was repairing in front of a river, "School Lieutenant, there are more and more barbarian scouts patrolling. If this continues, we will probably be discovered soon." At this time, another group of Pathfinder cavalry came back and said, "Lieutenant, we found that there are 2,000 barbarians coming from the north. It has been more than half a month since they started from Kangzhou City. The pair of people, horses, eat and sleeps together, is very hard." At the same time, although the process of each attack has a great advantage, soldiers are still injured. Dozens of people have been injured, which has seriously slowed the pace of the march. In the past half-month, Luf and his team have attacked 3 tribes. Now as these tribes have increased their vigilance, it is difficult for them to find opportunities for this kind of people. "Now withdraw to Kangzhou City immediately." Luf groaned and said they had a rigorous plan to enter the grassland this time. Xiaoming said when they set off that once the barbarians began to round up them, they would immediately withdraw. After all, their purpose this time is to harass, to buy time for the construction of the city wall of Kangzhou City, and they cannot love fighting. "Go back now?" Wu Ming was a little unwilling. Luf nodded. His tone was firm. "You can't disobey His Highness's orders." "Have you forgotten what your Highness said? The enemy advances and I retreat. Go." After that, Luf got on his horse and took the horses he had rushed to Kangzhou City with the soldiers. At the same time, Nu Ben also chose to retreat to Kangzhou City. According to his experience, continuing to go deep alone would only be surrounded and annihilated. Now they all rely on the advantage of the telescope to avoid the barbarians. If they are bitten by the barbarian cavalry, they will not be able to escape. After all, the barbarians' immediate kung fu is much better than these cavalry who have only trained for more than a year. Kangzhou City. 10 days have passed since the last harassment of the barbarian cavalry. At present, the foundation concrete of the new wall outside the city is being poured. At this time, tens of thousands of slaves were busy in an area spreading over 500 meters. They continued to transport stones, sand, cement, water and other materials from the city to the outside. The craftsman waiting outside took the shovel to mix these materials according to the ratio of 1:0.43 to 1.25 to 2.91. This is the later C30 strength concrete. The construction of high-strength walls will basically use this strength concrete. After mixing, the slaves pushed the wheelbarrow to transport the concrete along to the bottom of the foundation, and then poured the concrete into the supported wooden formwork with a spade. Among these wooden formwork are ground beams by steel bars. Each ground beam has a thickness of 1 meter. There are 7 or 8 vertical and horizontal ground beams in the entire foundation because the ground beams with sufficient strength will not let the wall of the future sinks and tilts. This city wall is the key to resist the barbarians in the future. Xiaoming doesn't want to build a tofu project at this critical moment, so the design of this city wall must be rigorous. Supervising the pouring on the foundation, Xiaoming felt more at ease. Once the foundation was poured, the barbarians would no longer be able to destroy the concrete, and the concrete solidified quickly, and the wooden formwork could be removed basically within a week. His Royal Highness, I didn't expect that this architecture is also a science. but the officials have learned a lot in the past 2 days. Zhang Xingcheng said excitedly. Xiaoming smiled and said, "Of course, otherwise the king will not come in person. If you are allowed to come, this city wall will definitely be over, and these craftsmen have only built brick and concrete structures before, and have never had experience in concrete construction. It is also to train these craftsmen, who will be the exclusive construction camps of kings in the future." Construction camp, Zhang Xingcheng said with a smile. This name is good. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 256 Tips. The sun gradually drifted westward, and the pouring of the foundation gradually came to an end. When all the concrete was poured into the ground beam, some craftsmen, according to Xiaoming's order, began to insert and pull out iron rods on the ground beam. In modern concrete construction, vibrating rods are required to vibrate after the concrete is poured. This is to avoid the formation of voids between the concrete materials. After the vibration, the concrete will become tight. At this time, there is no such condition, and only manual methods can be used. Xuchengyi, start backfilling in 3 days. Remember to pour water when backfilling to make the soil solidify. Xiaoming said at this time to a middle-aged craftsman. This person was a slave bought by Liang Dahai, and was later incorporated into this team. Previously, he did the work of a mason, so after Xiaoming issued various orders, Xuchengyi quickly understood. Thinking about incorporating these craftsmen into the construction camp in the future, he will be responsible for the construction of kings in the future. He feels that he has to train a few people who understand technology, so he always brought Xuchengyi with him in the past 2 days. Let him master various skills in the construction of the city wall. Yes, Your Highness. Xuchengyi appeared cautious next to Xiaoming. He was a slave, and he knew his status was humble. It was smoke from his ancestors that he could get Xiaoming's favor. So these days, I have been studying hard. After all, if he can be appreciated by King Qi, he may be able to get rid of his slave status in the future. As he said, a burst of cheers suddenly sounded, and Xiaoming turned his head and saw a pair of cavalrymen moving here, all of them wearing silver armors. His Royal Highness, it should be Liu Ben and Lif who are back. It seems that the barbarians have begun to round up them. Zhang Xingcheng said. Xiaoming nodded. This tells the enemy to advance and we retreat. The barbarians have spent so much time searching for them, so we just withdrew back and let them continue to look for them. Zhang Xingcheng grinned and said, I'm afraid I will get angry when the barbarians find that they can't find anyone. The cavalry in the distance is getting closer and closer, and can already see a clear face. This team is Lif, and the cavalry drove thousands of horses. His Royal Highness, the future will come back. Lif is a dusty servant. His armor is still covered with grass leaves, which shows the hard work of the past half-month. Xiaoming patted him on the shoulder. Yes, just come back. I'm still worried that you won't come back. The general dare not, otherwise this time it was not killed by the barbarians, and his head would be chopped off by His Highness. Luf said with a smile, and then he asked, Yes, Your Highness. Has the new dude come back? Not yet. Xiaoming was a little worried. Luf was shocked when he heard the words, and said, Sorry. When he came back, we found a cavalry of 5,000 men rushing to Kangzhou City. These cavalry must be trying to cut our back. Only a little bit. We couldn't go smoothly. Came back. As soon as the voice fell, Liu Oxin on the wall suddenly shouted, Your Highness, there are cavalry coming here. The three of Xiaoming immediately went up to the city wall and took the binoculars. He really saw the barbarian cavalry appear in the distance. These barbarian cavalry stopped far away and did not attack, but wandered outside the city. His Royal Highness, Luf is right. These barbarian cavalry must have come to cut our back. Zhang Xingcheng said. What should I do? Your Highness, no do. Even the god of war cannot defeat these cavalry with 1,000 men. Luf was anxious. Xiaoming actually had a plan in his mind, but he didn't dare to reveal this whole card without any other reason. He said, There is no way, we can only open the cave. The cave, yes, why did I forget this? Luf was suddenly overjoyed. Last fall, the barbarian cavalry entered Kangzhou from a cave 10 miles west of Kangzhou City. They were all captured and killed. Later, he was responsible for blocking the cave and ordered Chen Fu to send someone to guard it. During the last battle of Kangzhou, the barbarians did not make a fuss about this cave. It can be seen that the only group of barbarians who knew the location of this cave was the only one. The cave? Zhang Xingchen showed a confused look. Luf said, "This cave is 10 miles west of Kangzhou City, and the cave is very narrow. It can only pass one person and one horse. Last year, I led people to block it. It shouldn't be too late. You will immediately take someone to open the cave and return to the General Nu Ben. If the cave is not discovered by the barbarians, you will continue to harass you through here in the future. If it is found, you will blow up the cave. This harassment plan will be fine." It's over. Now that the foundation has been poured, the rest is much simpler. Yes, Luf nodded, and immediately led people to the cave. At this time, Zhang Xingchen said, "No wonder His Royal Highness is so calm. It turns out there was a plan." This is also the last hole card. "When I was leaving, I gave Luf and Nu Ben a kit, and asked them to open it when they were in desperation. Luf didn't use it, so I don't know." Zhang Xingchen nodded and said, "I hope General Nu can open the kit and take a look." When the two discussed, Nu Ben's team could already see the Qinling Mountains on both sides of Kangzhou City. He still remembered that these two peaks were still the names Xiao Wenxian got when he visited the country of Dau. "Captain, there are barbarian cavalry outside Kangzhou City." At this time, the scouts from before came to report. "The barbarians are not too stupid." Nu Ben waved his hand, motioning the team to stop. "What to do?" asked a Kogan captain. Nu Ben's eyes narrowed. When he was exiled to the mine, he had already looked down upon life and death. He was willing to enter the grassland this time. Now his only hope alive is to get rid of the barbarians one day and drink horse danshan. "Ha ha ha, are you afraid of death?" Nu Ben suddenly laughed boldly. "Of course I'm not afraid." The soldiers roared in unison. Nu Ben raised his binoculars and looked at the 5,000 cavalry. These 1,000 people could not break through this blockade anyway. He is not afraid of death. But these soldiers are still so young. When entering the grassland this time, the proportion of generals in his team is very high, but there are more than 30 Captain Kokang, and there are other veterans such as centurions. It can be said that he is leading the elite of the elite. In the past 10 days, he has been teaching these generals how to hide on the grassland, how to find water, how to change formations in the onslaught, and how to avoid the hunt of barbarians. If these generals were dead, it would be a pity. At a time of despair, he suddenly remembered the tips Xiaoming gave him before he left. After hesitating, he took out the kit. Seeing the contents of the kit, Nu Ben smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Entering the Qinling Mountains, Our Highness has long left us a retreat." Nu Ben was shocked and said, pointing to Qinling not far away. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 257 Return. Hurry up. In the Qinling Mountains, Luf was directing soldiers to pry open the cement-stuck stone in the cave. In order to prevent the barbarians from passing through the cave, he blocked all the 50-meter-long cave with stones. Now it is broken again, and it must take much longer than the time it took to block it before. A team of 500 soldiers was stationed on the outside of the cave. But the cave was so narrow that it could only accommodate one person to knock a stone inside, and there was no other way. "Damn it, I knew it would be so strict without blocking." "How long is this?" Luf complained. Xiaoming and Zhang Xingchen also arrived at the scene. According to this schedule, it would take at least 2 days to get through. "Don't be idle during the day or at night, but as soon as possible." Xiaoming frowned. When the soldiers heard the words, they smashed with a sledgehammer. One of them was tired, and the other soldier changed to continue smashing. At this time, Nu Ben has taken people into the Qinling Mountains. According to the position written in the kit, he took the soldiers around in the mountains, and it was at night that he faintly heard the knocking. His Royal Highness is getting through the cave. Nu Ben was overjoyed. But now it was dark, they couldn't find it, and they didn't dare to light a fire, because the barbarians must patrol outside the mountain. This time, they had eaten with the dry food, and now they can only starve in the mountains. Hidden in the mountains and forests, Nu rushed to look at the cold stars in the sky, with a worried expression. hoping that the barbarians would not know where the cave was. Outside Shanhai Aiguan, the Huayan Chuo tribe that once stunned Yaozu can only shrink on a barren grassland outside the city. In the first battle of Kangzhou, the Huayan Chuo tribe suffered heavy losses, and the loss of most of its troops made the Huayan Chuo tribe a low-ranking tribe in the Golden Horde. But what caused all of this was Bishan. In such a late night, Gultai looked at the rich grassland once belonged to him in the south, and his heart pierced. "Father, I heard that an army from the Great Yu country entered the grassland. 7 or 8 small tribes of the Blood Wolf tribe were slaughtered." Gultai's son Bata walked in at this time, gloating on his face. "How do you know about this?" A gleam of light flashed in Gultai's eyes. He could not resist Bishan, but he was happy to know that the Blood Wolf tribe under Bishan had suffered. It was said by a caravan out of the city. "Now Shugotai is crazy and has sent a large number of cavalry to search, but so far there is no trace," Bata said, "and now many flag leaders worry that their tribe will become the next target. Refuse to send troops to attack Kangzhou." Gultai laughed at the words. "This is the best news of this time." "Ha, Shugotai humiliated me so much in Chengdu. It deserves it." Gultai cursed. Bata smiled. His father hadn't been so happy for a long time. He said, "But this King Chi is really courageous. Isn't it afraid that Shugotai would break his cavalry's back path?" "This cavalry has always been in Great Yu." "It's a baby." Gultai's eyes flickered, and he frowned. "Maybe King Chi is really not afraid, because there is still a way to enter Kangzhou." "There is another way?" Bata said in shock. Gultai nodded. "Yes. The Wang family in Kangzhou once sent someone to tell me that there is a natural cave in the mountains outside Kangzhou city that can enter Kangzhou. Later, I sent people into Kangzhou to explore the way, but no one came back." Later, the Wang family seemed to have gained a lot of money from the Qi King, and it kept delaying sending people to lead the way. Later, the Wang family was destroyed by the Qi King, and now I only know that there is a cave in the mountain, but I don't know the cave. "Where is it?" Bata was surprised. "Then why didn't my father send someone to look for him during the Battle of Kangzhou?" "It's just a vast mountain. How can it be so easy? Besides, it is said that the cave is extremely narrow. It can be said that one man should be a barrier and it is impossible to enter. It is probably more difficult to enter from this cave than to attack Kangzhou city." Bata nodded, and then awakened. "Father, do you think that the army of Dayu will enter the grassland from this cave this time?" "If this is the case, Shugotai is difficult to detect. If so, do you want to notify combined Taiwan?" "Stupid." Gultai's eyes flickered, and then he said, "Bishan has always been ambitious, and Daitaji has always been dissatisfied with him. If it hadn't been for Daitaji to plead for us in front of Khan this time, the two of us would have already been headed." Landing. "Now tell Shugotai them, this is not helping the Blood Wolf tribe." "Helping the Blood Wolf tribe is equivalent to helping Bishan. Daitaija will definitely be angry. Then there is a chance for you and me to survive?" Bata was surprised and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He said, "What the father said is that the son is confused." Gultai solemnly said, "Only you and my father and son know about this. Don't say anyone." "The cavalry in Kangzhou can't do anything about Shugotai. They are just tickling him." "I think this time, the country must take such an adventure for the new city wall. Ha, we have a good show now, just to see how he can ask for anything in Kangzhou in Chaitai." Now he is probably out of anger. Hearing this, Bata nodded with a smirk. Just as Gultai thought, Shugotai was furious at this time. He mobilized everyone to search for the 2 cavalry on the grassland, and sent people to cut their way back, but so far they have not even found a figure. "Trash, it's really a bunch of trash," Shugotai said angrily. "Seal the city of Kangzhou for 20 li. Even if you can't find it, let them starve to death on the grassland." Yes. All the flag leaders left one after another, and they never expected that Nu Ben was hiding in the Qinling Mountains at this time. After all, it is not easy to hide an army of tens of thousands of people, but it is very simple to hide more than 1,000 people in the mountains. On the second day Nu Ben found the cave and stayed in the woods outside the cave and starved for 2 days. On the morning of the third day, the stone at the entrance of the cave rolled with a familiar sound. "Mother, it finally got through," Luf shouted with the sledgehammer. Lifting his eyes, He saw the bull run in the woods, and said in surprise, "The governor, but I finally found you." Xiaoming also walked out of the cave at this time. This was in the Qinling Mountains. There were 5 mountains separated from him. There were dense pines and cypresses everywhere in front of him. He smiled and said, "The old general has worked hard for you." Nu Ben arched his hands and said, "It turns out that His Royal Highness has already made calculations. I thought there would be no return this time. But it is a pity that I can only throw the trophy on the way this time." "It's okay, Japan will be long, and the barbarians will suffer." Xiaoming said, "Old general, please come in." Nu Ben nodded, suddenly feeling a fluke of not being killed, and led his men into the cave. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 258. The enemy retreats. I advance, Captain, come and eat. At this time, the Kangzhou camp in Kangzhou City was full of tables, and the tables were full of rich meals. This was to reward the soldiers who attacked the grassland this time. At this time, a group of soldiers and generals were eating and drinking. Especially the people in New Ben, who are like hungry wolves at this time, have nothing to eat, munching on the food on the table, and sometimes someone chokes on the food. After hiding in the mountains for 3 days, they were starving, and they were so worried about their image. Nu Ben was like an ordinary soldier, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a pig's hoof in the other, and his mouth filled with oil. "Old general, this time the attack on the grassland has been very rewarding. You and Luf have made outstanding contributions. Come, this king will offer you a cup." Xiaoming said to Nu Ben. Nu Ben raised his glass and said, "His Royal Highness is polite. This is my duty to resist the barbarians." "Yes, Your Highness. This time the barbarians were negligent. This time we entered the grassland as if we were entering the land of no one. It was a pleasure to kill. The soldiers and I eat meat every day." Luf laughed. "HMPH, you can't be hungry anywhere." Xiaoming scolded with a smile. This time into the grassland, Nu Ben and Luf drove nearly 10,000 good horses into Kangzhou City. Kingzhou horse administration has been sluggish. The entry of these good horses can be greatly improved. In this way, after several years of breeding, Kingzhou will also have a large number of war horses. Although Xiaoming's purpose was to advance the Great Yu Kingdom into the firearms age, the cavalry was a unit that lasted until World War II. Which shows that it is necessary for the cavalry to stay at this stage. Luf said, "Hey, but Luf almost can't eat this meal." "What's the matter?" Xiaoming asked. Without waiting for Luf to speak, Ming rushed and said, "Lieutenant Lu saw a barbarian chick and was unbearable. Who knew he was almost killed by a stab?" "Just talk about your dog days." Luf raised his hand to the back of Thunder's head, grinning with thunderous teeth. "Deserve it." Xiaoming cursed. "The barbarians have always been ferocious. They regard the people of my country like cattle and sheep. Even children take pleasure in killing the people of China." "Your blood, His Royal Highness." Luf remembered this time, "and next time I will definitely not be merciful, but this time thanks to the plate armor, otherwise the life will be saved and this thigh will probably be broken." Luf said. In this attack on the grassland, for the convenience of the march, the 2,000 cavalry wore lightweight plate armor, weighing only about 20 jin. Although this type of plate armor was slightly weaker, it still had a good defense against hacking. And because it's basically a sneak attack, it won't fight the barbarians riding and shooting, but close combat, this whole body protective armor is even more necessary. Although Luf's words are light and flirty, it is enough to explain the danger of going to the grassland. An ordinary barbarian woman is so fierce, not to mention the barbarian elite. If they were besieged this time, these 2,000 people would really not be able to return. Nu Ben put down his wine glass and said, "His Royal Highness has any plans for the next step?" "If we can't find our trail, the barbarians will surely come again." Xiaoming said, "This time the enemy will advance and I will retreat, in order to preserve the vitality and make the enemy exhausted." After this search, the barbarians are also tired of people and horses, and they will have to repair for a while. Then Xiaoming said, "It takes at least 10.5 days to organize the army. This total can win us a month." At that time, The new city wall should be poured to a height of 5 meters. At this time the barbarians are here. Don't be afraid, and taking advantage of the barbarian army, and the rear is empty, you will attack the grassland from the cave again and disturb their rear. Wonderful. Nu Ben couldn't help but nodded. This strategy can only rely on His Royal Highness and the exhibition of the governor. Might Nu Ben only needs to be in charge of tactics, and then let the barbarians bleed thousands of miles. Xiaoming and Zhang Xingqian looked at each other and toasted together. Go. The returning soldiers were rewarded. On the second day, Kangzhou City continued the construction of the new city wall, while Nu Ben and Luf and the others recharged in the city, waiting to set off again. Xiaoming commanded the slaves to build the city wall day and night. In another month, the first layer of the city wall was poured according to plan. At this time, Sugatai, who had searched the grassland for half a month without success, almost fell into madness. Who can tell me where these great Yu country cavalry have gone? In the copper tent, Sugatai kicked the table fiercely. Gilduo, Kahari was under the account. His face was ashamed. During this period, the entire Blood Wolf tribe was searching for the cavalry of Great Yu, but there was no clue. But at the same time no tribe was attacked again. Head of the flag, I suspect that these cavalry have returned, Gilduo said. Impossible. The cavalry we sent was very timely. Even if one escapes, it is impossible for all of them to escape, because one cavalry almost penetrated into the vicinity of the copper tent. Sugatai said. Everyone fell silent, and none of them could explain the problem. Suddenly a banner leader said, a businessman from the Great Yu country once said that this king of Qi is capable of magic. Can it be? Fart. Sugatai was furious. Hercraft. Would you let me use this reason to explain to Bishantaji? Walking back and forth anxiously, Sugatai said, Bishantaji is already angry, and we immediately go to Kangzhou to destroy the new city wall in Kangzhou. We can no longer spend time on this matter and immediately summon slave soldiers. After he finished speaking, he looked at the flag leaders, but everyone was silent and no one answered. Because this cavalry could not be found, each of them did not dare to send troops, but the miserable appearance of the King tribe and the Kia tribe was still in sight. They did not want to be the next one. Do you want to try if my machete is sharp enough? Sugatai narrowed his eyes dangerously. Seeing Sugatai's anger, the flag commanders had to go back and prepare their troops. Kangzhou City. After selecting the mayors, the remaining 8,000 stallions were charged into the army. Within a month, Nu Ben and Luf expanded Guanning's cavalry again. The victory in the attack on the grassland encouraged 2,000 Yaozu children to join Guanning Iron Cavalry. Nu Ben and Luf trained these recruits during their leisure time. Your Highness, these soldiers are okay. In Kangzhou Dang, the recruits are riding war horses back and forth, practicing chopping at the scarecrow on the ground. When Xiaoming walked into Dang, Luf said triumphantly, I have a shelf, but I'm not skilled yet. Xiaoming looked at the new recruits who were still a little rusty on horseback. These cavalrymen practiced slashing at close range, and they were troublesome when faced with riding and shooting. But if these cavalry are turned into lancers, it is estimated that they will be able to fight against these barbarians. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 259 Army to seeing Xiaoming's arrival. The soldiers from the Kangzhou camp became more and more hardworking in training. Looking at these simple soldiers, Xiaoming said to Luf, I'm afraid you are going to enter the grassland again. The barbarian army is dispatched. Luf couldn't help asking at this time. Xiaoming nodded. Yes. The scouts came to report that the Blood Wolf tribe is coming to Kangzhou City with the purpose of destroying the new city wall. This time the barbarian army is mighty, and the rear is bound to be empty. Good time. Hey, the general is waiting to go to the grassland again to retrieve some horses. Your Majesty, I will gather the men and horses to set off now. In addition, these recruits will also bring them this time. The best training is actual combat. This time I will go out. Our cavalry is more familiar than before, Luf said. Can they? Xiaoming looked at these recruits who had only been trained for 1 month with some worry. His Royal Highness, we are basically fighting a night attack. We will not fight the barbarians right away. It is enough for these recruits to ride horses, Luff said. 1 month is enough time for these soldiers to learn how to ride horses. After all, riding a horse is relatively easy. The real difficulty is being able to make various movements on horseback. In this regard, the soldiers of Dayu are inferior to the barbarians. Because of this, the cavalry of Great Yu State always suffers when fighting against the barbarian cavalry, because the barbarian has the ability to turn around and shoot arrows while running away. It is very flexible on the horse, and will not fall off the horse with violent movements. Come down, as if sticking to a horse. However, the cavalry of Dayu State would not do well, and they would often fall off their horses. However, what Luff said this time is not without reason. Only in actual combat can you train troops as quickly as possible. Only at the critical moment of life and death can people stimulate their greatest potential. Considering that this attack on the grassland was not a frontal operation, these recruits were again carried by the veteran Yuzi, so he nodded. After all, in this era, sometimes it is just a soldier to catch a strong man, and training is far from easy. After talking to Luff about this, Xiaoming went to Nu Ben again. This time Xiaoming decided to let Nu Ben stay in Kangzhou City. After all, the defenders of Kangzhou City needed him to command. During this time, the Kingzhou army also moved from Kingzhou to Kangzhou, and the number of people in Kangzhou City even exceeded the scale of the last Kangzhou battle. After all, there is no trivial matter in the war. There can be no negligence. Xiaoming must be prepared. Since the general will not lead out, 2 cavalry are also needed to go out of the grassland this time, so who will lead the other cavalry? Nu Ben asked. Luff said loudly at this time, I will recommend Thunder. This kid is from Yaozu and is very familiar with Yaozu. This time I will be able to avoid the barbarians in time or rely on his guidance. Nu Ben nodded. Although Luff is a thorny head, he has always been upright and will not be cronyism. That said, this Thunder must be exceptional. There are too few cavalry generals now. This time he led the team with several better generals, but these generals are veterans, not from Yaozu. The purpose of this Xiaoming training Guanning cavalry this time is not consistent. He then said, His Royal Highness intends to train Guanning cavalry, and this cavalry has to promote more generals in Yaozu. If this is the case, let Thunder come. Xiaoming nodded. He also had contact with this Thunder. He had a bit of dexterity. Yaozu will continue to harass the barbarians in the future. This requires someone to be permanently stationed in Kangzhou. After all, Nu Ben and Luff still have to take control of the situation in Kangzhou, and here can only be handed over to Guanning Iron Cavalry. And Xiaoming has his own set of development strategies for Guanning. Very simple. Let Guanning Taiki grow independently. In the future, he will indulge Guanning cavalry to burn and loot on the grassland. If he wants to expand the scale of Guanning cavalry, he has to let them go to the grassland to grab horses and train new recruits. This will be a very wild cavalry. However, in order to prevent loss of control, Xiaoming will still send Changxi into the Guanning cavalry. The behavior of this army can be wild, but the mind cannot be wild. The army must be controlled by him anyway. He didn't want this Guanning cavalry to eventually become the Guanning cavalry of the Ming dynasty. Assigning the generals to the grassland this time, Nu Ben asked Luff and Ming to go back to rectify the soldiers and prepare to set off. Nu Ben and Xiaoming, Zhang Xingcheng climbed to the tower to arrange the next defense. The purpose of the barbarians this time was not to attack the city, but to destroy the city wall. Xiaoming believed that Bishan certainly did not want to consume too much of his power in Kangzhou City at this time. Therefore, after the 3 people discussed, they decided to bombard the barbarian army indiscriminately, regardless of the consumption of ammunition. After all, Kangzhou City has already stored a lot of gunpowder during this time, and there is no need to worry about the ammunition being used up soon like last time. That night, Nu Ben and Ming took the cavalry into the grassland from the cave in the dark of the night. According to the news from the scouts, the barbarian army could reach the city of Kangzhou tomorrow. In the early morning of the next day, Xiaoming and others got up early. The craftsmen who built the city wall had all withdrawn into the city. The Kingzhou army entered the trenches and the Kangzhou army's trebuchet was also ready. A big battle is on the horizon. "His Royal Highness, here comes." At noon, Nu Ben pointed to the distance and said. Through the binoculars, Xiaoming saw the barbarian army pressing over like a dark cloud. Looking at it, the entire sky was covered with darkness, and the slave soldiers walking in the front. These slaves were dressed in shabby clothes and held a variety of weapons in their hands. After the barbarian army appeared, the atmosphere on the battlefield became unprecedentedly stagnant, and every soldier tensed his nerves, waiting for the barbarian to sound the horn of attack. Woo! The low horns rang on the grassland. The barbarians drove the slave soldiers to attack the trench circle outside Kangzhou City 500 meters away. On the city wall, Liu Oxin was standing in the middle with a red flag in his hand, frequently sending out semaphores. The artillery reloaded and aimed according to the semaphore. Fire! Xiaoming gave an order, and 100 artillery on the city wall roared in unison, and the shells were focused on the attacking slave soldiers. Ah! A series of screams sounded. The cannonballs caused a fog in the crowd. Although the slaves were dispersed as much as possible, the bounce of 100 cannonballs on the ground still killed a large number of slaves. Although these slave soldiers knew about the artillery in Kangzhou City, many people saw it for the first time. Before many soldiers could react, they saw a bunch of people falling beside them. All of them looked miserable, and when they looked forward, they saw that the soldiers rushing to the trench suddenly blew up with the sound of an explosion. Their limbs shattered, and a shower of blood. Immediately afterwards, there was only the scene of limbs flying in their eyes, and there was only a thunderous explosion in their ears. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 260 Confrontation. At this time, Shugatai's pupils were only left with the flames that kept rising in front of the Kangzhou City in the trenches. An hour has passed, and the slave soldiers rushed past waves, and the last waves disappeared. At a moment, he suddenly felt that Kangzhou City, which was within his reach, was so far away. Go back, give me back. Another wave of slave soldiers came back from a rout, and they were no longer willing to charge, and the scene of the corpses flying wild broke the last line of defense in their hearts. Kiha took the saber and ran back and forth on the battlefield. Every time the saber swung would take the life of a slave soldier. But this still couldn't stop the slave soldier who fled back. Guduo's A's were deep. Last time he also participated in the Battle of Kangzhou. Compared with the last time, there were more artillery at the head of Kangzhou. Moreover, there were more trebuchets in front of the trenches. 30 more artillery appeared in the trebuchets. These artillery guns had not been fired, and the muscle of the black hole was deep and terrifying. Guduo understood that the shells in these artillery pieces were more deadly, and the cavalry who entered the city gate last time died under this artillery. At the head of Kangzhou City, Xiaoming silently watched the offensive and defensive battle below. The explosion of the gunpowder canister was like a flower of flames beginning on the grassland, beautiful but very deadly. Waves of gunpowder cans were projected, leaving the bones of the slave soldiers rushing over. Even if a few of them got into the trench by luck, they were killed by the soldiers in the trench. Now the barbarians can only fill the trench with their lives. Nu Ben said. The barbarian cavalry couldn't pass through the 500-meter-long trench circle, and now they can only rely on slave soldiers to attack. Zhang Xingcheng said, "This time we are not looking for victory or defeat, but only for a drag word, and we will wait for good news from the grassland." Xiaoming nodded, and he also saw the chaos on the battlefield. This time, a fierce fire broke the slave soldiers, and there was even a riot in the rear of the barbarian. After all, these slave soldiers were never in harmony with the barbarians, but they were under the coercion of the barbarians. Now they must make a choice before leaving the whole body without the whole body. The three of them were talking, and suddenly the barbarians' offensive stopped, and Xiaoming saw that chaos appeared in the barbarians' team. He immediately picked up the binoculars, only to see the barbarian cavalry fighting with a group of slave soldiers. His Royal Highness, some slave soldiers turned up. Nu Ben said in surprise. Zhang Xingcheng also picked up the binoculars and took a closer look. Indeed, Some worn-out slave soldiers were fighting with the barbarian cavalry. The horror of artillery and gunpowder cans finally brought the anger of these slaves to the barbarians to the limit. Since they are all dead, they naturally vent their anger on the barbarians. What to do? Zhang Xingqiang asked Xiaoming. What's the changes? Xiaoming said, he couldn't attack rashly at this time. After all, this was just a small chaos, and it was estimated that only a few waves of slave soldiers were resisting. If you give up the defense and take the opportunity to attack at this time, I'm afraid the barbarians will seize the opportunity. Sure enough, the rebellion was quickly suppressed, but the barbarians did not attack again, but seemed to purge the slave soldiers. Consumption. We are the least afraid of consumption now, Xiaoming said lightly. Nu Ben nodded when he heard the words. At this time, the barbarian camp. Sugartai's eyes were gloomy. Just now, a group of thousands of slave soldiers refused to attack and suddenly attacked the cavalry. Although these thousands were quickly suppressed, this never-present situation made him realize a problem. In just 3 months, Kangzhou City's defensive capabilities have risen to another level. Now King Qi's army has dared to use trenches to fight against them in the wild, which has never been in the Great Yu country. And he thought he had never seen such a difficult army. At this time he finally believed Bishan's words that the future battlefield was gunpowder. Pause the attack. Sugartai gave the order at this time, and at this time he finally realized Gutai's mood at that time. Slave soldiers are also one of the strengths of the tribe. If these slave soldiers are consumed, they can only charge by themselves. Head of the flag, don't you fight it? The hatred in Kiha's eyes is better than a day. At this time he just wanted to avenge his wife in Kangzhou City. Guduo said, continuing to rush is just to ruin the slaves in vain. The lives of these slaves are not fate in the first place, and it doesn't matter if they are delivered. Kihu said with red eyes. Guduo said angrily, stupid, our purpose is only to destroy the city wall. If it is definitely not worth losing too much force here, Bishan Taiji will not be happy. Sugartai looked at Guduo. This is exactly what he was thinking now. If the cost of destroying this city wall is too great, he is unwilling to continue. After all, the final result was that his loss of a large number of soldiers and horses only destroyed a city wall, and the army of Dayu can be built again within a month. This calculation is not worthwhile. Therefore, he temporarily stopped the attack and prepared to send someone to tell Bishan about the current situation. If Bishan still asked to continue the attack, he would have to continue to obey the order. After all, although he is a person of Bishan, he also has his own selfishness. If the Blood Wolf tribe becomes the Huayan Chuo tribe because of the fall, then he will soon be abandoned by Bishan. The barbarians stopped their offensive, and their artillery fire at the head of Kangzhou also ceased, and the two sides faced each other 1 mile apart. The night fell quickly, and the soldiers in the trench did not relax their vigilance. They still remembered the barbarians' night attacks, so they were more focused. But the night seemed to be calm, and the barbarians did not launch an attack. On the second day, the barbarians remained silent. However, the barbarians did not move, but Luf and others kept moving. With the experience of the last time, the two cavalry were more comfortable on the grassland. Moreover, the barbarians raised their army to attack Kangzhou, and the rear was empty. Just because of the last attack, the barbarian tribe's scouts often patrolled outside, guarding against sudden attacks by the army of Great Yu. Therefore, when entering the grassland this time, Luf abandoned the last night attack, but took a violent attack. Once a weak tribe was discovered, the cavalry directly attacked. Even if discovered by the scout, he would not give the scout time to go back and report the news, because the barbarian scouts arrived at the camp, and they followed. Although they can't wipe out all of them, they can always kill the barbarians in a tribe. 8. Their purpose this time was different from the previous ones. They were mainly to force the barbarian army to return to defense. Therefore, they did not seek total annihilation but only pursued efficiency. In just 2 days, Wu Ming and Luf's team attacked a dozen or so barbarian tribes. For a while, the Blood Wolf tribe was raging. News of the re-emergence of the army of the Great Yu country spread quickly, and the tribe sent people to Kangzhou City for help. And this time they found that there were more cavalry attacking them. To be continued, Enable new URL. Chapter 261 Crossbow Cavalry. The two cavalrymen, Luf and Ming, played the role of dung cutter on the grassland. The news that the army of the Republic of Chongqing appeared again on the grassland almost caused Sugatai to bite a steel tooth. Head of the flag, withdraw troops. In the camp of Sugatai, a group of barbarian flag captains knelt to the ground, and their clansmen came to ask for help. At this time, many barbarian soldiers were unwilling to fight because of this news. Sugatai was suddenly tired at this time. He looked deeply at the direction of Kangzhou City, and suddenly felt that maybe the Golden Horde could no longer break through this city. Because this is not just a city wall, but because there is a scheming king of Qi. The search a few days ago had made his army very tired. At this time, there was another problem in the rear. There were wolves before and tigers behind, and Sugatai had never been so desperate. King Qi, have the ability to go out of the city to fight with us on the grassland, you cowards of the Great Yu Kingdom. Sugatai roared hysterically in the camp. It's just that this voice is destined not to reach the city of Kangzhou. Facing Bshan's order and the safety of the tribe, Sugatai was very entangled in his heart. At this moment, Lingbing brought news. Head of the flag, Bashantaji asked us to retreat to preserve our strength, and don't consume our forces on this city wall. Sugatai and the group of flags in the account heaved a sigh of relief. Bashantaji Yingming. Sugatai placed his hand on his right chest and bowed in the direction of Chengdu. Bshan was in Chengdu and didn't know the situation in Kangzhou City. He learned that the harassment tactics could no longer prevent the construction of the new city wall, and the army of the Great Yu Kingdom showed a determination to defend to the death. He decided to save strength under his weight, waiting for the artillery to be cast. In his opinion, the new city wall just needs to consume more artillery shells, and his army fights once less. With Bshan's order, Sugatai chose to retreat without hesitation. He didn't want to throw his soldiers into the bottomless pit of Kangzhou, which is invisible. When they come again next time, they will surely set the city of Kangzhou torch in the flames with the firearms that make the country tremble. Boom! When Sugatai led the army to retreat, the cannons fired again at the head of Kangzhou City, and Sugatai looked back, which seemed to be a mockery of him. At this time, his heart was raging, and the Golden Horde had never encountered such a big humiliation. He secretly vowed that when Kangzhou City was broken, they would lead the Iron Cavalry to kill everyone in the Qi King's fief, urging Yixu's shame today. At the head of the city of Kangzhou, looking at the barbarian army slowly leaving, the soldiers cheered again. Liu Oxin excitedly let the soldiers use cannons to celebrate once again driving away the barbarian army. The soldiers cheered. In their eyes, the barbarians are no longer scary. As long as there are artillery and city walls, no matter how many barbarians can break Kangzhou City, their families will be able to live safely behind the walls. It's just that Nu Ben and Xiaoming are also a little worried. Happily, His Royal Highness repeatedly suffered from the gunpowder. The barbarians have become more and more savvy. I am afraid that they will not attack the city easily in the future, Nu Ben said. Xiaoming nodded. The sudden retreat of the Blood Wolf tribe must be Bshan's order. The main harassment in the early stage was to prevent us from building the city wall. Now that we are real, he is not willing to lose the army in vain. There is another thing I worry about the most. I am afraid that the barbarians' artillery has made good progress, so he will retreat so calmly. His Royal Highness, if this is the case, it would be bad. The barbarians already have a comprehensive advantage over the country of Dau. At this time, with artillery, how can the country of Dau resist the attack of the barbarians? Nu Ben worried. Xiaoming frowned. This king is also worried. I don't know what the artillery technology of the Ottoman Empire is. Hey, this time I go back. It seems that we need to send artillery to the Forbidden Army as soon as possible, but you don't have to worry. This artillery is not. It is so easy to produce. Even if it is produced, it is not necessarily as durable as our artillery. Moreover, without our iron mold casting method, the production of artillery is very slow. Even if Bishan has a batch of artillery, he will immediately seek revenge from us. Isn't this worse? Nu Ben looked at Xiaoming with a calm face, rather helpless, thinking that the disaster was imminent. He was not nervous. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming laughed. General Nu, my new city wall is built for the barbarian artillery. When Bshan comes here, he will find that this is a building he can never break. Fortress. This reinforced concrete fort was strong enough to withstand artillery bombing during World War II, let alone resist solid bullets. Moreover, the reinforced concrete structure is based on steel bars. Even if all the concrete on the outer layer is blown up, the city walls will still not fall. Celebrating a barbarian retreat on the wall, Xiaoming organized craftsmen to continue the construction of the new wall. Now the 5-meter structure on the ground has been completed, and the work of backfilling the soil is below, while the carpenter continues to support the formwork, and the reinforcement worker continues to tie the reinforcement. This time the barbarian retreats. It is impossible to come back. After all, Luff and Thunder's attack on the grassland has made them exhausted. Without the threat of the barbarians, Xiaoming organized the craftsmen to work hard. After the first floor was built 5 meters above, he handed over the construction work to Xuchengyi. During this time, he had explained the drawings clearly to Xuchengyi, and how to construct Xuchengyi was also clear, and the rest is the practice. Luff and Liming returned to Kangzhou City after the barbarian withdrew. This time they had a good harvest. They attacked a dozen tribes and looted tens of thousands of horses. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. At this time, Guanyin cavalry can be expanded by about 3,000 people, so that the number of Guanyin cavalry is basically 8,000. And Xiaoming thought that it was time to equip Guanying's cavalry with new weapons. Barbarians can't compare with riding and shooting in Dau. After all, the barbarians have been riding and archery since they were young. He can't compare Guanying's cavalry with the barbarians, but he has prepared another kind for Guanying's cavalry that does not require long practice. The weapon pulley crossbow. There are many designs of pulley crossbows in the Science and Technology Library. Xiaoming plans to produce a 3-wire pulley crossbow, which can save 2/3 of the effort. In this way, soldiers can use the crossbow immediately. Of course, Xiaoming also thought about temporarily equipping Guanying's cavalry with 3-eyed fire blunders. But the power of this weapon is too weak, and it can't shoot 3 shots before a battle, far inferior to the continuous shooting of crossbow arrows. Although the most ideal weapon configuration is a flintlock, but before there is no lathe for boring. The production of hollow steel pipes depends on the blacksmith's hammer, and the speed is very slow. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 262 Warm Heart Crossbowman. In Kangzhou Dang, when Xiaoming said his thoughts, everyone looked puzzled. Even Nu Ben shook his head slightly. Because there has never been a crossbow cavalry in the history of Dau, because the crossbow cannot be opened immediately. Xiaoming knew that these people would react like this. At this time, Xiaoming said, in the Qin dynasty, the Qin army had a crossbow cavalry. It was this crossbow cavalry who defeated the Huns, so it is not impossible to say that the crossbow cavalry is not feasible. There are records about the Qin dynasty crossbow cavalry in the Knowledge of the Science and Technology Library, but many specific examples are no longer available for research, leaving only a few words. Then Xiaoming said, the crossbow is powerful and accurate. This is the advantage. The only drawback is the difficulty of winding. But this king will provide you with a brand new crossbow, which will be very easy to pull. Now, Guanying's cavalry will not be afraid of the barbarians riding and shooting, and there is another one. Dismounted soldiers can also form a crossbow to kill the enemy. At the same time, each person is equipped with a saber for close combat, so that even if facing the enemy directly, I'm afraid it won't let the barbarians get any advantage. A brand new crossbow. Nu Ben heard the words and said, I said that His Royal Highness will not be aimless. There have been preparations for a long time. If there is such a crossbow, it would be a good idea at this stage. Luff also said, ha ha, now our army must have a powerful weapon. A kind of Guanying iron cavalry also looked excited when they heard this. They could have enough of the feeling of being hung far away by the barbarians, and being constantly shot by bows and arrows. Now that the Kangzhou affairs have stabilized, there is no need for Xiaoming to stay in Kangzhou. He said, I will return to King's in the past 2 days and order the military workshop to produce this kind of pulley crossbow. After talking about the pulley crossbow, Xiaoming talked about the future development of Guanning Iron Cavalry. He looked at Ming and said, "Thunder, Guanning Iron Cavalry will guard Kangzi in the future and will continue to harass the barbarians on the grassland. Are you confident that you are competent for this function?" "His Royal Highness, I can," Ming said firmly. Xiaoming continued, "But when you enter the grassland, there is one more thing you should pay attention to." "His Royal Highness, please speak," Ming said. Xiaoming and Nu Ben looked at each other. This time, before the city of Kangzhou, the barbarians and the slave soldiers clashed, which made this king see that some of the slave soldiers were still unwilling to be barbarians, especially in this old place of Yaozu. Many people in Yaozu live under the rule of the barbarians, and you must try your best to win over these people when you enter the grassland this time. If they can return to the country of Dau, this is also the fortune of my country." Thunder nodded. This time he and Luf entered the grassland and found that some cities still remained in some places, and many people from Yaozu lived in the cities. After the barbarians occupied Yaozu, although a lot of cultivated land was turned into pastures, the barbarians did not kill the Yaozu people, but they carried out another, more evil way of rule. Mentioning this, Ming had scarlet eyes. He said, "According to the captured barbarian captives, the barbarians call the people of Yaozu a two-legged sheep. This sheep is not a four-legged sheep, but a two-legged sheep. The city is the sheep-fold. These Yaozu people living under the rule of the barbarians have a very miserable life. Not only do they have to pay heavy taxes, once the males in the family are over 12 years old, they will enter the barbarian tribes as slaves. Anyone who disobeys will be killed, and the women are even more miserable. Before marriage, young women must offer to the leader of the barbarian tribe. The barbarian's name is the right of the first night. Many people will even kill their first child because he does not want a child of mixed barbarian descent to be born." Having said that, the soldiers of Guanning's cavalry clenched their fists, their teeth clenched. Xiaoming said at this time, "This king is ashamed. There were 2 wars, but it was my own people in the country of Dau who were killed. The barbarians did not hurt their muscles at all. But facing the people of Yaozu in my country, I can only watch their lives so miserably. Hey, His Royal Highness does not have to blame himself. I believe that the victory of the Battle of Kangzhou will definitely give the people of Yaozu hope. As long as your highness can stand it, they will have freedom one day." Nu Ben said. Ming also nodded. "His Royal Highness. Now only His Highness in the entire Great Yu Kingdom can defeat the barbarians. We will believe whatever you say. After we enter the grassland, we will find a way to help these Yaozu people escape." Xiaoming nodded, "But you also have to be careful. There will inevitably be some people who forget their ancestors, and they are not very sure." "Don't act rashly." Thunder nodded. A development plan was formulated for Guanning Iron Horse, and Xiaoming's work in Kangzhou was basically over. The next day, he and Nu Ben, Luf, and Liu Oxin marched towards Kingzhou City, while Thunder stayed. From then on, the grassland was his battlefield. 5 days later, the group returned to Kingzhou City. At this time, almost 2 months have passed, and the season has entered winter, and ice layers can already be seen on the river in Kingzhou. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming felt a sigh of emotion in his heart. It has been a year since he came to this world. Too many things happened this year. He also went from being a vassal with nothing to now facing the 100,000 army of barbarians alone. He is the only one who can experience the hard work here. But all the hard work is worthwhile. At least now he also has his own family business, and he doesn't have to worry about losing his life at any time. His Royal Highness is back. Your Highness is back. When he arrived at the Cheap Palace, the servant sweeping the floor at the door saw Xiaoming coming back, dropped his broom, and happily ran back to the palace to announce. After a while, Asta and Luluo ran out wearing delicate quilted jackets. Your Highness. Seeing Xiaoming, Asta and Luluo exclaimed in excitement, their voices as clear as a lark. Xiaoming smiled indifferently. The killing spirit in his heart melted like ice and snow. At this moment he suddenly felt a kind of going home. Yes, in a year, he has regarded the palace as his home, and these servants of the palace are his family. Did you miss this, King? Xiaoming dismounted, grinning at this moment. Both Asta and Luluo blushed, and this highness was too unruly. How could he say such humiliating things in front of so many people? Seeing the shy looks of Asta and Luluo, Xiaoming smiled happily. However, when he saw two small quilted jackets, one green and one purple, he couldn't help asking, "This is from the textile workshop?" "No. During the past 2 months, Your Highness has spun a lot of cloth in the textile workshop. We just used this cloth to make quilted jackets for ourselves. We also sewed 2 pieces for His Highness. Would you like to see it?" Xiaoming's heart warmed, and the 2 girls were caring. He said, Go back and have a look." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 263 Padded Jacket. 1 second of genius remembers, to provide you with wonderful novel reading. Your Highness, this winter seems to be colder than before. In the sleeping hall, Luluo was holding a round neck gown with a black bordered sapphire and satin surface. This gown was sewn with a layer of cotton, and the clothes looked a little heavy. In Dayu, the nobles usually wear fur in winter. This cotton cloth and padded jacket are mostly worn by merchants and ordinary people. Luluo's inadvertent words made Xiaoming frown at this time. These words seemed to be just a common saying, but they proved that an objective fact in history was happening, that is, the Little Ice Age. According to historical records, the Little Ice Age lasted from 1350 to 1850. In the 17th century, the Little Ice Age reached its peak. This period was the coldest period. It was precisely because of this period that the Ming dynasty's food production was reduced, and the civil disorder was everywhere, and the northern Jurchen tribe was even short of food and clothing. Although the Jurchen attacked Daming because of hatred, part of it was to survive. Such historical events also occurred during the Yuan and Song dynasties. The warm climate in the first half of the time allowed the Mongols to proliferate in large numbers. In the later period, it was cold and fell into chaos on the grasslands. At this time, Temujin unified Mongolia and went south. Although each historical event has multiple factors, in Xiaoming's view, this climate has a huge impact on the ancients who depended on heaven for food. Last year, many livestock died on the grasslands due to the severe cold. This year is another cold winter. If a large-scale famine occurs in the barbarians, the only way for the barbarians to obtain food is to grab food. If the weather continues to be so cold, next year, I am afraid the situation will become more severe. Thinking of this, Xiaoming was a little worried. After all, when one race invades another race in order to survive, the war is not just an invasion, but a battle of life and death. The first victory in the Battle of Kangzhou can be said to be a fluke, and the second battle of the city wall can be said to be Bshan to preserve his strength. Xiaoming knew very well that just relying on gunpowder cans and artillery could not stop the barbarians from attacking. The final result could only be that the soldiers withdrew to the city and continued to defend against the walls. In the 2 wars, the barbarians suffered basically the same losses as him. The real barbarians did not lose much. Only the slave soldiers died, and the barbarians had more slave soldiers than the regular army. The barbarians would not feel bad. After all, the countries of the western regions are now under the rule of the barbarians, and it is easy to catch some slaves back, and the local residents of Yaozu are also the source of slave soldiers. Therefore, until now, Xiaoming has not come into contact with the real combat power of the barbarians at all, and this is what he has always worried about. If there is a real field battle, will his army be able to withstand the barbarian attack? His Royal Highness, how about it? Does this padded jacket still fit? Luluo's questioning voice broke Xiaoming's contemplation. He shook his head, seeming to want to put aside the problem. At this moment, he looked at himself in the mirror, wearing a long gown, but his body became a little bloated than before. It was all supported by cotton. Well, very good. You and Asta's craftsmanship are really good, Xiaoming said with a smile. Being praised by Xiaoming, Luluo's eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. While tidying up Xiaoming's clothes, she said softly, "The servant and sister are still afraid that your highness will not like it. After all, your highness is a prince, and I am afraid that your highness will dislike it. Why? This king and the people are all flesh and blood, and the people can wear it. How can this king not wear it? And then this king will also promote cotton-padded clothes and trousers in the fief, so that the people can no longer suffer in the cold winter." Xiaoming said, "Although the 2 seasons of this year have had a bumper harvest of food, the people basically have no problem eating, but other supplies in the 6 states are still scarce. After all, it is only a year, and there are not many things that can be changed. Moreover, Xiaoming has focused on maintaining the stability of the fief, such as the steel workshop, military workshop, equipment department, cement, printing imitation, glass workshop, fine wine, soap, etc. Part of the industry was prepared to resist the barbarians, some were to buy raw materials for trade and some were to build city walls, but in general, he invested very little in people's livelihood. After all, only by stopping the barbarian can he continue to develop in the next step, and the textile workshop is his further effort for people's livelihood. Once the textile workshop can produce a large amount of cheap cloth, the people will gradually solve their food and clothing opportunities. Only if there is no problem with food and clothing, the people will think about sending their children to school. Otherwise, at this stage, Xiaoming's promotion of education will only be full of obstacles, and the biggest obstacle is the people themselves. After all, they can't eat food. How can the people send their home labor to school? In modern remote mountainous areas, many people are illiterate, let alone his fief. Wearing a cotton-padded jacket and gown, Xiaoming walked out in a padded jacket. When the family member of the palace saw Xiaoming wearing a padded jacket, he showed a knowing smile and felt that King Qi was getting closer and closer to them. "What are you laughing at? Isn't this padded jacket good-looking?" Xiaoming asked. A family member carefully took a look at the aster, which was staring at him, and said, "Your Majesty, it's beautiful, it's so beautiful." Upon hearing this, Aster smiled triumphantly, and a pair of dimples appeared on his face. Standing in the cold wind and feeling it, "I have to say that this padded jacket is quite thick and very wind-resistant, and his body feels warm after a while." He became more satisfied and said to Aster, "How many pieces of quilted jackets like the textile workshop can sew per day?" "If it is a delicate padded jacket, there are only a dozen pieces a day. If it is an ordinary thick padded jacket, 30 pieces a day is fine," Xiaoming said. 30 pieces a day? Still too few, Xiaoming said. In this way, the textile workshop is now in charge of weaving and sewing of quilted jackets. You might as well separate the two now. One part is responsible for weaving and the other is responsible for weaving. Now it's winter, and the people are idle at home. You recruit more female workers and pay them a little more salary. The textile industry will be the main industry in King's in the future. This industry is a light industry, pollution-free, and suitable for vigorous development. In the 17th and 8th centuries, Britain accumulated a lot of wealth through the textile industry. Xiaoming has great ambitions. In the future, he will not only occupy the market of Great Chongqing, but also sell quilted jackets overseas. But in this way, the number of female workers needed can be large. Aster nodded when he heard the words, and said, "This is fine, but your lord, you have to use your newspaper. Otherwise, too few people know about the textile workshop, and there will still be the female workers asked whether they could spin at home, saying that they were afraid of making irresponsible remarks." To be continued. For mobile phone users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 264 The King of Why Make Irresponsible Remarks? Xiaoming frowned. He hadn't thought about it before, but now he suddenly remembered Zixuan. The meaning of making irresponsible remarks is the development of the 3 from the 4 virtues. Now that these female workers say this, it is natural that some people say behind their backs that they stay home all the time and don't care for their husbands and children. No, for this reason, there are still girls who come home midway. The slave and maid's textile workshop are not coming, or that is not coming. Zixu pouted, a little angry. Xiaoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. The feudal etiquette once again gave him color. He said, "In this case, this king will advertise to you in the newspaper." I believe that many people are still enlightened. Oh, yes. What is your salary for this female worker? 90 cents a month. Asta stretched out her small hand and gestured with 9 fingers. 30 coins? Xiaoming was dumbfounded. For this amount of money, you can only buy 2 or 2 meters in Qingzhou today. According to the price of modern rice, these 2 or 2 meters are 2 cents. This means that Asta only pays 6 yuan a month or 6 catties of rice. It is no wonder that these female workers are unstable, because this job is really tasteless. It is a pity to give up and tasteless. If it weren't for the lack of job opportunities in ancient women's homes, people would probably not come. Moreover, since ancient times, the people have been small-scale farmers, self-sufficient, men and women weaving, holding 30 pence a month. It is better to go home and spin. What's the matter, your lord? Is that too much? Asta looked innocent. Luluo couldn't help saying at this time, "Sister, you are usually smart. Why can't you figure it out this time?" Your Highness is too disgusted. The reason why those female workers can come is because the textile workshop was opened by His Highness and the people in the city. It was for your Highness's reputation that they agreed to come. Now your salary is not as good as spinning yourselves. They are definitely not happy. Xiaoming patted Luluo's head and said with a smile, "Luluo is smarter than you. You have become a habit of being a housekeeper. Like Yandafu, you are becoming more and more stingy. Let this be the case. This female worker is in charge. A salary of 1 or 2 pennies. 1 or 2 silver, your Highness. This is too much." Zixuan looked distressed. "This silver comes from the palace." Xiaoming said, "The king asks you, how much do you plan to sell for a cotton jacket?" Speaking of this, Asta's eyes murmured and said with a grin, "At least 3 taels of silver." "So what is the cost of a padded jacket?" Xiaoming asked again. "Plus the salary of a female worker is at most 2 taels." "That's it." There are a total of 100 female workers in the textile workshop, with 30 pieces a day, which is equivalent to a net profit of 900 taels a month in the textile workshop. If you have 1,000 female workers, you can earn 9,000 taels a month. "That's a lot," Xiaoming said. Asta recalled immediately. She said, "Yes, now the most important thing is to recruit people." Xiaoming nodded. "That's right. 1 tael of silver a month, 12 taels of silver a year is equal to 1 season's harvest. Do you think they want to come?" "Well, what your Royal Highness said is that if this is the case, your Royal Highness will write this in the newspaper for Asta." Asta said excitedly. Xiaoming nodded. Now that the new city wall is about to be built, if the barbarian wants to conquer this city, it will be difficult for him to go to the sky. Now he can finally free up his hands to develop industry. There was a frolic with the 2 girls, when the family Dinquan had a messenger from King Wei asking for a meeting outside the door, and gave Xiaoming a greeting. "Envoy of King Wei?" Xiaoming frowned. Since the last time he parted in Chang'an, he and Wang Wei have cut contact, but it is said that Wang Wei has been begging Xiao Wenxian about the artillery, and is very urgent, frequently bringing out the reasons why the Japanese invaded the coastal areas. After hesitating, Xiaoming said, "Let him come in." When Jiading went, Asta and Luluo automatically avoided. Not long after, a young man in white came to him under the guidance of Jiading. Seeing this young man in white from a distance, Xiaoming suddenly had an illusion that he seemed to have seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember when he looked closely. "Sheik Xiaoqi, the subordinate of the Wei throne, has seen His Royal Highness Qi," the white-clothed man said. When he saw Xiaoming, "Your surname is Xiao?" Xiaoming frowned. "Are you from the Xiao family in Nanyang?" The young man in white still respectfully said, "His Royal Highness, I'm not a member of the Xiao family in Nanyang. There are many Xiao surnames in the world, and a certain is just a small person." "Really?" Xiaoming looked suspicious. "At a young age. But now it is the long history of the 3 emperors. One is not from the Xiao family in Nanyang, then it is a stunning talent." His Royal Highness praised him absurdly. but it was a fluke that Wang Wei was favored. Xiao Qi said. Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Qi again, and no longer asked about his personal affairs, but asked, "The three emperors sent you here, what's the point?" Returning to His Royal Highness, "It is precisely for the artillery matter. His Royal Highness has obtained the Emperor's approval and hopes that His Royal Highness can sell the artillery to King Wei," Xiao Qi said sternly. "When did this happen?" "His Royal Highness went to Kangzhou for several months, and the Emperor agreed to this as early as a month ago." Xiao Ming's brows became tighter, and he said, "Father, as expected, still feels sorry for the three emperors." At this time, the white-clothed young man said with a serious face, "His Royal Highness is wrong. This time it is not the Emperor who has distressed His Royal Highness Wei Wang, but the serious Japanese disease along the coast. When His Royal Highness was in Kangzhou, 30,000 Japanese pirates landed in Yandu Prefecture and captured it. In the territory of Kangping County, thousands of people in the city were slaughtered and turned into a den of Japanese pirates. How can your Majesty be the lord of the Great Yu country? How can you bear to see the people of the Great Yu country suffer?" "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Ming burst into laughter when he heard the words, and said unceremoniously, "A mere 30,000 Japanese pirates made the three emperors so panicked. So when facing the 100,000 barbarian army, wouldn't this king be scared to pee his pants?" No one in the world knows the richness of Wei and the strength of soldiers and horses, and the loss of Kangping County is not the responsibility of the king of Wei. The young man in white suffocated. The Battle of Kangzhou, the world said that the king of Qi was righteous. This time, he also used righteousness to persuade Xiao Ming to provide artillery to the king of Wei as soon as possible. He did not expect that Xiao Ming did not mention the righteousness of the country at this time, but reprimanded Wei Wang for negligence. He didn't know how to answer for a while. Xiao Ming smiled secretly in his heart. He knew all the tricks of the white-clothed boy. Now that Xiao Wenxuan agreed to King Wei's request, the king of Chu in the south must also be logical. Now that raw rice has become cooked rice, he can only accept this transaction. However, it is impossible to use what national righteousness to make him sell artillery cheaply, because compared with him, these vassals are a joke in front of him. To be continued. Chapter 265. Thought a cold wind blew by, and the white-clothed youth shuddered in the cold wind. Xiao Ming noticed this, and combined with the youth's delicate skin and tender flesh, and the weak manner, it is estimated that he lived in a place with strong culture in the south all the year round. What he said just now is a bit heavy. If Wei Wang were in front, he might have jumped and cursed. As the saying goes, Xiao Ming still understands this truth. Although he knows that Wei Wang's motives are not pure, he still wants to hug Wei Wang under the current situation. After all, feudal kings of different surnames looked at me, and how they said they were all of the same root. So he said, "Don't be offended. Just now, I was just talking nonsense. Since the three emperors sent you over, this time it must be for artillery. Let's make a long story short. How many artillery the three emperors need, and how many artillery we plan to produce?" "Silver?" The white-clothed prince took a sigh of relief. He missed the teleportation. This King Qi was not the same as the other princes he had contacted. He seemed to carry a murderous air, and his tone of speech also contained a hint of majesty. The words just now caught his mind for a while, and reacted. He said, "Wang Wei said that he needs 300 artillery pieces. His Royal Highness gave King Zhao 22,000 artillery pieces. Whether it can be regarded as a clan's sake, it's cheaper, but Wang Wei also said that if His Royal Highness feels at a loss, he is willing to buy it at the same price as Wang Zhao." Uncle Three Emperors is really magnificent. If this is the case, I can't blame him for not letting some prices. Let's do this. I will let you buy 500 kills for each artillery, and 19,520 cannons, Xiao Ming said. There was a wry smile in the white-clothed young man's heart. Wang Wei was really right. The Qi Wang was very stingy and would not make too much profit. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty, come here this time and bring money here, so that Your Highness can deliver the artillery immediately after the Forbidden Army to solve the Japanese trouble." Xiao Ming said in his heart that King Wei is rich, and he is much happier than King Zhao. He said, Uncle, 3 emperors are happy. In that case, after providing the first batch of artillery to the Forbidden Army, this king immediately sends someone to Uncle 3 emperors. Go with His Royal Highness. The white-clothed boy smiled. In fact, this was not what Wai Wang meant, but he was in charge of himself. In a few words, he had already seen the character of Qi Wang. He didn't recognize people, only money. This Zhao Yuanliang suffered a lot in King's, but it was not good enough. So after a little thought, he decided to pay immediately, so Xiaoming would surely be happy in his heart. After all, although King Zhu made a lot of money this year, it was nothing but a drop in comparison with the wealthy King Wei, and Qi Wang has a lot of actions in Luzhu, so he needs money very much. You don't need to thank you. In this way, it's getting late. Xiao Chengshi might as well stay for a meal and go back, Xiaoming said with a smile, and he was always very kind to the one who sent the money. The smile on the white man's face grew stronger, and he said, No, I have been waiting for the next month in King's. Wang Wei is probably already very impatient, so he has to hurry back. Well, it's okay, go back and wait for me to say hello to the 3 emperors. This Japanese pirate is a disaster on the coast. Maybe we still have a chance to cooperate in the future, Xiaoming said. Xiao Qi nodded. Yes, Your Highness. I must convey it. Then Xiao Qi talked to Xiaoming about the silver. It would be unrealistic to take out 3 million taels of silver. Xiao Qi brought 1 million taels of silver bills this time, and 100,000 taels of gold. This 100,000 taels of gold is now available at Chuojiang Wharf. Someone only needs to collect it. The remaining 1 million silver will continue to be offset by goods, which is probably the case for the large transactions in Dayu. In view of the fact that the military workshop will need a lot of iron in the future, Xiaoming also asked for some coal and iron, in addition to 500,000 stones of grain, 30,000 pieces of cloth, and saltpeter and the like. For him, he likes this way of bartering goods. After all, real money cannot be eaten if it encounters war. In ancient times, food, cloth and various resources were truly stable currencies. After agreeing on the number of various goods, Xiao Qi bowed and left. Looking at Xiao Qi's figure, Xiaoming always had a kind of obedient feeling. This feeling was like suddenly seeing his family who had been lost for many years. However, he didn't dislike Xiao Qi. This person was polite, neither humble nor overbearing, and seemed to be a very smart person. The only thing that puzzled him was why Wang Wei would use such a young and handsome young man as a long history. Suddenly remembering the special hobbies of certain princes in ancient times, Xiaoming shuddered all over, and got goosebumps on his body. Shaking his head, Xiaoming stopped thinking about it, and instead asked Hasta to find Fan Zheng. There is still business to be done. Chuojiang Wharf. Xiao Qi asked the ship to unload all the gold in the ship. At this time, people from the government office were already receiving these materials. This time I came to Kingzhou for more than a month. Taking advantage of Xiaoming to go to Kangzhou, he traveled almost everywhere in Kingzhou. In the past month, he saw too many scenes different from Jinling City in Kingzhou. The biggest difference is that there is no rich family in Kingzhou, and the people's life becomes relaxed and comfortable without the oppression of the rich family. And the most important one is that the Kingzhou people's support for King Qi has reached the point where they only recognize the King of Qi and not the king. No one in Kingzhou talks about Qing'an, and no one talks about the emperor. The people of Kingzhou seem to be not interested in this. What they are interested in is only what decree Qi Wang has issued, what new products he has produced, such topics as Bowen Academy, commerce and so on. Especially when the locals said that King Qi was not, the people of Kingzhou often rushed forward, reprimanding if he was lighter, or beating him if he was heavier. Such popular support is what he truly fears. Uncle 3 Emperors, how can it be so easy to deal with Prince Qi like this? Xiao Qi looked at the direction of Prince Qi Palace and suddenly sighed deeply. He has been around Wai Wang for these years. He understands Wai Wang's obsession, but this obsession is extremely dangerous to him now. This time he went back. He must persuade again, Let Wang Wei give up that crazy plan and be a feudal king with peace of mind. After all, Xiaoming has become a threat now. Get off the boat. A trumpet sounded. The merchant ship with the Wang flag set sail slowly, and Xiao Qi turned and returned to the cabin. This time he came to King Zhu, on the one hand for the artillery matter, on the other hand, he also wanted to seek Xiaoming, so as to see this arrogant seventh prince of the Great Yu Kingdom. Now that he met, he had a preliminary understanding of King Qi in his heart, and he became more worried about King Wei's situation. However, he also knew very well that Xiaoming's current advantage was to defend the city with artillery. If the two armies were actually fighting in the field, Xiaoming would still not be King Wei's opponent. And there is no way to deal with Xiaoming, just relying on superior forces to besiege the city for a year and a half, enough to defeat him. To be continued. Chapter 266 Refugees. King Zhu Daily. King Zhu Daily. King Zhu Textile Workshop recruit female workers, $1 or $2 a month. With the rising sun and the severe cold, the voice of newsboys appeared on the streets of King Zhu early in the morning. When www.com. As newspapers were gradually accepted by the people in King Zhu, some scholars with surplus money also developed the habit of reading newspapers. Moreover, the price of newspapers has dropped again and again. Nowadays, buying a newspaper is not a painful thing, and some people even buy newspapers and take them back for children who are studying. The textile workshop recruits female workers for $1 or $2 a month. Have I heard anything wrong? An old man in a shabby padded jacket said to himself. Then he walked quickly to the newspaper boy and asked, "Was he, are you telling the truth?" The newsboy's face was red with cold, and his eyes rolled around and said, "I'll tell you if you buy a newspaper." "You baby. Do you want to buy a newspaper if you ask?" The old man squeezed the 3 copper plates in his hand. This was his money for rice. In King Zhu, where newspapers are becoming more and more popular, the number of newsboys has gradually increased. Now the competition among newsboys is also fierce. After all, everyone wants to sell one more newspaper. Enduring the severe cold, the newsboy naturally didn't want to bother with his tongue. He said, "Of course. This is the content of the newspaper. If I tell you everything, I won't be able to sell this newspaper. Mr. Jiang, do you want me?" "Gone." Wait, how much do I buy?" Lao Jiang said. 3 coins. The paperboy said. "It's so expensive." Lao Jiang's dark and calloused hand held the copper plate tighter. "It's not expensive, it's only 2 or 2 meters, a steamed bun." The newsboy's eyes lit up. Then he took a look at the old man and asked, "Lao Jiang, you don't have a local accent?" The old man showed a vigilant look. When he heard this, he was indeed not a native of King Zhu, but a refugee from Huazhu. Because the land was occupied by the tyrant, the tyrant wanted to rob his daughter and go back to be a concubine. So his son instantly killed that strong, wanted by the local government. There was no way. He escaped from Huazhu. On the way, he heard that King Zhu didn't have the power, so he brought his family here. Because there are connections between many tycoons, he is afraid that he will be pursued when he escapes to a place. So under consideration, he gritted his teeth and took his family 400 miles to King Zhu. At this time, the entanglement on his body was also spent, leaving only 3 cents. Now the whole family is waiting for the 3 cents to buy rice for dinner. Holding the 3-text copper plate tightly, the old man hesitated, then suddenly grabbed the newspaper in the hands of the newsboy and ran away. The newsboy was only 9 years old, and the old man's actions scared him into a daze. When he recovered, the newsboy suddenly screamed, "Catch him! Someone robbed my newspaper, catch the old man!" Newsboys who can sell newspapers on the streets of King Zhu are all a bit clever. Many passers-by looked over at this time, and when they learned that the newsboy has been robbed, some people in King Zhu immediately chased after him. The old man ran desperately with the newspaper. His son used to be a book boy in a wealthy house, and he could read the newspaper when he took it back. Now they have no work in King Zhu. Where can they find a couple of dollars in work this month? He ran while turning his head. Suddenly, the old man felt something in front of him. Turning his head, he saw a horse getting closer and closer to him. Ah! With a scream, the old man fell down and ran into the horse in front of him. Immediately, a young man wearing a cotton-padded jacket looked depressed, but it was Xiao Ming. He was about to go to the military workshop to arrange the sending of artillery to Chang'an. Unexpectedly, an old man ran straight into him. Zhao Longzhao, who was shocked, and walked over after he dismounted with a knife. At this moment, the old man raised his head and saw the dazzling saber. He was frightened and fell to the ground. The newsboy also chased him at this time, and when he saw Xiao Ming, he immediately bowed and said, "Come in, see your highness." Xiao Ming frowned and saw that many people were chasing the old man and asked, "What's the matter?" "Back to your highness. This old man robbed Komin's newspaper." The newspaper boy's voice was tender. Xiao Ming suddenly laughed. It was the first time he heard someone snatching a newspaper from Qingzhou City. He said to Zhao Long, "Leave it to the government office." After that, he went on to the military workshop. Suddenly, the old man squatted his head at him and cried out, "Lang Jun, forgive me, old man. I have no choice but to starve to death. I just heard that the textile workshop is recruiting female workers. I think my granddaughter can also go. I can't bear to buy rice money in my hand to do this. Lang Jun, please beg your life." Hearing this, Xiao Ming held the reins and said strangely, "This year Qingzhou has a good harvest. How can your family still have no rice to cook?" Then Xiao Ming suddenly felt that this person's accent was not a Qingzhou accent. So he asked, "You are not from Qingzhou? Where is the household registration?" The old man trembled all over because of fear of being mentioned by others. At this time, Zhao Long said angrily, "I haven't actually recruited it yet." The old man had to say, "Someone is from Huazhou, a native of Huazhou." Xiao Ming frowned. "This Huazhou is near modern Zhengzhou?" he asked. "Then why are you here?" Zhao Long suddenly heard something at this time and said, "His Royal Highness, the government office received an arrest warrant from Huazhou a few days ago, and asked the government office of Qingzhou government to help arrest a family of 5 people, and the portrait was sent together." As soon as he said this, the old man's face was gray. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiao Ming ignored Zhao Long, but asked, "Why are your family of 5 arrested?" The old man sighed bitterly. Now that he has no escape, he told his own situation. Again after finishing speaking, Zhao Long suddenly showed a look of shame and said, "So that's the case. In this case, this is an arrest warrant." "It's ridiculous," Xiao Ming said at this time. "You go to the government office and Zhang Xingchen to verify this." If the old man said it is true, let him go, and if he is not guilty, he will be properly placed. Zhao Long nodded. Turning his head, Xiao Ming said to the old man, "If it is true as what Lao Jiang said, this arrest order is a piece of waste paper in Qingzhou. Lao Jiang does not have to worry." Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed. "Thank you Lang Jun, thank you Lang Jun." The newsboy also showed sympathy at this time and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I will give you this newspaper, but you don't have to worry. We Qingzhou is a refugee, and we have lived in Qingzhou for 2 years. All the refugees can get the Qingzhou household registration, and with the household registration, you can get land." The old man looked incredible, and he muttered to himself, "Is this true?" To be continued. Chapter 267 Export Artillery. The kind laughter echoed in the streets of Qingzhou. Looking at the surprised look of the old man, Xiao Ming said, "Lao Jiang, this is naturally true. If you don't believe it, you can go to the government office to ask about it. In the future, as long as you abide by the laws and regulations in Qingzhou and earn a living honestly, you can get Qingzhou household registration in 2 years. Xi Lang Jun, Xi Lang Jun." The old man looked excited when he heard the words. He thought he was bound to die this time, but he didn't expect to get this opportunity again. He couldn't help but be grateful for the choice he made. The newsboy said at this time, "The person in front of you is His Royal Highness, and his words cannot be wrong." "His Royal Highness?" The old man looked shocked, and when he recovered, he saw that the young man had rode away. Slowly stood up, the old man was excited. He stuffed the 3 pennies to the newsboy, and said, "I bought this newspaper." "Hey, no more money," said the newsboy, But the old man left without looking back. He went straight to the government office this time, and after inquiring about the refugees, the government officials told him about King Zhu's refugee policy, and in the government office, he also encountered many refugees from other places. These refugees came here for the same purpose as him. They came to ask how to get resettlement. Just now the exhibition governor said that you can join the construction camp, the transportation camp, or go to the mine. Now these places are very short of people, and if you have special skills, you can get the King's household registration in 1 year. Outside the government office, several refugees were discussing, and the old man joined in. The construction camp, the transportation camp, and the mine are all coolies, but you can go to other merchants' workshops. But it's a pity that King Chi's workshop doesn't accept refugees, one person said. Why? The old man asked. I'm afraid that we refugees are mixed with spies. The Chi King's workshop is full of King's secrets. It is said that all slaves are used. Unless it is some insignificant workshops, such as this textile workshop, when I go back, I am going to let my wife go. $1 or $2 a month is enough to live in King's. Yes, yes. Other refugees agreed. But you don't need to be nervous. King's has a lot of work. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, it is okay to have enough food. I went to the dock to carry my bags and I had 500 yuan this month. Refugees, with one word, seem to be full of yearning for life in King's. The most important thing is that there is no messy levies and taxes in King's, and there is no force to oppress the people. Life here is very free. The more he listened to the old man, the happier he was in his heart. With so many benefits in King's, he was in a paradise. He crouched and hummed a little tune out of the city with a newspaper. Although his stomach is grunting, he just received the refugee certificate. With this refugee, he can receive 2 or 2 meters per day. 3 people are 6 or 2 meters. He has to go back and ask his son and daughter to receive this refuge card. Having said this, the old man walked out of the city with ease. There was a makeshift hut in a woods outside the city. The hut was very simple, that is, 4 wooden sticks supported some thatch. In the thatched hut was a tall black quilt, and a young girl was lighting a fire outside the thatched hut. Seeing the old man come back, some thin girls asked, "Father, did you buy rice?" The old man's face flushed a little. He hesitated and did not answer the girl's question, but asked, "Where is your brother?" "My brother went to catch fish in the river." Seeing that her father's expression was a little strange, the girl couldn't help asking, "Father, did something happen?" At this moment, she suddenly saw what was in the old man's hand and couldn't help asking, "Father, what is in your hand?" "Newspaper." The old man felt a little guilty, and regretted that he had spent only the remaining 3 cents on impulse. The two were talking. Suddenly a young man's voice came, "Father, you're back." "Hey, watching I caught a big fish and cooked a few bowls of porridge. I won't be hungry today." With that said, the youth brightened the grass cup in his hand, weighing at least 3 kilograms. The old man was a little surprised when he saw the fish, and said, "Dad didn't buy rice this time in the city, but he bought a King's newspaper and also received a temporary residence permit for refugees." "Newspaper, what is this?" The two wondered. At this time, the old man told what had happened in the city, and the young man looked uncomfortable when he heard the words, "Really, when you met His Royal Highness also said to save us from our sins and let us settle in King's." The old man smiled and couldn't help but nodded. "But your highness said that your murder will have to be verified by the government, and the verdict will be reached after verification." The girl said to her elder brother at this time, "Brother, they all say that Wang Renyi is Chi Wang. It seems that we are not wrong when he came to King's this time. Now we can finally enter the city freely and no longer need to worry about being hunted down." The young man nodded his head with excitement, and then took the newspaper in the old man's hand and read it, and said, "Sister, the recruitment of female workers is still a real thing. There is still a textile workshop on it, but it's a good idea to enter the textile workshop. It has to be selected through competition. The old man believes, your sister is famous for spinning and sewing in the village. Let's not be afraid of comparison. Let's go without any delay. You have to apply for a temporary residence permit for refugees. At the same time, you will take your sister to the textile workshop to see if we can go in. If we go in, our family will be settled in Kingsu. The young man nodded and took the girl to Kingsu City impatiently. In the military workshop, Xiaoming is inspecting the artillery to be sent to Cheyenne. During his stay in Kangsu these days, the military workshop has been busy, not only producing artillery for the fief, but also producing artillery for export. In order to make the military workshop more concealed, this military workshop Xiaoming was specially set up in Chuoshan outside Kingsu City. There is only one mountain road to enter Chuoshan from Kingsu City, and Chuoshan is rarely seen on weekdays, so military workshops are more and more difficult to be spied on. Because often people entering the mountain will be spotted by the guards who protect the military workshop and expelled immediately. His Royal Highness, the 100 artillery are all here. According to His Highness's instructions, in order to reduce the range, the barrel of the artillery is shorter. Generally speaking, it is good that the range can be half hours. The military workshop is located in a valley in the deep mountains. There is only one road leading to the outside world. Outside the military workshop is a large courtyard where artillery can be tested. Xiaoming nodded. In addition to shortening the length of the artillery barrel, the gunpowder sent this time was also traditional black gunpowder, not his granular gunpowder. In this way, this is enough to ensure their advantage in military weapons. The 100 artillery lined up in the courtyard of the military workshop was still shocking. He said, "Well, it's not bad. Now pull out a cannon for a test shot. Let me see how it performs." To be continued. Chapter 268 Special Affairs. There are mountains at the ends of both sides of the military workshop yard, and the test shots usually target the mountains. At this time, Chen Qi asked the craftsman to open the canvas on the artillery. Xiaoming saw it, as Chen Qi said. Not only was the length of this batch of artillery reduced, but the caliber of the muzzle was also reduced. The theory of artillery design. Xiaoming once said to Chen Qi, "It seems that this is the result of applying what he learned." Therefore, it is not the artillery that is satisfied this time, but that the military workshop has been able to independently develop other types of artillery. This is the real progress of the military workshop after turning around the export-type artillery. Xiaoming nodded again. Generally speaking, without considering the shells, there are only two factors that determine the range and power of the artillery. One is the barrel length and the other is the caliber. For the caliber, naturally the larger the caliber, the thicker the barrel, the greater the power. The length of the barrel is relative to the caliber. The longer the barrel, the more favorable the action time of the high-pressure gas in the barrel on the shell. The longer the time, the greater the muzzle velocity of the shell, and the farther the range will be. Using this principle, different types of artillery can be designed. Now Kingsu has the ability to produce artillery. Next, Xiaoming will improve the artillery system so that Kingsu's battleships have naval guns, the field army has field guns, and the defenders have defensive cannon. After being loaded skillfully, with a roar after ignition, the shell flew straight into the distance. After 700 meters, the shell began to fall to the ground and rolled, and finally the shell was blocked by the mountain. A direct shot at a range of 700 meters. That's okay. In that case, this king asked the Forbidden Army to transport the artillery away. Xiaoming said. Not only Wei Wang was urging, Xiao Wenxian has also been urging artillery. In order for Xiaoming to deliver the goods as soon as possible, the ship of the Forbidden Army has arrived in Kingsu. After the envoy of King Wei left yesterday, the generals of the Forbidden Army who were responsible for transporting artillery arrived. This general claimed to be a lieutenant of the newly organized firearms battalion, and was responsible for artillery matters. Hearing the name Firearms Camp, Xiaoming was a little speechless at the time. I am afraid that he will slowly introduce the Great Yu Kingdom into the firearms era. In the Battle of Kangsu, Xiao Wenxian set up a firearms camp. You can imagine his thoughts. After inspecting the export-oriented artillery, Xiaoming followed Chen Qi into the military workshop. In the Ring Valley, the military workshops consist of 12 workshops from south to north. and the craftsmen in each workshop are responsible for different processes: iron and steel refining, clay molding, iron mold casting, pouring, cleaning, polishing and so on. The area of these workshops is not small. From south to north, a workshop is 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Yesterday, the envoy of the king of Wei gave another 3 million taels of silver to this king. Chen Qi, your military workshop is now the largest profit-making company in Kingzhou. Xiaoming and Chen Qi chatted and inspected the military workshop. Chen Qi grinned. His Royal Highness, since our military workshop is so profitable, are we going to expand a few more factories? This salary will also increase for the craftsmen. Ha ha ha. You have just taken up your post and became the supervisor of the military workshop. Are you going to start protecting your shortcomings? Xiaoming smiled. Chen Qi smiled bitterly. His Royal Highness, I was not an official before, and I didn't understand it. Now I understand that it's not easy to be an official. There are tens of thousands of craftsmen in this military workshop. Every craftsman has to live. If you are wealthy, you can work with all your heart. And many of the craftsmen in it are still slaves. Your Majesty, you said before that if they do well, they will be released from slavery and given them a Kingzhou household registration. Now 1 year has passed. These craftsmen are all waiting for your highness. What do you mean? Well, as a workshop supervisor, it is okay to seek benefits for the craftsmen under your own hands. You are right. The cakes drawn by this king can't be kept hanging like this, otherwise the slaves in Kingzhou will say that this king there is no word for it. Well, you give me a list of some outstanding craftsmen, and today I will do special things when the king comes. Xiaoming said. Chen Qi was overjoyed and said, Okay, your highness, wait a minute, I'll get the list now. Hearing this, Xiaoming smiled bitterly. It turned out that Chen Qi had planned. However, this is exactly what Xiaoming plans to do recently, as the new year is about to come. He has to make a summary of the government affairs of the year, the reward for the reward, the reprimand for the rebuke. After waiting for a while, Chen Qi brought a roster over. The roster is divided into 2 parts, one is slave craftsman, and the other is craftsman with Kingzhou household registration. There are 30 names on each roster. And it's also very clear about why 60 people in these 2 volumes received this kind of reward. For example, a team led by a craftsman named Song Qingping produces the most artillery per month, reaching 6. In the military workshop, the craftsmen are strictly organized. Every 100 people are divided into teams, and a team has a captain. In the military workshop, there are 100 such teams. Basically, the other teams can only cast about 3 artillery pieces a month. The reason for the huge difference is that Song Qingping often called a team to study the artillery process and developed a casting method called continuous casting, which changed the traditional method of casting only 1 artillery at a time. This continuous casting method can simultaneously pour molten steel into 6 gun molds through an interconnected steel tank, saving a lot of time for repeated molten steel casting, and the quality of the same batch of guns is basically the same. Seeing Song Qingping's contribution, Xiaoming smiled. I was preparing to promote this continuous casting method, but I didn't expect that the craftsmen in the military workshop had discovered it in advance. This shows that the wisdom of the broad masses of people is infinite, and what they lack is only a guide, and his task is to guide the people to tap out their own potential. In this way, the skills they master can be more reliable. This Song Qingping is very clever, and he can almost surpass me with a little skill. Chen Qi laughed. And this Song Qingping is still a slave. It is said that both his parents are in the shipbuilding workshop. Reunion. He will be very happy. Xiaoming nodded slowly. What he lacks most now is outstanding talents. Only in production practice can really talented people be selected. After all, Chen Qi's energy is limited, and the future tasks of the military workshop will become heavier and heavier. Only this artillery is enough for Chen Qi to toss. With this Song Qingping, he can train and prepare talents in advance for the production of the gun. The casting of the guns in the general workshop has doubled, and it is worthy of praise. Now you can summon the craftsman. Xiaoming said. Chen Qi nodded, and then ordered all the craftsmen to gather in the yard. Holding the roster, Xiaoming went to the yard and looked at the craftsmen, with an unusually secure heart. To be continued. Chapter 269. Artillery into Qing and the mountain wind gusts, with a roaring sound. At this time, Xiaoming said, "Everyone, today this king is coming to the Department of Weaponry. One is for this artillery matter, the other is to reward the craftsmen who have made outstanding contributions among you. The rule that the king has always adhered to, this king also promised you when you entered the various workshops in Qingzhou, and now this king has to fulfill this promise." As soon as Xiaoming's voice fell, many craftsmen showed excitement. Chen Qi had already recorded their achievements before, and they have been waiting for this day. Then Xiaoming said, "The name I read now will be lifted from slavery, will be granted Qingzhou household registration, and will have all the rights of the people of Qingzhou since then." Song Chengping, Deng Huiyuan, Yin Xingjian, Chen Wei. One by one, the names were spoken from Xiaoming's mouth, and the craftsman who was named was trembling with excitement. At this moment, Chen Qi looked at the young craftsman standing in the forefront. The craftsman was in his 20s and he was already in tears. He thought that his destiny would be to have children as slaves, daughters as prostitutes, and untouchables for generations, analogous to livestock. But at this moment, everything has changed. He had also suspected that King Qi would just talk casually and would not really give them freedom. Many slaves have this idea, so they are confused. One day is one day, and one day when the monk hits the clock, but the difference is that he remembers his father's words. No matter what the situation is, he must be honest and conscientious in doing things. Therefore, he has been working very hard, and it is precisely because of his hard work that Chen Qi brought him from the equipment department to the military workshop, and also made him the captain. The improvement of the situation not only did not satisfy him, but he worked harder. After 3 months of studying, he finally found a continuous casting method to improve the efficiency of artillery casting. For this, Chen Qi praised him greatly in the workshop and promised to ask for credit for him. In fact, he did it. Looking at Chen Qi, Song Chengping burst into a smile on his tearful face. Chming. After the 30 craftsmen's names were read, Xiaoming said, "These 30 slave craftsmen will no longer be slaves from today. The military workshop will handle it for you, and Song Chengping has made outstanding contributions. I will get the Qingzhou household registration, and your family will also get the Qingzhou household registration. This king will buy a real estate for you in Qingzhou city. In the future, your family can be reunited. Are you satisfied?" Satisfaction. Song Chengping yelled, and slowly knelt down with his fists in both hands. He repeatedly kowtowed his head and cried out, "Your Highness, thank you." Xiaoming stepped forward and lifted Song Chengping up. He said to the craftsman, "This king knows that many of you don't believe me. Now you should believe it. As long as you work hard, everything is possible in Qingzhou. Not only will you be able to gain freedom, your children can also go to school in Qingzhou and even become officials in the future." Xiaoming's voice was loud and deaf, and many craftsmen lowered their heads in shame. They were fed up with the deception of the rich officials and no longer believed in anyone, but now they found that they were wrong. Now they regretted it, remembering that when they laughed at Song Chengping before, they couldn't wait to find a place to get in. Now Song Chengping is free, and they are still slaves. They had known this before. Why bother back then? But at the same time, they secretly made up their minds to work hard to get rid of their slave status. Looking at the various expressions of the slave craftsmen, Xiaoming thought that if his goal was achieved, he would create a social atmosphere in which hard labor and happiness were to be enjoyed. Because now he must be a slave, and the people of the fief must also work hard. The victory of 1 or 2 wars is not enough to prove that Qingzhou will be stable from then on. Being trembling, walking on thin ice, this is what everyone should remember. Rewarded the slave craftsman, and Xiaoming rewarded the craftsman with Qingzhou household registration. This time the reward was to encourage them. After all, for them, silver is the greatest demand. After the military workshops were rewarded for their merits, Xiaoming returned to Qingzhou with the momentum of the military workshops. He asked King Zhu to also carry out reward measures in various workshops. At the same time, the newspapers also cooperated with the publicity of this matter. So much time and effort. His only purpose is to improve the enthusiasm of craftsmen. After all, there is a big difference between positive and negative. A negative craftsman can increase work efficiency by at least 3 times. Before the New Year's Day, when the King's workshop was very lively because of rewards and punishments, 100 export artillery from King Zhu also arrived in Qing'an. In the study, Xiao Wenxian was revising the memorial. Suddenly Feng Deshui sprinted all the way and rushed in. Because he ran too fast, Feng Deshui's feet suddenly became unstable and threw himself at Xiao Wenxian's feet. Xiao Wenxian smiled and said, "Got water? It's not yet Chinese New Year, why did you give me a 5-body cast?" Feng Deshui climbed up, grinning in pain, but still laughed and said, "Your Majesty, the old slave is not giving this great gift today, but ran too fast and fell down." "Your Majesty, this King of Qi's artillery has arrived at the firearms camp." "The artillery is here, are you serious?" Xiao Wenxian stood up abruptly, grabbed Feng Deshui and shook it. His expression excited. "The Emperor, the old slave's bones are about to fall apart." Feng Deshui smiled bitterly. "The old slave never lied to your Majesty." "It's really here." Xiao Wenxian laughed loudly when he heard the words. At this moment, he put down the brush in his hand and walked out, and said, "Take me to see." Feng Deshui hurriedly chased out, "Your Majesty, slow down, put on Diokyu, don't be frozen." Where is Xiao Wenxian willing to stop? At this moment, he seems to be back to the age of 20, walking strong and fast. For him, this is not just 100 artillery, but also a moment when the royal family re-established its supremacy. For this reason, he asked Feng Deshui to notify all the powerful in Qing'an to go to the firearms camp, and he wanted to be seen the Forbidden Army had artillery. Let some officials bring this news to the master behind them. Firearms camp. At this time 100 artillery from King Zhu lined up in the camp. The artillery was covered with grey canvas. Outside the camp, the soldiers were heavily guarded, and some generals with news arrived early, but they were not allowed to enter. Any generals outside the firearms camp without an order. The soldiers in the firearms battalion looked at these things covered by the canvas with great curiosity. They didn't understand what this kind of artillery looked like. Xiao Wenxian left the palace and came directly to the south gate of Qing'an City, where the firearms camp was located outside the south city. Feng Deshui has notified all important civil and military officials to take a look at this powerful firearm. This is also the time for Xiao Wenxian to show his strength to the kings of different surnames. To be continued. Chapter 270. Scared Prince. With the sound of horseshoes, the people in Qing'an quickly dodge on both sides of the road. They watched the officials running wild on the avenue and talked about it. Such a chaotic scene would only appear when the barbarians approached Qing'an. At this time they couldn't help whispering, and they were a little surprised. Riding a horse, Xiao Wenxian galloped all the way. He seldom had such a happy time for so many years, and this year's happy events added up more than the past 10 years. And this was all brought by Xiao Ming. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's weight in his heart became even more important. "Fiji, hurry up too, it's really slow, I'm so anxious to death." The little yellow gate in the palace notified officials in Qing'an City everywhere. Liu Oquan also received a message. After learning the news, he was overjoyed and immediately came to Fiji to go with him. Liu Oxin often mentioned this artillery when he was in Qing'an, and Liu Oxin was in charge of the artillery in King Zhu, so Liu Oquan paid more attention to artillery. Fiji looked lazy and said, "You also got a message from Xiaohuangman?" "I got it all." "Now the officials on Suzaku Street going south are all because of the artillery?" "Don't dare, hurry up, this is sent by your son-in-law." Liu Oquan said. Liu Oxin said this artillery cannon can break a stone wall, and I don't know whether it's true or not. "I can't wait." "Don't you just leave?" Although Fiji is lazy in action, he is actually very anxious. As Liu Oquan said, this is the baby sent by his future son-in-law, can he not care? It's just that on the surface, I still want to leave a little face, and don't want to be laughed at by other officials." They talked all the way, and they went out of the south gate and followed a group of officials. They soon arrived at the firearms camp. At this time, the firearms camp had been surrounded by civil and military officials on the third and outer floors. Many officials were whispering, "Point to something outside the door" from time to time. The prince and other princes also arrived, and they were all by Xiao Wenxuan's side. When they entered the firearms camp, the two saw a row of 100 dark objects, with black canvas on the ground, which seemed to have just been lifted off. Liu Quan and Fiji squeezed in. The first time they saw this kind of thing, it must be the legendary artillery. Xiao Wenxuan's first firearms camp. This canvas was also opened by him. This time Xiao Ming sent 100 artillery pieces at one time, and will continue to provide artillery pieces. Of course, the premise is that the court also has to allocate funds. Turning around in front of the artillery, Xiao Wenxuan looked excited. He just tried it. This guy was so heavy that he couldn't even push it, but Xiao Ming didn't lie to him. The artillery did look like a barrel. This time with the artillery, there are 3 artillerymen from King's who will stay in Qing'an for a period of time to teach how to use artillery in the firearms camp. After all, the artillery operation still has a set of procedures. After all, he still has to serve the artillery sent to Qing'an. After all, this is related to whether Xiao Wenxuan can give money happily. Looking at the black artillery, Xiao Wenxuan was proud of himself. At this moment, he saw Liu Quan and Fiji squeezing in and said, "Come on, I will wait for you to come over and try the power of this artillery." Liu Quan went up and looked at the artillery carefully, rubbing his hands on the body of the artillery from time to time, and his heart was shocked by the heavy metal feeling. Finally, he put his face on the muscle and looked inside. "Father, this artillery is nothing more than a barrel, and nothing special." The prince kicked the artillery with his foot, with a look of disdain. His position as a prince today is stable, and he knows that Wang Zhao has helped a lot, so he has always had the same nostril as Wang Zhao, and he and Zhao Yuanliang are very close. Knowing that Zhao Yuanliang had been humiliated in Qingzhou, he was very angry, and at this time he spoke to belittle the artillery. Xiao Wenxuan was a little unhappy when he heard that, but he was happy now and didn't want to lose his interest, so he said, "How can artillery be talked about?" "Of course, you have to look at the specific power." Liu Quan nodded. "Yes, the Emperor, let us see how powerful this artillery is." Xiao Wenxuan was also a little impatient at this time. He said, "I have this intention, and today I will let all Aching look at the power of this artillery." After all, Xiao Wenxuan asked the artillery from Qingzhou to demonstrate in person. Before the 3 gunners came, Xiao Ming had explained that they must obey Xiao Wenxuan's words, so the 3 of them quickly took out the tools from the ammunition box on the side of the gun. Fill the gunpowder into the artillery according to the process. Before the fire, a gunner said to Xiao Wenxuan, "The Emperor, please cover your ears. The noise of this artillery is so loud that it might startle the Emperor." Also covering your ears. Xiao Wenxuan was puzzled, but he did what the artillery asked. The other ministers also covered their ears when they saw it. However, the prince had a face of disdain at this time, and said to the 2nd, 3rd and 4th princes, Yuan Liang said, "This artillery is not powerful enough, don't be nervous." He didn't know that Zhao Yuanliang did it deliberately to devalue the artillery, and most of what he said was not true. The 2 princes and the 3 looked at each other. They were not as idiots as the prince. They still covered their ears, and only the prince was proud and seemed to be waiting to see the joke. On one side of the firearms camp was a small forest. The artillery aimed the artillery at the forest and saw Xiao Wenxuan covering his ears. At this time, he lit the fuse. Boom! The fire was jetting, the earthquake trembled, and the sound of thunder came. In an instant, the prince was frightened as a stunned person in the loud noise, and then his body began to tremble violently, and his legs trembled closely. A trace of warmth came out of the pants. It turned out to be frightened to urinate. At this time, the 2nd prince and others released their hands, shocked. The sound of the artillery was like thunder, and the horses of the firearms camp were so scared that the company screamed. Just now they even felt the ground under their feet shocked, but what shocked the most was that 3 thick-mouthed trees in the grove broke down. Xiao Wenxian's face was also a little pale, but there were more surprises than surprises. The forest was 200 meters away from the firearms camp. Even so, there were 3 trees broken, which was enough to show the power of the artillery. Congratulations, the Emperor. The Emperor Hexi, with such a weapon. The Imperial Army will find it hard to find an enemy. Feng Deshui was shocked and immediately flattered. Xiao Wenxian didn't speak, but walked to the side of the artillery. He found the words made in Kingzu on the artillery. His face remained calm, but Xiao Wenxian's heart was like a stormy sea. In his opinion, this artillery was incredibly powerful. He finally understood why Xiao Ming was able to hold Kangzu. When the barbarians first saw this weapon, they were definitely more shocked and more frightened than him. If you put this artillery on the head of the city, who would dare to attack the city lightly? To be continued. Chapter 271. Counterfeit. A faint cyan smoke drifted through the firearms camp, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. The faces of the civil servants were a little pale, and their bodies were still a little weak at this time. Although the generals were much stronger than the civil servants, their minds were also trembling. They had never seen such a terrifying weapon, not to mention that the shell pierced through 3 trees. Even the thunderous noise was enough to cause chaos in the cavalry. Liu Oquin had only learned from Liu Oxin that the artillery was powerful, but he didn't know how powerful it was. Now he finally realized how powerful the artillery was. The Emperor, the power of artillery is so powerful, it is a weapon to kill the enemy. These 100 are not enough. The minister thinks that he should continue to buy artillery from King Qi to deter Xiao. Liu Oquin said with a fist. Fiji recovered from the shock of the artillery, and also bowed and said, "The Emperor, General Liu is right, so the more powerful weapons are the better." Having seen the power of artillery with his own eyes, Xiao Wenxian had long been concerned about it. This was a rare opportunity to open up the military level with other vassals, and he would naturally not miss it. The 2 kings were reasonable. After I returned, I decreed that King Qi would continue to provide Qing'an with artillery. Xiao Wenxian smiled comfortably. After seeing the power of the artillery, the princes who came to watch each looked different. Thinking that King Qi's army is now equipped with a large number of artillery, a cloud of haze suddenly appeared in their hearts. Such a powerful King Qi, if they become the throne in the future, what should they do? Then they looked at the embarrassed prince, and suddenly felt relieved. The prince should be the most worried about now. Rumble. The gun sound continued for a while in the firearms camp. Xiao Wenxian, who had deeply felt the power of the artillery, was finally satisfied. At this moment, he looked at the shells in the ammunition box and frowned. It was only for a while. In the ammunition box, all 16 shells were shot. He clearly remembered that the shells of this artillery also required silver, and the price of the shells was not cheap. 1 shell was 20 tals of silver, and these 16 shells cost more than 300 tals of silver. Although the number of artillery purchased this time was 8,821, each artillery equipped with 300 rounds, and this was 6,000, which was almost the same money as artillery, and that did not include gunpowder. Thinking that the artillery would cost a huge amount of silver, and seeing that the artillery is very similar to the barrel, he suddenly got the idea of imitating the artillery. Xiao Ming said the artillery technology was so amazing, he wanted to see if it was really the case. If it can't be imitated, it's fine. It means that it is really difficult to forge artillery, and the money is worth it. But if it is easy to imitate, he will beat Xiao Ming. Because he was able to imitate it, it showed that this artillery was not a secret. Xiao Ming was deceiving the king and exaggerating it deliberately. After all, at the court at the time, he knew that Xiao Ming was unwilling to hand over the artillery technology, and he was worried about the technology being stolen. So he let the artillery technology stay in Kingzu, but he still wanted to monopolize artillery technology in his heart. The civil and military people of the Manchu dynasty have seen the power of artillery, and Xiao Wenxian's goal has also been achieved. After learning this news, I am afraid that the kings of different surnames will definitely be fidgeting. Back in the palace, Xiao Wenxian immediately asked Fang Deshui to secretly ask Cheng Yu, who was responsible for the manufacture of the fire tube, to be the supervisor. You have seen this artillery, right? Xiao Wenxian asked Fang Cheng Yu. In recent years, only Chainen's equipment department has been able to produce fire tubes, and all this is due to Fang Cheng Yu's grandfather, who has retained the technology of fire tube production from generation to generation. Because Fang Cheng Yu's father is a prisoner, and he has inherited his father's position, it can be said that the son assumes the father's position. The Emperor, I have seen it. It is indeed very powerful, several times more powerful than the fire tube. Fang Cheng Yu felt sour. Their Fang family has always been favored by the production of fire tubes. Now that the artillery is out, his fire tubes are not cared about, so he is annoyed for a while. Moreover, when the artillery hadn't entered Chang'an, he often belittled the artillery on various occasions. Now that he has really seen it, he is jealous again. Well, if this is the case, can the equipment department imitate artillery? Xiao Wenxian said lightly. Fang Cheng Yu was shocked when he heard the words. This was exactly when he found the face of the Fang family, so he said, "The Emperor, this fire tube is similar to the artillery in 7 or 8 points." The lower officials thought it was just a difference in length and thickness. It's thick, and then increase the amount of gunpowder. Maybe it can be comparable to artillery. Really? Xiao Wenxian showed a look of interest, and he said, "In that case, you should go back and let the weapon division imitate the artillery. I will ask the firearms camp to send you a cannon. You must study it carefully." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fang Cheng Yu was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Wenxian told Fang Cheng Yu to retreat. Leaving the palace, Fang Cheng Yu walked to the Department of Equipment, when a carriage suddenly stopped beside him. "Fang is the supervisor, the prince would like to please." An old face appeared in the carriage, and this person was the Prince Zanshai Zhao Hongyang of the East Palace. The residence of the Prince of the Kingdom of Dayu is called the East Palace. In order to be enthroned in the future, the East Palace has its own official system, which is basically equivalent to a small court. This Zhao Hongyang is the Prince Zanshi of the East Palace, who is in charge of the affairs of the East Palace and belongs to the servant. Fang Cheng Yu watched his surroundings vigilantly at this time, and saw that there was no one around, so he got into the carriage. The carriage made a few laps on the streets of Chang'an, and finally stopped in front of a famous red sleeve building in Chang'an City. "Please, the prince and the prince are waiting upstairs for the prison," Zhao Hongyang said with a smile. It's not the first time that Fang Cheng Yu has come here. He drove up to the second floor and knocked on the door before a heavenly room. After a while, the door of the room opened. Fang Cheng Yu saw a pile of white flesh inside, and at the same time a flushing voice came. "Fang Cheng Yu pays respects to His Royal Highness." His Royal Highness chitters chitters, chitters chitters. On the bed, the prince played with the 3 naked sons, and said lightly, "Stop the gift." "I have seen His Royal Highness." Fang Cheng Yu got up, then bowed to Zhao Yuanliang, who was sitting at the table drinking tea. At this time, Zhao Yuanliang seemed to have been used to the scene of the prince and the girl in the green building. He said directly, "Fang is the supervisor, please sit down." "The craftsmen in Zodi have already made artillery a few days ago." "Thank you Fang Zuo." A detailed production process is provided, and the craftsmen can't make a fire tube even if they want to break their heads. His Royal Highness is polite. It is also an honor to do some meager efforts for King Zhao. Fang Cheng Yu glanced at the spring light on the bed. His mouth was dry. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 272 Plot. The softly chanting voice echoed in the room. Zhao Yuanliang noticed Fang Cheng Yu's look, and a smile filled the corners of his mouth. For him, everyone has shortcomings that can be overcome, and the same is true for Fang Cheng Yu. Although Fang Cheng Yu has always been upright outside, he knows that Fang Cheng Yu is just a person who looks at his life. At this time, Zhao Yuanliang clapped his hands, and 3 women suddenly walked out from the inside of the room. All 3 women were gorgeously dressed, with outstanding appearance and strong charm. Fang Zuojian, the 3 of them are singers carefully cultivated by the father and king. They have been proficient in everything from childhood, fine clothes, music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and they must be soaked with petals in the daily bath. The ladies of Chang'an City are also inferior. At this moment, Fang Chengyu couldn't even hear Zhao Yuanliang's words, his eyes fixed on the three women in front of him. When Zhao Yuanliang saw this, the corners of his mouth smiled more intensely. He walked to the first woman in white and just pulled it gently. The silken satin dress on the woman's body fell to the ground like flowing water, revealing her graceful and fair complexion. Body of. Then came the second woman in red, and finally the woman in yellow. The three women were completely unobstructed, and Fang Chengyu's eyes were even more unable to move, and he swallowed fiercely. Zhao Yuanliang said at this time, Fang is a prison, and the three of them are still virgins. How can they meet Fang's taste? His Royal Highness, what do you mean? Fang Chengyu heard the meaning of Zhao Yuanliang's words and said in surprise. Zhao Yuanliang said, the father and the other party are very important as prisoners, so I ordered me to send the three of them to Fang as prisoners as slaves. Is Fang's Yuodian not satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied, Fang Chengyu said excitedly. His eyes dilated continuously. However, he knew that Zhao Yuanliang had to work so hard, and he must have asked for something. He said, what is the order of the Son of the World to call an official here? Zhao Yuanliang's face suddenly became gloomy, and he said, I ask you, why did the Emperor let you enter the palace? The position of the generals in the Great Yu is very low. Generally speaking, Xiao Wenxian never summons the generals. After all, the status of the generals is very low, and there is no qualification to enter the early dynasty. After firing the artillery test, Xiao Wenxian hurriedly summoned the general as a prisoner. Fang Chengyu greedily swept across the snow-white bodies of the three women, and said at this moment, His Royal Highness. The Emperor summoned the next officials into the palace this time to imitate artillery. Imitation? Zhao Yuanliang was a little disappointed. He thought Xiao Wenxian had secretly obtained artillery casting technology. It's a counterfeit, and Your Majesty said that the firearms battalion will allocate a gun to the equipment department for research. Fang Chengyu said. Oh? Zhao Yuanliang's eyes rolled. How sure are you that you can imitate it successfully? Fang Chengyu was proud of his heart. He did not expect that because of the artillery matter, the Emperor summoned him, and the Prince and Prince Zhao sent the beauties. He couldn't help boasting, His Royal Highness, this artillery is no different from a barrel. Secretary can imitate it. Supervisor Fang Shuo exaggerated it. Zhao Yuanliang's expression changed at this time. After his trip to King Zhu, he returned to Zodi and asked the craftsman to imitate the artillery according to the appearance of the artillery. However, the imitation artillery was either trachoma on the surface or frequently exploded. Dozens of soldiers were killed in the test shooting. Moreover, the imitation artillery has a short range and is far less powerful than the King's Zhu artillery. More importantly, each of such inferior artillery uses a huge amount of materials. Although there are not as many as 22,001, it also costs 8 or 9,000 tals. Fang Chengyu is now on the brain, just wanting to please Zhao Yuanliang blindly, so he said, His Royal Highness, our Fang family has studied the fire tube for generations. It is not comparable to the average craftsman. After a month, we will see the difference. Now that the artillery has been lined up with the Forbidden Army, he and Wang Zhao are very anxious, and they have offended Xiaoming last time, and they are very worried that Xiaoming will raise prices again. Therefore, if they can get artillery technology, they are willing to pay all the price. So he said, in this case, if Fang's Yuodian succeeds in developing artillery, you must not forget my Royal Highness and me. Don't worry, I can't forget my son. Fang Chengyu said. Zhao Yuanliang nodded and gestured to the three women. The woman suddenly spoke softly and rushed towards Fang Chengyu, leading Fang Chengyu to the inner room. At this time, the prince seemed to have vented his anger. He got off the bed and said lazily, It's a pity, when my uncle will give me some beauties, it's cheaper for him. Zhao Yuanliang frowned. Prince, the world will be yours in the future, so why don't you have no beauty? How can you ruin a big deal for being stingy with a few women at this time? HMPH, your tone is becoming more and more like a queen. The prince sat down and took a drink, and then said, This Xiaoming is really hateful. If it weren't for his artillery, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. The queen doesn't know what to think. Yes, let me win him. Ha, what does he have besides artillery? He deserves to. Thinking of being frightened by the artillery and peeing in his pants today, the prince was very angry, and the anger was now all blamed on Xiaoming. Zhao Yuanliang's brow furrowed even tighter. The prince was not in a strong position before, and Empress Zhao also went to the doctor in a hurry. Later, after King Zhao entered the capital, Xiao Wenxian indirectly promised not to abolish the prince, and the position of the prince was stabilized. Since then, the prince has not taken Xiaoming seriously. Never thought that the current Xiaoming native chicken became a phoenix. Now it's not that they won't woo them, but Xiaoming seems to be out of the way now, and doesn't want to bother about the dispute for the throne of Great Yu Kingdom. Xiaoming is not what it used to be. If you don't woo you, don't offend it. After ascending to the throne in the future, naturally there will be plenty of time to fix him. Zhao Yuanliang said. Speaking of enthronement, the prince suddenly distorted his expression and pushed the teacup on the table to the ground. He angered. Enthroned, ascend to throne. When will I become throne? Now I am in my 30s, do I have to wait? Is he 30 years old? My father is not dead, how can I ascend the throne? Zhao Yuanliang was shocked, and immediately covered the prince's mouth. He said, the prince should be careful. If this comes to the emperor's mouth, you can't be careful about the prince. Hearing this, the prince burst into tears. Is there a prince my age? Dare you state? Do you know how the current courtiers laugh at me? Old prince. This is what they said. Zhao Yuanliang was silent, and the prince was indeed very old. It's just that, in fact, what he is looking forward to is not the crown prince ascending the throne. In his eyes, the crown prince is also a member of the Xiao family, and it is time for the Zhao family to sit down. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 273 Imitation of Failure. Chang'an Equipment Department. Early in the morning, the firearms camp had sent King Zhu artillery. Fang Chengyu circled the King Zhu artillery and began to record the length and thickness of the artillery barrel. In this matter, his body was still a little sour and soft. This was a trace of yesterday's madness. After carefully recording every size, Fang Chengyu looked serious. Yesterday, Wang Shizi also promised him that if the imitation is successful, he will receive 100,000 taels of silver if he handed over the imitation technology. Thinking of this, he became more serious. Money and beauty are what he yearns for. After carefully recording the size of the artillery, Fang Yu said a pair of craftsmen, now let's burn the wax water. The craftsman received the order and immediately started to light a fire, and carried the wax out of the warehouse to begin melting. Fang Chengyu plans to use the lost wax method to imitate the King Zhu artillery. This method is to suspend the King Zhu artillery in a pond and pour wax water in the pond. After the wax is solidified, the craftsman will cut the solidified wax to assemble, and then a complete mold will come out. After that, he will fill the wax mold with soil, and finally melt the wax mold, so a gun mold will come out. In 7 days, Fang Chengyu got a complete clay mold. As a supervisor, the iron quality of this King Zhu artillery seems to be much higher than ours. Before pouring, a craftsman said. Zhao Yuanliang had already told him about the artillery blasting, so in his opinion, pouring with molten iron was not feasible. He also knew that using copper for a long time to cast a fire tube would not be easy to blast the chamber. So he said, use copper water instead of molten iron. Copper? As a supervisor, the artillery is so heavy, so much copper is enough, the craftsman said. After learning about the bombing, Fang Chengyu knew that using ordinary molten iron would not work. He naturally knew that the price of a copper cannon would be more than 10 times the cost of a King Zhu cannon. But the most important thing at the moment is to imitate the King Zhu artillery. In this way, he has not only fulfilled his promise to Xiao Wenxian, but also has an explanation to Zhao Yuanliang. So he said, when I say copper, I use copper. Upon hearing this, the craftsman had to collect the copper casting and pouring of the entire equipment division. After the 15th, a bronze cannon that was roughly the same size as the King Zhu artillery appeared in the weaponry department. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wenxian was overjoyed and ordered the firearms camp to immediately transport the bronze cannons to the firearms camp for test firing. At the same time, some important officials also went to the firearms camp. "This artillery is golden all over, isn't it all made of copper?" Fiji almost gritted his teeth and said this sentence. "This is simply a prodigal. How much does it cost for such a large pile of copper?" When Xiao Wenxian saw this golden gun, the joy on his face disappeared. "This is the artillery imitated by the Department of Equipment. It really is atmospheric." The prince laughed and said, in his eyes, this artillery was really perfect. Zhao Yuanliang's eyes were piercing, and he thought that Fang Chengyu really had some skills. He didn't expect to use pure copper for casting. However, after looking at the size of the copper cannon, he couldn't help but feel pain. Compared to the price of the copper cannon, he was still willing to buy King Zhu cast iron cannon. "Test firing," Xiao Wenxian said coldly. If such an expensive artillery is not comparable to King Zhu's artillery, he would have the heart to kill Fang Chengyu. After receiving orders from Xiao Ming, the gunner followed the procedures to load gunpowder and ammunition. With a bang, the cannonball shot out and flew directly into the woods. With a boom, the cannonball hit a tree and fell down. Seeing such a scene, the ministers couldn't help but laugh. "This power is not a bit worse than King Zhu artillery." Xiao Wenxian's face was even more ugly. The Crown Prince and Zhao Yuanliang were also puzzled. The artillery was no different from the King Zhu artillery. Why was this power so bad? Fang Chengyu was also dumbfounded, and he didn't know what to say. "Fang Chengyu, how should I say this? The imitation seems to have failed. The price of this bronze cannon is more than 10 times more expensive than the iron cannon in King Zhu, and its power is actually 1/10 inferior. What is the use of such a cannon?" Fang Chengyu sweated on his forehead, and he said, "No, the Emperor, this shouldn't be the case. This artillery is no different from the King Zhu artillery. How can it be so powerful?" "You ask me, who shall I ask?" Xiao Wenxian said angrily. "And now he has no hope of replicating King Zhu artillery." Fang Chengyu said at this time, "Is it because iron cannons are more powerful than copper cannons?" "The Emperor, let the next official try again. This time the next official uses iron casting." Xiao Wenxian was actually a little unwilling. He said, "I'll give you another chance. If it doesn't happen, then let this matter go." Fang Chengyu nodded immediately, and went back to the equipment department. Griefly. Zhao Yuanliang and the prince looked at each other, revealing a look of disappointment. In the next month, Fang Chengyu began to change copper to iron, but he encountered the same problem as Zhao Yuanliang. The iron cannon would explode after only a dozen shots, and dozens of experienced craftsmen were killed. Moreover, the range and power of the artillery are also inferior to King Zhu artillery. Why? After another iron cannon exploded, Fang Chengyu looked at the King Zhu artillery. No matter how he improved the craftsmanship, the power of the artillery was not as good as the King Zhu artillery. Overnight, Fang Chengyu seemed to be a teenager. As a supervisor, Your Majesty asked Feng Shilang to bring a message, saying that he should not waste any more money on imitations, a craftsman said cautiously. At this moment, Fang Chengyu was completely desperate, because Xiao Wenxian was disappointed in him, which means that his career will also end here, and Zhao Yuanliang would not continue to see him, because he lost the value of being used. Why? Fang Chengyu muttered to himself as if he had suffered from hysteria. He still didn't understand why the same guns were not as good as those in King Zhu. The equipment department failed to imitate the artillery, and the news spread among the officials. Many people with counterfeit ideas were also disappointed because this would mean that they had to buy artillery from Xiao Ming. At the same time, Xiao Wenxian asked the Department of Equipment to imitate artillery quickly spread to King Zhu. Before that, the artillery of Qian had told Xiao Ming about the test firing of the bronze cannon. His Royal Highness, it is said that the bronze cannon imitated by the chain and apparatus department is almost the same as the King Zhu artillery. Why is the power so much worse? Pang Yukan asked puzzledly after learning the news. Speaking of it, Xiao Ming was squeezing his sweat. In fact, the bronze guns imitated by the chain and apparatus department this time are qualified artillery, because in the early stage, bronze guns have always been the mainstream of artillery. It was not until the quality of steel improved, cheap cast iron and steel cannons appeared, and then bronze cannons were quickly eliminated. The reason why the power of the copper cannon is so bad this time is not the problem of the artillery itself, but the problem of gunpowder. According to the news that the artillery sent to Chang'an to teach the firearms camp this time, the gunpowder used by Fang Chengyu was the gunpowder of the armament department itself, and no gunpowder from Qingzhou was used at all. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 174 One handful of cold sweat. This is because of the gunpowder problem. A few days ago, there was heavy snow in Qingzhou, and it has been blowing for several days. Now Qingzhou is covered in silver. It's the snow season again, and Xiaoming has nothing to do on weekdays, writing teaching materials in the attic of the palace. Gunpowder? So there is no problem with the bronze gun of the Chang'an equipment department? Pang Yukan worried. It's indeed okay, but there are also problems, Xiaoming said calmly. From the appearance of the artillery, he knew very well that someone would imitate the artillery, since the Chang'an equipment department can manufacture firearms, which are indistinguishable from artillery, and the format of the fire barrels is basically the same. It shows that the Chang'an equipment department has mastered a method of molding fire barrels. It is not difficult to use this method to imitate artillery, and in modern times, after the introduction of Franco machines and red cannons in the Ming Dynasty, imitations were also quickly carried out. It can be seen that imitating things cannot be avoided. That's why Xiaoming developed an export-type artillery. This type of artillery was sold to confuse other people and make them think that Qingzhou artillery was like this. However, he is not worried about imitation. Because his artillery uses high-quality steel, its performance can be said to be more than that of imitation copper cannons of this era, and the cost is very low, suitable for mass production. At this point, Chang'an's department of apparatus could not do it even if it broke the head. So even if the bronze cannon is proved to be as powerful as his artillery, it doesn't matter. The price is here. If Xiao Wenxuan likes to use such an expensive bronze cannon, he can't help it. Pang Yukan was confused by Xiaoming's words and said, His Royal Highness, then what is the problem? Because even if imitated, the range and power of this kind of artillery is still only the Qingzhou artillery, and the price of the bronze cannon is expensive. One can buy 5 or 6 Qingzhou artillery. How do you think they would choose? Xiaoming said, as long as His Royal Highness is willing to sell, they will still buy His Royal Highness's cheap artillery. Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, no one likes high quality and cheap things, but the gunpowder used in the test shot of the bronze gun is Chang'an Apparatus Division's own gunpowder. The combination of this gunpowder is wrong, so the power is also small. This led to the failure of the test firing of the bronze cannon. But this king believes that the difference in this kind of gunpowder will be noticed sooner or later. It's really a coincidence to say this thing, but we can't tell the secret now. At least wait a few years for us to make enough money to sell artillery before they find out. Pang Yukan was a little helpless. After all, artillery counterfeiting is not a problem. Pleasant things. Qingzhou's patent law can only be used in the fief, and there is no other way. In fact, what Pang Yukan is worried about is the sale of artillery, not the fact that other forces have artillery. After all, the barbarians will probably also have artillery, and after the artillery is sold in Qingzhou, other vassals will also have artillery. I hope so, but don't worry. Xiaoming smiled confidently. His gunpowder was sold with artillery. The artillery can be cast by imitation, and the ratio of this gunpowder is not visible to the naked eye. Not to mention that it has granular gunpowder. Therefore, the overall composition of his artillery power includes 3 parts: artillery, ammunition, and shells. Now the Department of Equipment has only cracked one of them. As long as he didn't talk about the ratio of gunpowder, the Department of Equipment could not produce it at all, and the other was the problem of shells. This shell seems to be nothing, but in fact it is very knowledgeable. Only a moderately sized cannonball can ensure that after the gunpowder is ignited, the cannonball will be pushed out with maximum thrust, otherwise it will be a leaky artillery. This time the power of the bronze cannon was poor, One was because of the gunpowder problem, and he estimated that the other was also the problem with the cannonball. Generally speaking, Qian's fast made him dumbfounded, but this also shows that Xiao Wenxuan actually wanted artillery casting technology. It's just that in the current situation, in order to ensure the superiority of the Forbidden Army, he did not allow others to obtain artillery casting technology, so he just endured it. However, this incident did make him sweat. It can be seen that low-end products are relatively easy to imitate. When he further upgrades the artillery, he will let others imitate it. Without mentioning this matter, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan talked about the affairs of this year. This is about to celebrate the new year. Pang Yukan meant to send some New Year goods to officials in the 6 states to show his care for officials and to deepen his relationship with officials. This is basically the same as paying bonuses at the end of the next generation. Xiaoming agreed after thinking about it. After all, after a year of hard work, the officials must have a good year. However, what kind of New Year's goods to send has become an annoying question for the two. The meat is too expensive, and the 6 states have just resumed agricultural production. The food is not enough for people to eat, and not many people raise pigs, cattle and sheep. There is nothing new about giving food. After thinking about it, Xiaoming suddenly thought of the textile workshop. In order to promote the development of the textile workshop, Xiaoming made great efforts during this period. As a result, there were more female workers and the number increased. However, more quilted jackets were produced, and there was a backlog of quilted jackets in the warehouse. During this time, Xiaoming was preparing to let the Chamber of Commerce sell the quilted jacket, but now that it happened, it was simple. Padded jacket? Pang Yukan was dumbfounded. Xiaoming nodded. This is also to support the development of the textile workshop. In modern times, sometimes in order to prevent emerging enterprises from closing down, the government will adopt government procurement methods to maintain the survival of the enterprises. Now Xiaoming also has this purpose. Anyway, it costs money to distribute welfare, so it is better to spend money on your own industry. Except for the cotton jacket, this soap, perfume, and wine can be considered. Xiaoming's eyes shone brightly. Pang Yukan burst into laughter when he heard this, and he gave a thumbs up. His Royal Highness, in this way, it is equivalent to sending out New Year goods and making the Chamber of Commerce a fortune. Some of this money can still flow into the government library. High, really high. Where? Xiaoming looked relaxed. New Year's Eve is about to come in 10 days. And his mentality is also relaxed. Last year, his new year was not very comfortable, and this year he has been a bit prosperous. As the two of them were talking, Lu Tong suddenly went upstairs and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, the fireworks you want are ready and have been delivered to the palace." Fireworks? Pang Yukan said with a smile. "I haven't seen fireworks in 5 or 6 years since I came to King's. It seems I can see them this year." Xiaoming was also a little excited. He asked Lu Tong to make fireworks different from those in Dayu. Dayu's fireworks have a single color, the color of gunpowder, but a lot of metal powder is added to his fireworks. The fireworks released will become colorful and very beautiful. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 275 Household Registration Statistics. The snow outside the attic is getting heavier and heavier, and the traces of people and carriages on the road will be covered in only a short time. A cold wind blew, and Xiaoming tightened the tiger skin cloak tightly on his body. This tiger skin was the treasure of Luf's family, but he lost the bet last time. However, he didn't make Luf too painful. He gave him some money, but it made him happy for a lot of time. After all, he had to sell this tiger skin for a good price. His Royal Highness, the snow is so heavy, it seems that this year's life for the barbarians will be tough again. Pang Yukan looked at the silvery Kingzu city with some worry in his heart. Last time Luluo's words reminded Xiaoming of the Little Ice Age, but now this year, the winter is getting colder than the year, which convinced him a little bit. He said, "Wang Xuan brought news." Just like last year, many barbarian cattle and sheep were frozen to death. Last year, in order to produce soap, This king asked the Wang family to exchange food for the dead cattle and sheep. Now that there is no royal family, the barbarians can. It's uncomfortable. No. The dead cattle and sheep are at most enough for the barbarians to eat for one winter, but as soon as the spring begins, the barbarians will be hungry. I have lived in the barbarians for a few years, and every time the barbarian tribe will go deep into Dayu country looted. Lutong used to be a barbarian slave and was bought by Liang Dahai when the barbarian cattle and sheep were frozen to death. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said, although the Wang family is destroyed, the commerce with the grassland cannot be interrupted. Moreover, we should take the opportunity to exchange more slaves to come back. As a result, the barbarians will become more and more slave soldiers, less, and King Zhu's labor force will increase. Pang Yukan nodded. Now the population of the fief is indeed a problem. The recounting of this household registration is really shocking. Last year, Pang Yukan only gave Xiaoming a rough data based on his previous household registration records in King Zhu, but after the new year, he asked Pang Yukan to reapprove the population of the fief, only to find that the population of King Zhu was actually only about 600,000 households. This is because Pang Yukan only provided data from many years ago. Since the fall of Yaozu and the massacre by the barbarians, many people have been killed or fled Kidi. He finally understood why the ministers did not object when Xiao Wenxiu and granted Kidi to him. After all, Kidi was not very rich at the time, but it was also named as 1 million households. Now he understands. It turns out that these officials have long been concerned about it. Earlier, when Pang Yukan gave him the recounted number of households, Xiaoming could say that his mood at the time was almost broken, because 600,000 households indicated that the actual population of his fief was only 1.2 million to 200, the half-million range. This is also the reason why Xiaoming always felt that the fief was somewhat desolate this year. Except King Zhu, he felt this desolation everywhere he went. It is precisely because of this that he will allow Pang Yukan to launch a refugee policy and absorb the refugees from the country of Dayu to settle in his fief. Although these refugees may be uneven, he can't avoid doctors. After all, the real population data makes him cold. Almost half of the population was lost. The severity of this incident was even greater than that of the barbarians attacking Kangzhou. The lack of labor is basically equivalent to the lack of industrial power. For the sake of the population, Xiaoming doesn't care about continuing to trade with the barbarians, because for him, the purpose of all his actions now is to strengthen himself. Moreover, the new city wall of Kangzhou City is about to be completed. At that time, Kangzhou is an insurmountable fortress for the barbarian. The only thing he needs to worry about is that the barbarian will attack Jizhu, because once the city of Jizhu is broken, the flanks of his fief will be fully exposed under the iron hooves of the barbarians. At that time, infantry and cavalry could not be described as sour. Even if by then he already had a musketeer team, the barbarian cavalry would naturally run away if they were frustrated, and he would not be able to chase him. But once the musketeer team was broken, then it would be a complete massacre, and 1,000 miles away. But now that Jizhu is the residence of King Yong's palace, Xiaoming has no way to interfere. He can only hope that King Yong will not be a pig teammate. Let Liang Dahai and Li Kaiyuan continue to go to the grassland, and the grain will be replaced by slaves. Xiaoming thought a lot in an instant, and he became more firm in his thoughts. This trades food for slaves. One can stabilize the barbarian for several years and prevent the barbarian from going south quickly. Secondly, this is also a disguised weakening of the barbarian. This is his real goal. The food is gone, but the number of slaves continues to decrease, and the impact of this on the barbarians will slowly manifest in the future. Pang Yukan nodded. When the next official goes back, Li Kaiyuan and Liang Dahai will prepare the caravan to go to the grassland. After talking about this, the three of them went downstairs, and in the courtyard he saw the fireworks sent by Lutong, His Royal Highness. These fireworks still use bamboo tubes, which are filled with gunpowder, copper powder, iron powder and other metal powders. After the official experiment, the fireworks sprayed out are really colorful. Lutong smiled. He has never seen such beautiful fireworks. Xiaoming smiled and nodded. The carriers on the ground were bamboo tubes. One side of the bamboo tube was drilled, and there was a fire rope inside. As long as it was ignited, the gunpowder inside would be ejected from one end of the firework, forming a beautiful firework. However, unlike modern fireworks, there are no fireworks that are thrown into the air and then explode. After all, this kind of fireworks involves the principle of blooming bombs. Although the people in the city cannot see the effects of modern ordinary fireworks, these fireworks are enough to entertain themselves. After all, there are really few pitiful entertainment projects in places like Dau country. Taking advantage of the new year, he has to play enough. Asking Asta to take the fireworks, Lutong and Pang Yukan said their goodbyes. In addition to those on duty, the New Year's house also has a holiday. After a busy year, everyone can take a rest for 7 days. This is also the rule of the Great Yu State. After the two left, Asta and Lulu came over and asked, "Your Majesty, what can I do with the quilted jackets in this textile workshop? It's all the new year, and there are so many quilted jackets accumulated. A loss-making transaction." "This king has already solved it for you just now," Xiaoming said with a smile. Perhaps due to the influence of the modern New Year, Xiaoming's mentality will relax during the time of the New Year. "Solved? How to solve it?" Asta said in confusion. Xiaoming raised his head and looked at the flying snow in the sky, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "If you let this king take a bite of rouge, this king will tell you." Asta and Luluo suddenly turned crimson. Naturally, there is no such language as kissing in this country, and the euphemism is only to use mouthful of rouge, because women's lips contain rouge, so eating a mouthful of rouge means kissing. P.S. To correct, Yaozi is the fief of King Kang. Maybe the Battle of Kangzi was written as King Yong when he was excited. King Yong is the feudal king on the west side of Xiaoming. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 276 Galen ship completed. The palace is surrounded by silver and is very beautiful. Asta has a bold personality, and Xiaoming will get married immediately. She and Luluo will soon be king of cheese. So she grabbed a ball of snow from the ground, and said with a smile, "His Royal Highness wants to eat rouge, so the slave and maid must be chaste." After all, Yang Xiu threw it to Xiaoming. Xiaoming flashed sideways and knelt down and grabbed a handful of snow. Before he stood up, he was hit by a snowball. He stood up, saw Luluo still keeping the posture of throwing him, and suddenly screamed and rushed over. "What?" With a scream, Luluo ran to Zixuan, and the two fled while throwing snowballs at Xiaoming. "Hee, none of you can run away." Xiaoming grabbed the snowball and threw it over. The three were playing in the palace, when Zhang Liang walked in under the guidance of Jiading. Seeing Xiaoming playing with Asta and Luluo, he coughed twice in embarrassment. When outsiders appeared, Asta and Luluo naturally didn't dare to be naughty anymore. They narrowed their smiles and stepped back. Looking back and seeing Zhang Liang, Xiaoming guessed his purpose. The Galen ship is all completed. Since the last time he went to the shipyard, Xiaoming has instructed Zhang Liang to speed up the progress, because according to Zhang Liang, the completion of these 3 ships at the end of the year is very difficult. "Going back to your highness, the old slave is finally disappointing his highness's expectations." Now that the 3 Galen ships are all completed, they can sail at any time, Zhang Liang said excitedly. Xiaoming's spirit was shocked. It is now the end of the 17th century, and the 18th century will be entered after the new year. This is the peak of the glorious era of great navigation in history. In modern times, his motherland has missed this era. When he comes here, he will never let this happen again. With the endless wealth and resources overseas, Xiaoming must have a share of the pie. Not let the Western powers dominate. Take this king to sea. Although it was still snowing, Xiaoming could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He and Zhang Liang rode to the shipyard in Xiaoqing. At this time, someone had arrived earlier than him, and naturally it was Yan and others who were about to drive the Galen ship out to sea. "His Royal Highness, Can we go to sea after New Year? When Xiaoming arrived on the boat, Yan asked excitedly. At this moment, a thick layer of snow fell on Yan and the crew, and the excitement of sailing made him forget about this. No, you have to wait for the gun to get on the ship. Now the 3 gallon ships are all sailed, but the sails are now retracted, and the 3 ships are still staying on the river beach, just to wait for the guns to board. He didn't know exactly how dangerous the unknown sea was, but the Ottoman Empire as a bridge between the East and the West already had artillery, and he concluded that the West is not lagging behind. After all, in this time and space, the Gothic steppe empire on the northern grasslands replaced Mongolia and carried out a western expedition to Europe, and the time was about 50 years earlier. Of course, in Xiaoming's view, the western expedition may have an impact on the historical process of Europe, but it is not an absolute impact. The different routes of civilization development are also one of the reasons why Europe gradually distanced itself from the feudal dynasties of the East after the Middle Ages. But no matter what, Xiaoming will remain cautious until he fully understands the level of Western civilization. This is why he insisted on boarding the naval gun. If Yan encountered the European fleet at sea, or the pirates who are rampant at sea in this era, at least he could have the power to counterattack. After all, whether it is a gallon ship or a naval gun, he is confident that he will not lose to the West in this era. Wait. Yan was suddenly a little lost. Xiaoming's expression became serious at this time. He said, "Correct your attitude. This time you are going to go on a long voyage, and this king will have a very important task entrusted to you. This is not a trifling matter. You may never come back." Seeing Xiaoming being so solemn, Yan put away his frivolous attitude. He held the rudder and asked tentatively, "His Royal Highness, what is the mission?" "The first is to bring back crops such as potatoes, peppers, corn, and sweet potatoes. The second is to touch the level of modern civilization in the West. The third is to draw a chart to find a route for the king's navy." Yan has been staying at the Bowen Academy during this period. In addition to learning maritime navigation knowledge, they also divided the position of each crew member on board. The gunner followed Liu Oxin to train artillery, and the others followed Nu Ben to practice martial arts. Although sailing warships can shoot at each other in this era, they may have been unable to sink each other because of solid shells. Therefore, the final battle can determine the outcome, so personal force is equally important. In addition, the ship was also assigned a translator, navigator and other positions. This translator was naturally prepared by Xiaoming for contact with the West. If there are colonies of European powers all over the world now, then the translator will play an important role in communication and facilitate him to collect information. Yan nodded. The above 3 goals Xiaoming had mentioned in the Bowen Academy, but they didn't expect that it would be their purpose of going to sea this time. Wake up to Yan. Xiaoming inspected the 3 gallon ships one by one under Zhang Liang's leadership. According to the standards of sailing warships, all of his 3 gallon ships belong to the 5th class sailing warships. Because the 1st class sailing warship generally serves as the flagship of the fleet, it has 3 artillery decks, with 106 to 122 guns, a capacity of more than 900 people, and a displacement of 2,500–3,500 tons. The 2nd class sailing warship is slightly smaller, and it also has 3 gun decks and artillery. From 86 to 98, the capacity is about 750 people, and the displacement is about 2,000 tons. 3-tier sailing warships are called battleships. They have 2 to 3 gun decks, 64 to 80 artillery, 490 to 720 people, and displacement of 1,300–1,800 tons. This type of warship is the main battleship of the sailing warship era. The 4-tier sail battleship is smaller, and this type of warship generally has 2 gun decks. Yu Kanzu. There are 50 to 54 artillery, with a capacity of about 350 people, and a displacement of more than 1,000 tons. The Tier 5 sailing warship is the warship that Xiaoming now owns. This type of warship generally does not serve as the main combat task, but serves as an attack on merchant ships and ocean navigation. Xiaoming's purpose of sending Yun at this time was naturally not for combat, because facing the Western maritime hegemons who had already been on the sea, none of these three Galen ships had the qualifications to deliver food. His purpose is only to find the way and introduce crops. Confirming that the three Galen ships had the ability to sail, Xiaoming went back to prepare for Chen Qi to install the naval guns. Although the military workshop has been preparing, the 150 artillery pieces of the three Galen ships are also a large amount, and they have not been produced yet. To truly realize the long voyage, at least the end of the new year. So he said to Yun, "You still have to spend the new year honestly, and you will go to sea in the future." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 277 Cobalt and the 18th Century. 10 days passed in an instant. After the completion of the Galen ship, another festive holiday arrived. It seemed that he couldn't bear to disturb King Zhu's celebration atmosphere. The heavy snow that had lasted for more than 10 days also stopped on New Year's Eve. Yes, 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 hang the lanterns higher, you bastards. I won't come back for a few months because I'm rich. Don't you just let it go? Well, don't forget, this palace's housekeeper is still I. Qiandafu pinched his waist at the door and scolded Jiading dissatisfiedly. After the road was blocked by the heavy snow, Qiandafu returned to King Zhu. After a busy year, he would naturally spend the new year in the palace. After all, this is the home of his wealth. Asta stood beside Qiandafu. The real housekeeper came back, and she had to give way. She was bright in her heart, and her status in Xiaoming's heart was far inferior to Qiandafu, and Qiandafu had always treated her and Luluo well, so he had always respected Qiandafu from his heart. When the rich money came back, she immediately became a deputy. This is New Year's Eve. Xiaoming slept late and only got up late. The temperature during the day was almost -15 or 6 degrees. He was sitting in the house, lying in front of the charcoal basin, unwilling to go out. After thinking about today, it will be the 18th century soon, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In this time and space, due to years of wars and entrenched gentry, the development of science and technology in Dau is lagging behind, but this is not important. The most important thing is that, like the dynasties in modern history, Dau has one problem: arrogant narcissism, and extremely demonized science. This is the 18th century right away. If his inference is good, basically outside East Asia, it is now a colony of the West, and now the country of Dau is still the same as the end of Ming dynasty. If the barbarian invades successfully, it can't be said that the next dynasty will be a dynasty similar to the Peking dynasty. Frowning his brows, Xiaoming suddenly felt a little weak at this moment, because he seemed to have the feeling that everyone was drunk and I was alone. Now the entire country of Dau can only analyze the current world situation from a historical perspective, and other people are just living in the dream of the kingdom of heaven. His Royal Highness, it's fine today, why not come out and breathe? Qiandafu's voice came. Xiaoming lazily said, it's too cold, this king doesn't want to go out. How can this be done, Your Highness? There are singing and dancing tonight, don't you look at this? Qiandafu looked at Xiaoming with confidence. Hearing this, Xiaoming felt a little bit more energetic. I can see this. Are Asta and Luluo ready to go? This king can wait for them to dance. His Royal Highness. The two of them went after hanging up the lanterns, but Your Highness, although the singing and dancing are good, you also want to think about other interesting things in the evening. After all, this time Nu Ben and other generals and Pang Qingshi will come to cheer up Your Highness. Because Pang Yukun and Liu Xin are both from Qing'an, he simply asked them to come to the palace for the new year together, but since the two were invited, they naturally had to bring others along. After all, it can be fun, and they all shouted to see the New Year's fireworks. After a little thought, Xiaoming said, there are many interesting things, but they might not be able to finish the scene at night. Oh? What else is there? Qiandafu asked. Xiaoming chuckled twice and said, this will be kept secret for the time being, you will know it at night. This time, in addition to the singing and dancing of Asta and Luluo, Xiaoming also asked the singers and dancers of the palace to choreograph some plays. The reason for this was that he wanted to start the Renaissance with the characteristics of Dao in King Zhou as soon as possible. Now that I have fallen behind, I have to catch up from all aspects. This drama is the beginning of the Renaissance, and it is also the easiest to penetrate the people. I think that a drama can contain too much information. Wrapped in the cloak, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something, so he asked, "Defu, do you know blue porcelain? Is your highness talking about blue enamel porcelain?" Qian Defu leaned against the brazier. The warm charcoal fire made him comfortable. Xiaoming nodded. "It is this kind of porcelain, His Royal Highness. There is this blue porcelain palace, and this blue is called Peacock's Blue." Your Royal Highness asks, what is this about? The point is not blue porcelain. The point is that you know where the clay for making blue porcelain comes from. Xiaoming muttered. Today, Qian Defu's tungsten ore has not yet landed, but Xiaoming can't wait for tungsten ore to stop doing other things. After all, the composition of tungsten steel tools is not only tungsten alloy, but there is also a component in qualified tools, that is cobalt. Because in the sintering process, cobalt is the binder of tungsten carbide. Tungsten steel tools are rarely fired without cobalt. Now that the tungsten ore is not located, he can only implement the cobalt first, because relatively speaking, cobalt is easier to find in Dao, because the blue enamel is fired from cobalt soil. This old slave had heard of it when he was in the palace. "There is this kind of clay in Jingdezhen," said Qian Defu. "Jingdezhen?" Xiaoming nodded. As he understood, he said, "In this case, after the new year, you go to Li Kai Yuan and ask him to sell some blue porcelain clay from Jingdezhen, and wait for you to find it. After tungsten ore, bring these two materials together." Qian Defu nodded. "It's your highness." He didn't ask why, because for him, Xiaoming's orders could be carried out. After talking for a while, Qian Defu went to Zhang Luo in the palace again. Xiaoming likes Qian Defu the most. He just does things and never asks why. Tungsten mine, when can I find you?" Xiaoming sighed as he watched Qian Defu's departure. Because of the impatient waiting, he also asked Chen Qi to forge some high-carbon steel for use as a tool, but whether it was drilling or cutting, this tool was easy to soften, and even if a job was not completed, the tool was useless. After all, although King Zhu's steel industry has made progress, the production of qualified high-carbon steel knives is still not up to the requirements. However, as long as you have tungsten, it is much easier. After all, by adding tungsten and cobalt, you can get tools that are much more durable than high-carbon steel. I spent a whole day in the palace. At night, Nu Ben, Lu Fu and others arrived one after another. The palace also became lively in an instant. At the beginning of the night, the red lanterns in the palace lit up the night sky, and the lights everywhere were very festive. At this time, Xiaoming also moved his place from the sleeping hall to the main hall. At this time, 3 rows of low tables were placed on both sides of the main hall. Nu Ben, Lu Fu and others were outside the door. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, one by one bowed to celebrate the new year. "Come in, it's cold outside," Xiaoming said with a smile. In the main hall, a charcoal basin is placed at intervals, and the room is warm. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 278 Poached eggs on New Year's Eve. The night is getting darker and darker. At this time, Xiaoming let everyone sit down. Nu Ben sat on his right hand, followed by Liu Oxin and other generals. The first one on his left is Pang Yukun, followed by Zhang Xingcheng, Chen Wenlong and other civil servants. There were hundreds of officials sitting in the entire main hall. Xiaoming sat in the main seat, looking at the team. The restlessness in his heart gradually subsided during the day. Yes, he came to this great country only 1 year and achieved such an achievement. Give him some more time. What about the Great Voyage era? Xiaoming can also lead the way. Today is New Year's Eve. If you can come to the palace as guests, it makes this king's palace a lot of fun. Otherwise this king will always feel a little deserted during the new year alone. Everyone sat down, and Xiaoming's eyes swept over them. His Royal Highness can invite us to the palace as a guest. It is also an honor for me to wait. Lu bowed his hand to Xiaoming. Li Kaiyuan hurriedly said, Lieutenant Lu said very much that this New Year's Eve can spend the New Year with His Royal Highness, but there is blue smoke on the ancestral grave. He. The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Pang Yukan said, His Royal Highness, it is said that His Royal Highness has arranged a lot of singing and dancing dramas on New Year's Eve. Is this possible? There is this one, but before that, we will eat first, set off fireworks after dinner, and watch singing and dancing after the fireworks. Xiaoming said about the arrangements for tonight. As soon as I said this, everyone below immediately burst into laughter, which was quite lively tonight. In a short while, the servants in the palace filed in with delicious food, and put a table of food in front of everyone. These meals are cooked carefully by Xiaoming in the kitchen, and most of them are dishes with modern characteristics. When everyone saw these dishes, they showed excitement. What they look forward to most when they come to the palace is these delicious dishes. All the dishes were served, and the wine was served again. Xiaoming said at this time, Please. Everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and ate after hearing the words. Luff grabbed a chicken leg and ate it. Xiaoming looked at the people below and laughed. He was accustomed to these meals, but in the eyes of outsiders, these meals were still very rare. Unfortunately, many of the meals on this table do not meet modern requirements. This is due to the lack of materials, such as peppers and sugar. It was precisely because of this that he asked Yan to bring some food crops back when he went out this time. At the same time, he is also thinking about how to start planning for King Zhu's agriculture after the new year. After all, the number of crops in King Zhu is now very single, and this will be very unfavorable for the development of King Zhu's industry. After all, the development of industry requires raw materials, and the problems in the textile workshop this time have explained everything. In addition to cotton, Xiaoming is still thinking that a crop is sugarcane. As long as there is sugarcane, white sugar can be produced, and with white sugar, many foods can be produced and processed. At that time, he could consider producing portable food for military use. In this way, it will play an important role for cavalry who travel long distances or for expeditionary troops. His Royal Highness, the oil from the palace is really delicious, Chen Qi suddenly said. While Xiaoming was thinking, Xiaoming smiled and said, Of course, because this king asked the servants of the palace to make them. When Pang Yukan heard this, he became interested immediately. He said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, I think the deliciousness of the dishes in the palace is inseparable from this oil. Your Highness might as well pass this oil and technique to the Y family restaurant. It can attract many merchants to eat and lodging, which can also increase the government's income, isn't it? The Y's restaurant used to belong to the Y's family, but later because of needs, Xiaoming asked the government office to buy the Y's restaurant. In this way, it is also convenient for the secret guard to monitor the incoming guests. What Pang Yukan said, an idea suddenly sprouted in Xiaoming's mind. The symbol of a modern area of commercial development is the hotel. Now King Zhu merchants come and go very frequently, and King Zhu's restaurants are often full, which is also a profit point for King Zhu. Pang Qingshi's statement is reasonable. I didn't expect that having a New Year's Eve dinner on New Year's Eve will also make the king feel. Xiaoming said happily. In this case, the king summoned Pao Ding from the Y family restaurant to enter the palace after the new year. Let him learn cooking skills from Pao Ding of the palace. From now on, the palace will provide oil to the Y's restaurant every day. In this way, these delicious dishes will inevitably make the businessmen who come to King Zhu linger. Nu Ben took a sip of wine and said, His Royal Highness, if this is the case, I will go to the Y's restaurant to eat every day. After Nu Ben, me too, Your Highness, you don't know, the food in the palace is really delicious. When I return home, I will eat the food at home again. It's almost the same as the majestic wax. On New Year's Eve, all the officials also relaxed, and Zhang Xingqing asked, His Royal Highness, what we eat on weekdays is cooked food. I am afraid that the food in the palace is different. Yes, All the dishes in the palace are fried. Scrambled out? What is it? Many people whispered. Although the living standards of the officials have improved a bit, they also have a better life this year. In the past, meals were basically cooked and barbecued because the basic tool for cooking woks is not so easy to produce. During this period of time, Xiaoming has been busy with matters such as the military workshop and the Galen ship, and the people's livelihood has just begun to use his fists. So he asked the servants to go to the kitchen and asked Pao Ding to bring the iron pan and stove to the main hall, and then asked him to bring oil, salt and eggs. When these things are ready, Xiaoming said, to cook, you need this thing first, an iron pan. Xiaoming stood up and walked to the iron pan, which was already set on the burning briquette stove. Nu Ben and the others stopped eating at this time, but gathered around. Chen Qi said, this iron pot has never been seen before. Isn't it invented by His Highness? His Royal Highness invented it. Qian De Fu said proudly. How do you cook the food below? Pang Yukan asked. His eyes rolled around, thinking that Xiaoming had finally revealed the secret of the food. After the new year, be sure to ask Xiaoming for a wok to go back and cook. This Chinese New Year is just for fun, and Xiaoming is also very playful at this time, so he said, don't worry, now this king will show you a scrambled egg on the spot. Then Xiaoming put the oil in the pot, because the pot was already hot, and the oil quickly heated up. At this time, Xiaoming sprinkled some salt in the oil pan, smashed the eggs, and beat them into the pan. It's crackling. When the egg was put out of the pot, the oil splashed suddenly. Some of them collapsed on Luff's face against the pot, calling him hot. All the officials stared hard at this time without turning their eyes. This time Xiaoming made poached eggs, and the eggs were cooked in a while. At this time, he scooped out the poached eggs and asked, who wants to taste it? To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 279 Outlook. The golden yellow poached egg is floating in the air with a strong fragrance. In the main hall, Pang Yukan and the others all exclaimed. Although the gentleman is far away from the kitchen, in fact, all of them have been in the kitchen. This smell is really fragrant, Your Highness. I will taste it in the future. Lu flicked his lips and swallowed. Liu Oxin said, Lieutenant Lu, let me take the lead and give you a taste. Xiao I Liu O, this is a bad remark. Naturally, I will come first. The two stood together, pulling and pulling each other without letting each other take a step forward. Nu Ben had a burp at this time and said lightly, if you want to say that you are the leader of King Zhu, who can compete with the old man? After that, Nu Ben picked up the poached egg and put it into his mouth in the sad eyes of Lu and Liu Oxin. How does it taste? Pang Yukan had expectations in his eyes. These civilians were naturally not as shameless as these generals. But Nu Ben and others were the first to hesitate. Nu Ben ate the poached egg in one bite, chewing it carefully in his mouth, and said with emotion, Pang Chengshi, this poached egg tastes really good and delicious. It turns out that this is a stir-fry. At this time, Xiaoming beat another egg and gave another poached egg to Pang Yukan. After Pang Yukan had eaten it, he nodded frequently. The taste of cooking with iron pan was indeed different. Let everyone feel the iron pan cooking. Xiaoming waved his hand to let the servants withdraw things, and then return to the main position. You have also seen this cooking. Can this be another business opportunity for King Zhu's development? His Royal Highness, the old saying goes that food is the heaven of the people, which shows the status of food in the hearts of the people. Now that your Royal Highness makes such a fry, the ordinary ingredients become so delicious, which will inevitably make the diners linger. Pang Yukan said, yes, Your Highness, and nowadays, people who are in and out of King Zhu are often rich and powerful. They are extremely picky about food. If there is such a good food, they will naturally not be stingy with money. Xiaoming nodded. The catering industry has always been one of the most important industries in modern times. This is due to the people's pursuit of food. Even in the economic depression, you can still see the bustling scene in the restaurant. Moreover, hotels that cooperate with food are also important places to attract business travelers. There was a lot of discussion, and they all agreed with this proposal. Xiaoming had a plan in his heart. After the new year, He would regulate Kingzhu's service industry. Only by improving the quality of life in Kingzhu can we attract wealthy people from all over the country to Kingzhu to eat, drink and play. While pushing the cup and changing the cup, an hour passed, and there was plenty of food and drink. At this time, Xiaoming said to Qiandafu, "Fireworks." Qiandafu responded and ran out immediately. Then the door of the main hall opened, and the 3 servants placed fireworks in front of the main hall. At this time, a group of officials poked their heads and stared outside the door. It is said that this year's fireworks are different from the past, and they are looking forward to it. The bamboo tubes were placed neatly, and Qiandafu lit fireworks one by one. Bang, bang. There were several soft sounds, and colorful fireworks were ejected from the bamboo tube. The height of these fireworks was 4 or 5 meters, and they gathered together very spectacularly. "It's beautiful." Zhang Xingcheng's eyes reflected the shape of fireworks, and his soul was shocked. His gaze stayed on the fireworks and the corners of his mouth were smiling. Like many scholars from Qing'an to Kingzhu, over the past year, they have gradually integrated into the life of Kingzhu, and gradually recognized their identity. The rapid changes in Kingzhu also convinced them that their choice was right. Looking at the brilliant and beautiful fireworks outside, he seemed to see Kingzhu's future as beautiful as these fireworks. At this time, Xiaoming was drinking while looking at the fireworks outside the door that were almost indistinguishable from modern fireworks, which made him regain some modern feeling. But this feeling only passed in an instant, and then there were lanterns, charcoal basins, and cold wind in his eyes. After tonight, tomorrow is the 18th century, and there are many things in his mind at this time. Even in accordance with modern history, the Del Carlo brothers in Italy invented the glass mirror in 1508, Janssen in the Netherlands invented the compound microscope in 1590, and Galileo invented the water thermometer in 1593. In the 17th century that was about to pass, Balthist in France invented medical blood transfusion, Blanca in Italy invented the steam turbine, and then there were adders, barometers, air pumps, pendulums, reflecting telescopes, and found white phosphorus. Inventions such as calculators and steam pumps appeared. The 18th century is about to be the era of the Big Bang of science. The knowledge in the Science and Technology Library tells him that this century will also have a grain drill, a Newcomen steam engine, a piano, a mercury thermometer, a Leyden bottle, a spinning machine, and a compound steam engine. A series of inventions such as automobiles, bifocal lenses, steam engines, threshing machines, gas turbines, lighting gas, cotton gins, hydraulic presses, etc. appeared. Careful and careful, turning over these scientific histories over and over again, Xiaoming felt that he was really stressed on such a New Year's Eve. At this time, the country of Diyu was sleeping in his own dreams. But he couldn't sleep. He knew very well that he could not change the country of Diyu with his own ability, but he now has enough ability to change his fief. He wanted to make his fief the land of enlightenment of the Great Yu, because the courtiers of the Great Yu would not listen to him. Just like artillery, they will recognize it with their own eyes. Therefore, as long as his fief slowly embarks on the road of rejuvenating the country through science and technology, he believes that the country will slowly follow his pace, although this pace will definitely obstructed by the traditional family, but he would rather use his own cannon to open the door of the Great Yu country than the Western powers repeat history. Outside the door the fireworks sprayed out the last ray of light, and the pungent smell of gunpowder began to fill the main hall. At this time, a group of women in gorgeous skirts swarmed into the main hall, and 2 rows of women with traditional musical instruments also followed in. Xiaoming showed a look of expectation. This is about to perform a song and dance performance. Since it is the last day of the 17th century, I have to send it off enthusiastically. Starting from tomorrow, he will lead Kingzhu to catch up with the pace of the great nautical era. Bianyu O Jinghong, graceful like a dragon. Rong Yao Qiu, Hua Mao Chanpine. It seems as if the moon is covered by light clouds, and it is swaying as if the wind returns to snow. Looking at it from a distance, the bright is like the sun rising. Observe it, So you are fu leaves Lubo. Kinyang's singing sounded softly, and in the smoke formed by the fireworks, Asta and Luluo appeared in front of everyone, wearing purple and green long-sleeved dance clothes like the morning sun penetrating the white fog of the morning. They sang Cao's Luo Shenfu in their mouths, their bodies light as clouds, dancing in the main hall. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 280. A new drama. The neckline is a beautiful item, and the quality is exposed. Nothing to add to the fragrance. Lead Huafa Yunjie. Eyebrow repairing. The beautiful singing voice came from the Asta and the green radish, and the two danced with their long sleeves, sometimes like waves rolled up by the violent wind in Pinghu, and sometimes like fallen leaves floating in the air. The dance steps are fluttering, and it is as cheerful as a spring swallow spreading its wings, sometimes beating like a drum, sometimes slow as a bell ringing low, and when the spirit is flying, it is as cheerful as a flying firefly, and when it is sad, it is as lonely as a falling flower. When Asta and Luluo were dancing, they turned their eyes to Xiaoming from time to time. The shyness in their eyes made them even more touching. Xiaoming didn't expect the dance of the two to be so exquisite, and at this time he couldn't help but watch it all. The dance the two are dancing now is the later dance of the glory, with the singing of Luo Shenfu, stunning and sad. Before New Year's Eve, Xiaoming personally drew the action figure of Jing Hongwu to the two of them, and now they jumped out after the two, which really shocked him. Not only Xiaoming, but everyone who sat down was also intoxicated. After singing and dancing, Asta and Luluo bowed to Xiaoming, and then changed to exit the main hall. Pang Yukan exclaimed, "Even in the palace, it is difficult to see such a beautiful song and dance. The song Rose of the Luotian is given such a moving tune. It is really rare in the world. It can be said that this song should only be found in the sky, and it is rare in the world." Smell. Pang Qingshi's statement is reasonable, but this tune is somewhat similar to the King's military song. "Your Highness, this tune will not belong to your Highness." Zhang Xingcheng and Pang Yukan are both scholars, and naturally they are people who understand elegance. The head is right. Luf grinned and said, "You literati are sour, Your Majesty. This song and dance is really beautiful and beautiful." Upon hearing this, Pang Yukan and Zhang Xingcheng shook their heads. Xiaoming admitted at this time, this tune was learned by this king, and this dance is Jinghong dance. The tunes of the Jinghong dance and Luo Shenfu come from the later Zhenhuan biography, because the soundtrack comes from ancient instruments, because this song can be perfectly presented in this era. Now everyone's reaction confirmed the charm of this song and dance. Xiaoming finally did not waste his thoughts. The reason why he chose Jinghongwu with Luo Shenfu was just as a transition. Since he wanted to create his own literary atmosphere in the fief, this is a good start. Everyone was still immersed in the song and dance just now, and at this moment two people walked outside the main hall. One of them was a young girl and an old man, and the two of them were very downcast. The girl walked to the middle of the main hall and suddenly sang, "The north wind blows, the snowflakes float, and the snowflakes flutter, the year is here." When the crowd saw the two, they immediately showed a puzzled look, because they didn't know what the two were doing. But when they saw Xiaoming's indifferent expression, they still looked seriously. After the girl sang, then the old man began to talk and the performance entered the right path. Xiaoming has a smile on his face, and the performance below is the later white-haired girl, but it is now adapted by Xiaoming into a stage play of the Great Yu country. The two wear the traditional costumes of the Great Yu country, and Yang Bailao has become a landlord, become the hero of King Zhu. There have also been a lot of changes in the content, although it was said in the early stage that Xia was forced to sell herself by the powerful, that behind it was the King Zhu army who came to power and drove away the powerful, and the ending was happy. During the performance of the drama, Xiaoming paid attention to the reaction of the officials below, while Lif and others watched it with gusto, sometimes clenching their fists, sometimes biting their teeth. But Pang Yukan and Zhang Xingcheng seemed to be thinking about something. At the end of the drama performance, Luffy Iteng stood up and cursed, "Kill you Yang Bailao." Without waiting for him to go out, Nu Ben pressed him on his seat and cursed, "Idiot, this is a play, you take it seriously." Luff only reacted at this time, but the person who played Yang Bai was taken aback. At the end of the drama, Pang Yukun said, "His Royal Highness, this kind of drama has never been seen before, but it is simple and unpretentious, but it can make the people feel the same." "No, I take it all seriously." Luff laughed. Xiaoming glanced at the people in the hall and asked, "What do you think about this drama in a folk tour?" "Naturally people will hate pride and will be even more grateful to His Royal Highness who drove the King's Zoo tycoons away," Zhang Xingqing said. "However, according to the official opinion, I am afraid that the purpose of His Highness is more than that. This drama is fake in the fief. I am afraid it will be spread. It's true to the neighboring domain." Xiaoming glanced at Zhang Xingqing in surprise, but this time Zhang Xingqing was not false. This white-haired girl Xiaoming was naturally not prepared for the people of the fief. After all, the people now know their own achievements and there is no need to repeatedly brag about it. The real purpose of this drama is to spread to the people of other vassals. In this way, the potential meaning of this drama will take root in the hearts of the people, to make them dissatisfied with the local tycoon, and to increase their yearning for King Zoo. In this way, not only can the refugees make up their minds to go to King Zoo, but also allow them to pay a very small price to gain the people's foundation where the drama is spread. And these people's foundations can't be used in the future. But now they are better than nothing. In addition, this form of drama is also the beginning of the Renaissance. In the future, it can be used to open up people's wisdom, such as performing Herzongyong, and then performing encouraging learning. The common people sometimes don't like the curvaceous twists and turns, but the straightforward drama is easier to penetrate the hearts of the people. The heart of the king is clear. "Don't talk nonsense about Xingqing," Xiaoming said lightly. Although his purpose was indeed for Xingqing, he would not admit it because he understands that the wealthy people will inevitably get angry when they see this drama, and he doesn't want to go to Xiaowenxian again at that time, so this drama will only be performed in King's Zoo. As for other troops who have learned it, he can't be blamed. Mental novel. Xiaoming denied. Zhang Xingqing immediately understood. His Royal Highness said it is extremely true. We have never seen this drama. Ha ha ha. Pang Yukun stroked his beard and laughed, knowing instantly. Nu Ben and Luff stared at them with big eyes. They were even more like a cloud cover, and they didn't know what the three were talking about. The time for singing and dancing is short, but the time for the following drama can be very long. After the performance, it is already very late. At this time, Xiaoming said, "Everyone will drink a glass of wine together. After tonight, tomorrow is the next year. You should share with this king." Nu Ben, Pang Yukun took the lead and raised the wine glass, looking excited. "The ministers and others will do their best to assist His Highness in revitalization. Please." Xiaoming was also a little excited at this time, drank the wine in his glass, and muttered in his heart, "I'm here in the 18th century." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 281 Globe. There was a hangover all night, and when he got up early the next morning, Xiaoming's head still ached. Today is the first day of the new year. According to the custom, when visiting relatives and friends, if he is in Chang'an, he should visit everywhere. However, if there is no important matter in Dayu State, the prince cannot leave the fief, especially Xiaoming who is still responsible for guarding the border, let alone leaving his post without authorization. Now that New Year's Eve has passed, for Xiaoming, the first thing that happened during the New Year was the sailing of the Galen ship. Arranged to spread the drama secretly to the people, he went to the Bowen Academy, and other people could rest during the New Year, but Yan could not. After all, he will be the leader of the 3 Galen ships. His Royal Highness, is today the last lesson before going to sea? In the morning, Yan was waiting in the school. Xiaoming nodded. He told Yan not to go to sea for the time being. There were 2 reasons. One was that the artillery hadn't been on board yet, and the other was that Yan still lacked the most important lesson of sailing, how to locate his position on the sea. There are only 3 people in the school. One is Yan, and the other two are the two sailors who have learned better among the seafarers this time. The position Xiaoming gave them on the sea is the navigator. As the name suggests, the job of the sailing ship is to locate the ship and guide the Galen ship to the right direction. Sitting down in front of the three of them, Xiaoming said, "You can't finish these things in one lesson. Remember, the things you are going to learn below are very complicated, so please cheer up the king, otherwise you may get lost. Never come back on the sea." Upon hearing this, the three young nodded their heads, because Xiaoming had never been so serious in the school. At this time, Xiaoming stretched out his hand, and a princely family member walked in, holding a ball-shaped object in his hand, and a stick pierced through the center of the spherical object, with the ground at the bottom. "You used to ask this king what the world is like, and now the world is in front of you." Xiaoming pointed to the globe on the table. This is what he has been preparing during the Chinese New Year. The globe is pure wood, and the outside is polished smooth. The longitude and latitude of the Earth and the world map are marked on the globe, especially the vertical and horizontal navigation routes, and even where there is a reef. The map also marked the special products of each region, not as good as corn, cotton, sugar cane, gold and so on. His Royal Highness, is this the globe you are talking about? The three Yan were shocked. What this globe shows is definitely a subversion of their thinking. Xiaoming nodded. The globe is 1 meter in diameter, and there is enough on it to draw a map of the world. In order to draw this map, he destroyed more than a dozen globes. Until this was a little more perfect, he used it directly, otherwise he would not wait until now to teach Yan this knowledge. Xiaoming's hand clicked on the globe began to rotate, and pieces of ocean and land flashed in Yan's eyes. From the simplest point of view, first of all you have to do which oceans and which land the world is divided into. Xiaoming began to talk about the 4 oceans and 7 continents and instilled in Yan. It can be said that his current education is basically a duck-filling education. There is no way, some things can only be memorized, and this is his strong point. While talking, Xiaoming showed the location of these regions on the globe, explaining the knowledge of every land in the world in great detail. After popularizing the knowledge of world geography, Xiaoming said it was punctual. "Now that you know that the world is big and there are many countries, it's time to teach you how to locate at sea," Xiaoming said. The three Yan had become very humble now. During this period of study, they felt that they were nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, and they no longer had the arrogance at the beginning. This is a quadrant. After the globe, Xiaoming took out the same item that is necessary for navigation in this era, the quadrant. The real name of the quadrant in his hand is the Davis quadrant. This kind of quadrant was invented by British navigator Davis at the end of the 16th century to measure the latitude of the Earth while sailing. According to records in the Science and Technology Library, this quadrant was the most accurate navigation tool of this period from the 16th to the early 18th century. Moreover, this kind of quadrant is simple to operate. It is not necessary to pull a rope like using an astrolabe to see the sun. Instead, use the shadow projected on the scale by a stick. The position of the shadow end indicates the height of the sun, so that the latitude can be calculated. When making this quadrant, Xiaoming has done a lot of work. In fact, the structure of this quadrant is very simple. It is composed of 2 compasses, one large and one small, but each of the 2 legs of the compass uses a curved wooden bar connected, and each connected structure has a wooden stick. The most rare part of the quadrant is the scale problem. In order to make the scale accurate, the quadrant in Xiaoming's hand is a little big, almost 50 centimeters long. After all, the larger the scale interval, the better the drawing, and the error is relatively small. His Royal Highness, do you use this to calculate the latitude of the Earth? Yan already understood what latitude and longitude are. Xiaoming nodded. This is just an instrument. Now you have to learn how to calculate latitude and longitude, which is the formula for latitude and longitude. After that, Xiaoming got up and stood in front of the blackboard. He wrote on the blackboard, 1 degree of latitude equals about 111 kilometers, 1 minute of latitude equals about 1.85 kilometers, 1 second of latitude equals about 30.9 meters, 1 degree on the longitude equals 111 kilometers, 1 degree on the latitude equals 111 kilometers, where A is the latitude, the distance between any 2 points, D equals 1/sinus and 10 cos BA. As soon as this formula came out, Yun's entire head was big. He held his head in pain. His Royal Highness, can you not learn these things? No, Xiaoming answered very concisely. The mathematics of Yun's and others can be said to be zero. Now it is impossible to learn advanced mathematics at once in the past few months, so Xiaoming will not teach Cloud other mathematical knowledge. He only let Yun learn how to calculate latitude in this way, which means he only needs to learn how to use this formula to calculate latitude and longitude. In this way, his learning volume will be greatly reduced, and he will only focus on this formula, and Xiaoming will also provide him with a calculation table of latitude and longitude. Even if he can't figure it out at that time, he can determine his position by looking at the calculation table of latitude and longitude, so that he will not run off at sea. In the past, Xiaoming also thought that sailing was a very simple thing, but after studying the knowledge of navigation, he realized that this is a very complex system of knowledge. In the 18th century, walking along the coastline was not called navigation. The current course is basically the last course after Yun went to sea. From then on, he will go to the sea, for trade, for the boundless wealth, and for King Zu's most primitive capital accumulation. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 282 Voyage. I rushed to Bowen Academy and Wang Fu's Hong every day, and another new year passed quickly. On the 5th day of the first month, King Zu government agencies basically resumed normal operations. The common people can enjoy the new year until the 15th of the middle moon, but Xiaoming can't indulge in it and think about danger and peace. This is what he always reminds himself. For the course of maritime positioning, Xiaoming taught for a month, during which he also taught how to test the speed. After a month of theory, Xiaoming decided to let Yun and others practice it. His Royal Highness, all the naval guns are now on board, and the mission of our military workshop has finally been completed. At the Xiaoking shipyard, Chen Qi slowly breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the last naval gun being hoisted onto the ship. During the Chinese New Year, the military workshop has not been idle. All the craftsmen worked day and night, and finally delivered all 150 naval guns. Counting from the time Xiaoming went to Kangzhou, this naval gun has been produced for a total of 3 months, with an average of 50 guns per month. Similar to the defensive artillery at the head of the city, the naval gun is a heavy artillery. It belongs to the 32-pounder artillery standard in Kangzhou, and 60% of the artillery shells on board this time are normal solid shells, and the rest 40% are grape bullets. According to Xiaoming, grape bombs are actually naval shells, specially used to bombard the opponent's ships. Zhang Liang looked at the Galen ship and the artillery on the ship and said to Yun, "Yun, you have to be more careful when you go out this time. The construction of this Galen ship cost 300,000 kils of silver. This is not a ship, this is silver." Chen Qi added, "This is more than that. The guns on board this time are all 8 or 9,000 jin. The cost of each gun is about 5,000 kils of silver. This 150 guns is $10,000. When the two said this, Yun suddenly sweated his forehead, and he looked at Xiaoming. "His Royal Highness, look at the two of them. How can I drive the Galen ship out to sea?" What they said is also the truth. These 3 Galen ships are worth more than 1 million kils of silver. "Yun, you can't go crazy when you get to the sea. Remember your mission, not to fight, but to explore. Our ship is small, but the most important thing is flexibility. If you run, basically others can't catch up." Xiaoming couldn't be unhappy at all, because this sea is much more dangerous than the country of Dau. He is a prince in Dau, and how many people give him face? When this arrives at sea, whoever cares that this is the battleship of the 7th prince of the kingdom of Dau? When Yun and the others can come back, he will have to burn incense. But despite this, he had to do it, because in the era of great navigation, Whoever has mastered maritime hegemony has mastered the trade routes. Now that the Silk Road on the road is cut off by the Ottoman Empire, and there are barbarians in the north, it is impossible for him to trade through this road, and he may still use his own advantages to monopolize the trade routes of East Asia and Southeast Asia. As long as there are commodity dumping sites, King Zhu's industry can thrive. The three of them said so. Yan became more and more precious to pick up his Galen ship, and he said, "Yes, Your Highness." Yan remembered it. The gunboats were all boarded, and all the three Galen ships were ready. At this time, Xiaoming and Yan boarded the flagship King Zhu of Galen ships. This time he will follow Yan along the Xiaoqing River to the estuary of Bohai Bay, and then arrive at Dengzhou from the estuary. Through this route, he will let Yan practice his sailing knowledge. Zhang Liang immediately got on the boat. Xiaoqing shipyard will be managed by his son, and he will go to Dengzhou to be in charge of Dengzhou shipyard. After all, the Xiaoming naval base was selected in Wehuai, southeast of Dengzhou. Many people must be familiar with this place, because the Battle of Wehuai was part of the Sino-Japanese War of Jiao. Wehuai is bordered by the Yellow Sea on three sides in the north, southeast, and the Liaodong Peninsula in the north, and across the sea from the Korean Peninsula and the Japanese islands in the east and southeast. The geographical position is very dangerous. Once he had a firm foothold in Wehuai, Xiaoming was equivalent to pinching the route of Goryeo and Wago to the south, and he could face the Ryukyu Islands. At the same time, the choice of the naval base in this place, as the name suggests, is also for a plot of personal mood. The dignity that was lost here, now he wants to find it again. Set sail. On the Galen boat, a loud chant was remembered, and the sails on the mast fell straight down like a waterfall. Then a strong wind blew the canvas up, and the first mate put on immediately took the helm and controlled the Galen ship to change away from the dock under the push of the wind. The Galen ship at the back followed the flagship and set sail. The Xiaoqing River is wide, and the Galen boat descends eastward along the lake. It reached the estuary within a day and saw the wide ocean. At this time, Xiaoming said, "Let's start the exercise." Yan nodded and shouted, "Start the drill." At this time, the flag-bearer put on immediately stood at the stern of the Galen ship and sent a flag to the Galen ship behind. The Galen ship behind saw the semaphore, and the captain who put it on immediately began to command the navigator to measure the dimensionality and calculate his position. On the King Zhu, Yan took out the quadrant and recorded the position of the reflection of the wooden stick on the quadrant. He immediately set up a formula to calculate it, and at the same time took out the form Xiaoming gave him. Because when he was in King Zhu, he had already recorded it once. This time he calculated again and quickly found his location. His Royal Highness, we are at 53 degrees north latitude, and we have already walked 97 nautical miles from King Zhu. Half an hour later, Yan told Xiaoming the data he had obtained. Xiaoming nodded. In King Zhu, the latitude calculated by Yan was 49 degrees north latitude, and now they are walking diagonally. Then he calculated it again, basically the same as Yan's calculation. He was satisfied with this result. After all, in this era, the instruments are all error-prone, and it is impossible to be so accurate. It is already great to be able to roughly figure out his position. When Yan was leaving, Xiaoming also gave him the latitude and longitude map he had drawn. According to the drawings, Yan could basically figure out his current geographic location after the latitude and longitude measurement. Xiaoming said, "Speed and time." The crew on the ship immediately started to take action. At this time, a seaman quickly opened the hourglass. This is the last thing handed over in the glass workshop. The sand flows out and the time starts. At the same time, another seaman threw a triangular plank tied with a rope into the sea, holding the hemp rope wrapped in the spindle with one hand. At this time, the triangular plank floated on the sea, and as the ship sailed forward, the ropes tied at equal distances were loosened from the spindle and passed through the palm of the seaman's hand. "Stop!" After waiting for a while, Yan called out suddenly, and a crew member immediately stopped the hourglass. The seaman in charge of the rope counted the knots and reported a number. Yan then calculated the number of knots passing through the palm of his hand during the hourglass timing. After calculating, Yan said, His Royal Highness, the current speed is 8 knots. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 283 Japanese pirates. The icy sea breeze whizzed past the Galen ship, and the strong wind pushed the Galen ship to move fast at sea. Every once in a while, Yan will determine the latitude and speed, and at the same time mark the current position of the Galen ship on the sea chart. Starting from the seaport, Yan compared the latitude and longitude on the map along the way. Xiaoming's test of Yan this time was to see if they could reach Dengzi with their navigational knowledge while being far from the coast. His Royal Highness, you will probably be able to reach Dengzi in about 10 miles. After sailing for 3 hours on the sea, Yan entered the cabin. At the beginning of the design of the Galen ship, the living area was set in the cabin. After resting in the cabin room for a long time, Xiaoming rubbed his eyes and got up. He glanced at the chart that Yan had brought over. During the voyage, Yan kept marking the route. The route was indicated by a dashed line. Now he was about to draw from the estuary to Dengzi. Although the navigation knowledge learned by Yan on this course is very important, the precise latitude and longitude chart provided by Xiaoming is equally important, because in this era, even the West cannot have such a sophisticated chart. You will be in Utai village soon. When that time comes, you have to ask this king to eat sea fish. The sailing on the sea is very bumpy, and the undulation of the sailing warship in the waves is enough to make people vomit out the contents of the stomach. It is difficult for a person without sea navigation experience to adapt to this kind of life. Because of this, he will choose seafarers from fishermen, because the genes of navigation have penetrated into their bones. On the way, Xiaoming was a little uncomfortable, but the seamen who put it on were very excited, like a fish entering the sea. His Royal Highness, this will be handed over to the next official. At least we must let His Highness taste abalone. This sea area is where we often fish. Yan smiled. The two went on the deck while talking. Xiaoming picked up the binoculars and looked forward. He suddenly saw a thick smoke in his eyes. At this time he said, Yan, look at whether the smoke in front is coming out of your village. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression suddenly tightened, and he immediately picked up the telescope and looked in the direction Xiaoming was pointing at. Seeing the billowing smoke, Yan was shocked. He said anxiously, His Royal Highness, I am afraid that the village has been attacked by Japanese pirates. Many seafarers on the ship came from Utai village. At this time, as the ship got closer and closer to the coast, the thick smoke was already visible to the naked eye. Japanese pirates? Xiaoming frowned. He picked up his binoculars and looked over and found that there were indeed 3 sea boats parked outside the village. After carefully distinguishing them, these 3 sea boats were exactly the same as the houseboats of the country. Speed up, let the gunner prepare. Xiaoming quickly ordered. A few days ago, Emperor Y's envoy, Xiaoqi, had warned her that the woes along the coast were getting worse and worse, but she did not expect to encounter this kind of thing as soon as she went out to sea. And this is Utai village, Yan's hometown. The gunner is ready to load the grape shells. All the seamen on the ship moved immediately. At this time they were more anxious than Xiaoming, because they lived in Utai village but their relatives. Yan looked anxious, wishing to fly over now. Xiaoming's eyes are deep. Today, in Xiaoming's view, the Great Yu Kingdom is in a very dangerous era. Because of the distorted development process, the Great Yu Kingdom is like the Qing Dynasty, and there has been no progress in science and technology in hundreds of years. Moreover, the current domestic situation in Dayu is even more internal and external, and it is in a very weak period. From the perspective of modern history, since the 17th century, every time the Central Plains dynasty fell into decline, the close neighbors of the Central Plains dynasty on the sea would take advantage of the fire and rob. On the one hand, it is the natural aggressiveness of this island country. On the other hand, the country of Dayu has already suffered from the barbarians and has no energy to deal with the Japanese pirates along the coast. This further contributes to the arrogance of the Japanese pirates, so that the pirates along the coast are getting worse serious. Even the Goryeo dynasty across from Dengzu clearly supported Japanese pirates to harass the coast of Dayu. The great trouble of the barbarians was not eliminated, and the Japanese trouble appeared again at this time. Xiaoming suddenly thought that if he hadn't come to this time and space, it might not be long before Dau country would follow in the footsteps of the pill. It's just that since he is here, even if the jade and stone are burned, he will not let the humiliating history appear on the Han children again. Ready to fight. The sails were all opened, and the strong wind caused the Galen ship to cut through the waves at sea. After a short while, 3 Japanese homestead ships appeared in the eyes of everyone. It seems that the Galen ship was found. The 3 Ansai ships not only did not escape, but rushed towards them. Things that do not live or die. Xiaoming cursed. For the invaders, Xiaoming only had the word kill in his mind. He clearly remembered that the colonial pattern created during the sea voyage was still trapping his homeland like a cage. Even though his motherland was already very strong at that time, he was still humiliated by these former invaders and was still made irresponsible remarks internationally. The distance between the two sides was getting closer, and Xiaoming could already see the Japanese pirates on the Ansai ship from the telescope. These people are wearing wooden clogs and kimonos with bows and arrows in their hands. At this time, the archers are standing on the side of the ship's gun and are ready to shoot at the Galen ship. The Ansai ship seems to have been put on and built a rectangular room, in which there are dense square holes, from which you can shoot. At this time, not only was the clothes covered with Japanese pirates, but there was also something like a crossbow sticking out of the square hole of the Ansai ship. Yan gritted his teeth and looked at the burning village. He clearly saw Japanese pirates chasing and killing villagers in the village. When the 2 ships were 100 meters away, Yan could not wait. He shouted, "Battle formation!" The flag bearer played the semaphore again and again. At this time, the sails of the Galen ship that were advancing suddenly changed position. At this moment, the 3 Galen ships suddenly turned sideways and pointed their sides at the 3 coming Ansai ships. "Get closer." Xiaoming stopped Yan, who was about to order the shot. "This distance is not enough to sink the Ansai ship, and the loading process is long enough for the Ansai ship to get close to the Galen ship. At that time, I am afraid it was a battle between the ships." Yan just lost his judgment anxiously in his heart. At this time, he calmed down and put down his hand. 100 meters. The Ansai ship approached again, when a wave of arrows suddenly shot out from the Ansai ship. The soldiers on the ship who were preparing for melee combat had already put on all the armors, and at this time they immediately picked up their shields and stood by Xiaoming and Yan. Dang-dang! A series of arrows were blocked. 60 meters. Dang-dang! Another burst of arrows poured down, and at the same time, 6 powerful crossbows suddenly fired from the opposite Ansai ship. These crossbow arrows were very thick and were fired by the bed crossbow. Hemp rope. These crossbow arrows with hemp rope instantly pierced the body of the Galen ship. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 284 Encounter Fire. At the moment when the crossbow arrow was launched, Yan shouted loudly, "Fire!" One by one voices spread into the cabin, and the gunners who were ready at this time immediately lit the match rope. Boom boom boom. The 3 Galen ships lined up instantly burst into flames, and the smoke of the gunpowder burned round the muzzle. 75 grape bombs were ejected and dispersed into smaller pellets in the air. The dense shells instantly covered the 3 Ataka ships like raindrops. Standing at the bow of the ship, Xiaoming could clearly hear the sound of the shell piercing the wooden plank. It was as if a finger had pierced the paper. The sawdust flew on the 3 Ansai ships and became riddled with holes. The Japanese pirates on the ship were beaten into sludge, and masses of blood fog exploded on the ship. In this blow, the 3 Ansai ships basically lost their combat capabilities, and the Japanese pirates on board were also killed 7 or 88. Yan shouted again, "Turn to starboard." His order was given, and the Galen ship moved again. After firing the gun on the left side, the right side began to face the Ataka ship. Fire! Boom boom boom. The shock of artillery firing came from under his feet again. In Xiaoming's eyes, The three Ansai ships were beaten into hornet nests and slowly began to sink. The three Ansai ships were here to harass Xiaoming's fleet, while the main force of the Japanese pirates was still on the shore. After sinking three Ansai ships, the fleet quickly moved to the coast. In Utai village, Yamada Ichiro slowly drew a katana from the body of a villager in Utai village, with bloodthirsty eyes in his eyes. At this time, he looked back at the three sinking warships in shock. At this time, the Japanese people of the villages who were slaughtering also looked at the sunken warship. "How is this possible?" Yamada Ichiro whispered, turning his head, and said, "Quickly search. You must find Meng Yueyang for me. He must be in this village, not far away." Looking at the flag of the Great Yu country on the battleship again, Yamada Ichiro stepped on an old woman's body, and the Japanese knife in his hand stabbed the old woman's leg fiercely. He asked fiercely, "Say, Meng Yueyang is here." "Where?" The old woman's body was stained with blood at this time. She sneered and spit out a spit to Yamada Ichiro. She looked at the warship that was getting closer and said, "That ship must be my son. He is here." "You will be killed completely, Baga, you bunch of Chinese pigs." Yamada Ichiro fiercely raised a Japanese sword and stabbed the old woman in the chest. The blood splashed and the old woman frowned in pain, but when she looked at the towering battleship on the sea, a smile appeared in her eyes. The screams continued. Yamada Ichiro stepped on Utai's corpse and searched the village frantically. He shouted, "Meng Yueyang, you coward! Do you just watch them die in front of you?" At this time, he caught a naked woman. The inhuman insult had made this woman dying. He continued to shout, "Come out and come out! Otherwise, I will kill all the people in the village." The battleship with the banner of the Great Yu country was getting closer and Ichiro Yamada went into madness. His battleship sank, and he would never have thought that the battleship of the Great Yu kingdom could sink his battleship in an instant. Now he has no way out, only to find the traitor Meng Yueyang. Quickly, with a knife cut through the woman's throat, Yamada Ichiro continued to frantically search in the village. He had no plan to escape. They were dead men, unable to complete the mission, and going back was a death. Login. The King's was docked on the coast. At this time, Yan couldn't wait, and he jumped off the ship directly with the people, stepping on the waist-deep sea and rushing to the shore. Xiaoming also jumped off the battleship under the Zhaolong and Zhaohu, and rushed to Utai village with more than 600 soldiers. At this time, the Japanese pirates in Utai village had not left yet. They were still searching for something. As soon as they came ashore, 200 Japanese pirates rushed towards them with Japanese words. Yan and the crew of seamen had red eyes. The corpses of villagers in Utai village were everywhere on the ground. Kill. When Xiaoming saw a baby chopped into on the ground, his anger exploded. At this moment, the humiliation suffered by his nation in his past and present erupted from his chest and turned into endless anger. "You and the barbarians, how dare to bully me like this?" "Kill." The sky-shaking roar came from the seaman's mouth, and they slammed into the Japanese pirates like a torrent of steel. The sharp sword in their hands lit up, and they cut off the heads of each pirate. These Japanese pirates were wearing kimonos and holding Japanese swords in their hands. How could they be the opponents of these full-armored seamen? 200 people were instantly dispersed by 600 people, and Xiaoming and Yun fought side by side. At this moment, he was not a vassal king, but just an ordinary soldier, a soldier with national hatred in his heart. Born in this barbaric era, Xiaoming naturally did not waste his own force, and his predecessor left a very good foundation. Flashing past a Japanese sword that slashed at him from the side, Xiaoming turned around, and the sharp sword in his hand swept down. The Japanese pirate was unable to dodge, his throat was cut, and blood spewed out instantly. Zhaolong and Zhaohu's guards were around Xiaoming and blocked the attacks of other Japanese pirates. Although these 200 Japanese pirates were small in number, all of them did not retreat. The more Xiaoming fought, the more he could feel that these Japanese pirates were a group of extremely experienced veterans. It's just that the superiority in quantity and equipment cannot be made up by bravery. It's just that after a while, most of the Japanese pirates were killed or injured. At this moment, There was a sound of fighting from the south of Yutai village. Xiaoming raised his head. The flag of the Dengzhou army was flying, and it was the Dengzhou army that had arrived. The remaining Japanese pirates were about to be surrounded. They glanced at each other, suddenly gathered together and raised a Japanese sword to pierce their abdomen. His Royal Highness, Yi Qin-un, the governor of Dengzhou, is late. He deserves death. The Japanese pirates fell one by one at this time. A middle-aged general came and knelt in front of Xiaoming. You really deserve to die. This place was attacked by Japanese pirates. Why did you come so late? Xiaoming was furious. Yi Qing said, His Royal Highness, knowing that Japanese pirates have appeared in Yutai village, the Enid general immediately summoned soldiers to encircle and suppress. However, the Dengzhou army has no cavalry and can only walk on two legs. Xiaoming sighed deeply when he heard the words. At this moment, a burst of cries suddenly sounded. When Xiaoming saw it, it was Yan who was holding the corpse of an old woman and crying. Xiaoming had seen this old woman, who was Yan's mother. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming felt sad. At this time, more than 30 seafarers from Yutai village were also looking for the bodies of their relatives in the corpses, and the cries gradually filled Yutai village. Other seafarers looked sad. This is not the first time they have seen this kind of scene. The fishermen living in Dengzhou, who had no relatives, died at the hands of Japanese pirates. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 285 Secret Intelligence. This group of dogs, mother of Lord Japanese pirates, brothers, board the ship. We went to the Japanese country to avenge our relatives. Revenge, revenge. With bursts of angry shouts resounding in Yutai village, Yan slowly put down his mother's body and was about to rush towards the Galen boat. Stop, Xiaoming said sharply at this moment. Yan stopped at this time and looked at Xiaoming with red eyes. His Royal Highness, you have seen what these Japanese pirates have done to us. Can you still let us bear it? Shouldn't we take revenge and let the Japanese pirates pay back their blood? Oh, but not now. Xiaoming walked towards Yan. The 3 Galen ships are the accumulation of King's in 1 year. You are the hope of King's navy. Why don't this king want to hungry for hulu meat and drink Sanganu blood with a smile? But now we are still too weak, and the family background cannot withstand the DOS. You have to trust this king, and give this king a few more years. This king promises you that he will take you to the war country and let the Japanese people pay the blood. Yan's heart was extremely painful at this time. His father was killed by the Japanese pirates when he was very young. Now his mother also died at the hands of the Japanese pirates. This hatred made his anger to the extreme. It's just that he understands that Xiaoming is right. They are the foundation of the Kingzhou navy. They will be able to pass on the sailing experience in Kingzhou from generation to generation after returning from a long voyage. They are the seeds of the Kingzhou navy. Thinking of this, Yanqing suppressed the hatred in his heart. For Kingzhou and for Xiaoming's promise, he said, Your Highness, I believe you. This sentence of I believe you weighed heavily, and Xiaoming looked at Yan deeply. In this situation, he could calm down, indicating that Yan had initially possessed the psychological qualities of a general. With your words, if this king fails to fulfill his promise, he will definitely rule himself in the world. Xiaoming also gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing this, Yan nodded heavily. At this time, he looked at his mother on the ground. Tears welled up in his eyes again. Although all the gang of Japanese pirates were dead, hatred had already grown in the hearts of the seamen. This is not the hatred of this group of Japanese pirates, but the hatred of one nation against another nation, and at some point, this hatred will eventually end in a war. His Royal Highness, we found someone. When everyone was in grief, a soldier from the Dengzhou army suddenly came to report. At this time, 2 soldiers were walking towards this side with one person. Yan looked at the man among the soldiers, his eyes burning with anger. He took up the sharp sword in his hand and rushed towards the man, shouting, Meng Yueyang, you are a thief, die. The man in the middle of the 2 soldiers was dying. Hearing Yan's voice, the man slowly raised his head and shouted hoarsely, Yan, when I finished saying a word, it's not too late for you to kill me. Seeing that Meng Yueyang had something to say, The soldiers of the Dengzhou army immediately stopped Yan. Yan shouted, "His Royal Highness, he is Meng Yueyang, Kua's brother, a traitor who betrayed the villagers." Meng Yueyang smiled bitterly, and he said, "Yan, it wasn't me who cut you back then. Do you think you can live to this day? You idiot, your temper is still the same as before. What qualifications do you have to say about me? You must have brought this group of Japanese pirates. I will kill you now." The hatred in Yan's heart reappeared again, and he was about to kill with the knife. Many seafarers also looked at Meng Yueyang with hatred, holding the steel knives tightly. Xiaoming was a little surprised. On his trip to Dengzhou a few months ago, he learned that Lu Luo still has an older brother. He said, "Are you Meng Yueyang?" Meng Yueyang looked at Xiaoming and asked, "Who are you?" "I have an important piece of information to pass to His Royal Highness Qi Wang. Please take me to him." He only saw that Xiaoming was an officer, but he didn't recognize Xiaoming. Yi King said, "You are in front of His Royal Highness King Qi. Meng Yueyang is known to everyone in Dengzhou that you belong to the Japanese pirates, and it is not quick to tell the truth. Otherwise don't blame the generals for being ruthless." Meng Yueyang suddenly raised his head with divine light in his eyes. He suddenly knelt down and shouted to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, Komin has secret information to tell your highness. Please make preparations for it." This Meng Yueyang can be said to be synonymous with traitors in Dengzhou. Xiaoming didn't have any good feelings for him, and asked with a little caution, "Tell me more." At this time, Meng Yueyang took out a scroll and handed it to Xiaoming, and said, "His Royal Highness, please take a look." Xiaoming hesitated and motioned to Zhao Long. Zhao Long took the scroll and checked that there was no problem and handed it to Xiaoming. Unfolding the scroll, Xiaoming frowned. A map was drawn on the scroll. The map showed parts of Dengzhou and Wu, with an arrow marking a route to Dengzhou. Moreover, the number of personnel, the number of ships, etc. are also written on it. "What is this?" Xiaoming asked. Meng Yueyang said, "Don't hide your highness, this is the plan of the Japanese invasion of Dengzhou. 10 years ago, the Koman pretended to be attached to the Japanese pirates in order to revenge his father. I just didn't expect that some days ago, Kaumanitz met a maritime merchant in the country of Dau who had lived in the country for a long time. He was being hunted down at that time. When he learned that I was also from the country of Dau, he gave me this plan." After a pause, he continued, "This maritime merchant is called Jiang Ling. He said that he has lived in the country for 10 years and has been working for the name of the country. Not long ago, he learned that the country was preparing a plan to attack the country. So he secretly collected information and never wanted to be discovered. So he ran away overnight and only then met me." 3 years? Xiaoming asked, looking at the content on the scroll. "Yes." Jiang Ling said the same. He said that the Japanese nation is building a fleet and is preparing to gather 200,000 people to attack and board in 3 years. The prefecture acquired the land of the country of Dau to quell the dissatisfaction of the domestic daimyo over the uneven distribution of land. Where is Jiang Ling? He was discovered by the Yamada family, so he chose to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. He said that although he lives in the country of Japan, he is still a member of the country of Dau, and he cannot watch the people of the country of Dau suffer the slaughter. Meng Yueyang lowered his head with expression sorrowful. Xiaoming came to this era and has changed since the Three Kingdoms period. He didn't know exactly what the current war is going to be, so he asked, "Is the current war is Toyotomi Hideyoshi or Tokugawa shogunate?" Meng Yueyang was stunned when he heard the words. He said, "His Royal Highness, there are indeed 2 names of Toyotomi and Tokugawa in the country of Japan, but the name of the country that is now in charge of the country is Yamada Nobunaga." At this moment, Xiaoming was a little messy, so that the Japanese kingdom and the Great Yu kingdom had already deviated from the track of history, and the butterfly effect seemed to have affected the world. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 286 Righteousness. The icy sea breeze blows on everyone with a salty and wet taste. Meng Yueyang's intelligence silenced everyone for a while. In the end, Yan broke the silence. "His Royal Highness, Meng Yueyang is treachery. He can't believe what he said. Maybe he just deliberately took out this rauky thing to deceive your highness just to survive. Yun, you are so confused. Do you know where I was hiding before I was discovered by Yamada Ichiro? That is your cellar, and it was your mother who learned the importance of this information that hid me. Meng Yueyang shouted. The two Dengzu soldiers nodded. Your Royal Highness, we found him in a cellar. Impossible, my mother won't save you, a wolf-hearted thing. Yan suddenly furious. Xiaoming was also dubious at this time. He said, Meng Yueyang, this king can't believe you now. Now he can only take you into custody. After confirming the news on this scroll, I will return you to freedom. Yi King, Meng Yueyang to King's prison and wait. This king disposes. Yes, your highness. Yi King bowed. Putting a Meng Yueyang's scroll away, Xiaoming looked at Yutai village, which was like on earth, and said, Yun, let's bury the people in the village first. If Meng Yueyang really belongs to the Japanese pirates, this king will leave him to you. Yun nodded at this moment, looking at the dead mother. Tears came out again. Xiaoming was in a heavy heart. He asked Yi King's Dengzu army to help Yun bury the villagers in Yutai village. But he went to the side to ponder. In the historical data of the Science and Technology database, the Wanli Korean War occurred between the Wu and the Ming dynasty. Although the current situation is different, it is also broadly similar. That is, there is an internal problem in the country, and there is an urgent need for expansion to ease domestic contradictions. Basically, every time there is a problem in the war country, the contradiction will be transferred to another country, and this other country is always the Central Plains dynasty. In this plan, the shipbuilding plan of the country is written in detail. This plan will take 3 years to implement. After 3 years, the country will have enough ships to transport 200,000 troops to Dengzu to seize the land of the country. As Meng Yueyang said, the country seems to have just completed its reunification, but the daimyo wants to obtain more land because they are not satisfied with the land distribution. This spearhead naturally points to the country of Dau, which is now basically torn apart. Regarding the northern barbarians, the war country is also very aware of its own burdens and is unwilling to provoke it, and the scroll also reveals that the war country has sent envoys to Goryeo and had contact with the barbarians in Goryeo. What he didn't know now was whether this offensive plan was the idea of the country itself, or a dirty deal between the barbarian and the country. But in any case, Xiaoming is now facing a problem, that is, after 3 years, he will have enough warships to wipe out the War Kingdom's fleet at sea, and even have the ability to attack the War Kingdom. Dominating history, island countries have a natural geographical advantage. They always prefer the navy and have the flexibility to attack other countries, while other mainland countries cannot attack island countries because of their weak navies. In modern history, only the Yuan dynasty tried to cross the sea to attack the Japanese country, but ultimately lost to the ocean. It is precisely because of this unique advantage that island countries have gradually become the dominant historical country in the era of great navigation. In modern times, the United States still relies on its unique geographical conditions to enjoy convenience. Therefore, in Xiaoming's view, the only way to crush the will of the island nation is to have the ability to attack its homeland. Otherwise, the island nation has always been standing behind the mainland countries and poking chrysanthemums. With this in mind, Xiaoming had to increase his investment in the navy while defending the barbarians in the north. These were two strategies. Perhaps after 3 years, he would even face 2 fronts. The corpses of the villagers in Yutai village were collected, and Yan kept the corpses of all the villagers buried by the sea for them. They were born as the sea, and they also have to face the sea when they die. The death of their relatives depressed the seafarers of Yutai village for a long time, but at this time they felt more hate. In order to calm down the mood of these seamen, he planned to let Yun rest for a month before going to sea. No need, Your Highness, we can start now. After burying his mother, Yun rejected Xiaoming's proposal after trimming for half a month. Can you really go out to sea now? Xiaoming was a little worried. What he was afraid of was that Yun rushed to the country with 3 gallon boats on impulse. Although the firepower of the 3 gallon ships is very fierce, They can easily be captured as long as the small ships adopt wolf pack tactics. His Royal Highness, Yan has a clear distinction. If you want revenge, you can't rely on the bravery of a few people. Only when your highness is strong can we have a chance to avenge. We will sail according to the plan to bring back potatoes, corn and other crops for his highness and collect intelligence," Yan said. Xiaoming felt relieved that Yan was able to think so that he could really put righteousness in front of his eyes. He said, "Okay. This king did not misunderstand you. Since you risked your life to sell private salt for the people in the village, this king knew that you were a righteous person, and this king promised you that things will not change." Yan nodded and said, "I will call the seafarers back, and prepare to go to sea." The cabin was a little gloomy, and Yan and others had been living on the ship during this period. After coming out of the cabin, Yan went ashore and began to greet the seamen to board the ship. This time Xiaoming would not follow them on a long voyage anymore. They needed to go the rest of the way. The seamen returned to the boat one by one. At this time, Yan faced Xiaoming, placed his right hand on his chest, and shouted, "My glory is loyalty. My glory is loyalty." The sailors shouted in unison. Xiaoming also placed his hands on his chest. At this moment, the sails fell, and the 3 gallant boats unplugged and set sail in the sea breeze. At this moment Xiaoming prayed in his heart, hoping that Yan and others could return safely. Watching the 3 gallant ships gradually disappear on the horizon, Xiaoming turned and left. In Dengzhou City, Yi King was already holding Meng Yueyang, waiting for Xiaoming to return to Kingzhou. One of the reasons he kept Meng Yueyang was to distinguish the truth from the news, and the other was to get the current information of the country of Japan, and to know the enemy and himself, so that he could win every battle. 3 days later, Xiaoming and his party returned to Kingzhou. At this time, the snow in Kingzhou had melted and the temperature had gradually risen. Yi King sent Meng Yueyang into the Kingzhou prison. With exhaustion, Xiaoming returned to the palace. At this time, a figure suddenly ran from the palace to the door, but it was a rich man. Qian Defu is a little excited today. Before Xiaoming asks, Qian Defu said, "His Royal Highness, the old slave has been waiting for you to come back these past 2 days, and the tungsten mine has fallen." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 287. Tungsten. Has the tungsten ore gone? Joy enveloped Xiaoming in an instant. It has been almost a year since the tungsten mine was found, and now it has finally settled. His Royal Highness, the old slave's mine search did find a tungsten mine. There is a good omen in this Chinese New Year. It seems that your fortune this year will be very prosperous. Qian Defu grinned. On this trip to Dengzhou, Xiaoming was initially a little bit angry. Now the good news immediately made him refreshed. He said, "When you get to the main hall, you will talk to me slowly." Qian Defu smiled, and followed Xiaoming to the main hall. The two sat down and Xiaoming asked eagerly, "Where is the specific location of this tungsten mine?" "His Royal Highness, it's 50 miles outside Lzhu City." Qian Defu said. Lzhu and Dengzhou are adjacent to each other, and they are also 2 states on the peninsula. They are only 200 miles apart. In the plan of the Japanese nation, 3 years later, the plan of the Japanese nation is to land in Dengzhou, then occupy Lzhu, and then occupy the Shandong Peninsula. In Xiaoming's Science and Technology Library map, it seems that only Lzhu has tungsten ore in Shandong. Therefore, it can be said that this tungsten ore is very important to him. Once lost, it will seriously affect the development of the next step of science and technology. Therefore, when tungsten ore was discovered in Lzhu, he couldn't lose the cave Dengzhou, Lzhu first line, not to mention these 2 coastal states are important outlets to the sea. Immediately organize the slaves to go to the tungsten mine to mine. If the manpower is not enough, mobilize manpower from other mines. This matter cannot be delayed. You should do it immediately," Xiaoming said solemnly. Now the tungsten ore has been found, and the cobalt has also been found. Using these 2 materials, he can produce tungsten steel and high-speed steel, which are the best tools for lathes. Although there is no way to sinter tungsten steel as hard as modern tungsten steel at the current level of Kingzhou, it is at least enough to surpass the steel produced in Kingzhou. Xiaoming's tone was urgent as expected. Qian Defu realized the importance of this issue. He nodded. His Royal Highness, the old slave is going to mobilize manpower now. Qian Defu hurriedly prepared tungsten mining. Xiaoming was not idle either. Now that the tungsten ore has been found, the next step is to sinter the tungsten steel tools, which is an equally difficult technique. Different from refining steel, the production of tungsten steel tools requires powder milling, wet milling, mixing, pulverization, drying, sieving, adding cobalt, then drying, sieving to make a mixture, granulating, pressing, and forming. Low-pressure sintering, forming, blank, cylindrical grinding and fine grinding procedures. First of all, this purification of tungsten is a big problem, because although Zhu has found tungsten ore, this tungsten ore is a poor ore. It must be enriched and screened into a concentrate to be effectively refined, otherwise a lot of energy is wasted but sufficient quantity cannot be purified. Tungsten powder. Secondly, another problem in this process is press molding. Because of the characteristics of tungsten ore, it is necessary to press tungsten ore powder into the shape of the tool and then sinter it in order to produce tools. Before that, tungsten steel molds must be forged. Before the chairs in the main hall were warm, Xiaoming got up and went to the equipment department. Chen Wenlong, call Zhang Liu. Upon arriving at the Department of Equipment, Xiaoming said directly to Chen Wenlong. Chen Qi is now in charge of the production of the military workshop, and now the head of the craftsmen of this equipment department has become Zhang Liu. This Zhang Liu is the most skilled craftsman outside of Chen Qi. It is for this reason that he was so nervous last time. After all, this Liu is one of the pillars of the equipment department. Zhang Liu, who smells like steel, came quickly. He was repairing the hydraulic forging hammer with the craftsman just now. During this time, the steel workshop had been producing parts for the pulley crossbow, and the workload was heavy. This hydraulic forging hammer often had problems. The craftsmen who can repair the water conservancy hammer are also a few craftsmen who have participated in the manufacture of the equipment department. His Royal Highness Zhang Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed. Seeing Zhang Liu arrived, Xiaoming said, "You immediately call in a few more excellent craftsmen from the equipment department. Now you are going to produce tools for lathes." Knife. Did you find the tungsten mine? Zhang Liu said excitedly after hearing this. Xiaoming nodded and said to him, "Yes, Qian Defu just told the king that this tungsten mine was discovered in Luzhu, and now you should start preparing molds in advance." Great. Zhang Liu's face was full of excitement. A year ago, various types of lathes were placed in the water conservancy lathe workshop in Kingzhou. However, because of the unqualified tools, these lathes were basically used to process wooden parts, but they were rarely used to produce steel parts. Because cutting a piece of steel will be scrapped, it comes and goes. The lathe workshop simply cannot produce any decent tools. Later, because of the need to build Galen ships, this lathe workshop was completely reduced to a woodworking factory. But they have been looking forward to the day when these lathes can be used. If steel can be processed like wooden parts, they believe that they will be able to make something even greater than Galen. Don't be happy, I will tell you about the production process of this tungsten steel tool. The 12 craftsmen who participated in the production of tungsten steel were all in place, and Xiaoming immediately began to teach them production techniques. Xiaoming drew and wrote on the blackboard, and Zhang Liu's people suddenly appeared in the mind of tungsten steel production, as if they were on the scene. This feeling didn't appear once or twice. Now they are used to it. In their opinion, this is what Xiaoming said is very vivid and lifelike. They would never think that these paintings are full of technology. His Royal Highness this time just produce cutters for milling machines, boring machines, and drilling machines? Yes, because these 3 types of lathes are basically able to produce our spare parts, so you can't chew too much. So you should first understand how these 3 types of lathes process steel. Xiaoming said. Zhang Liu and others nodded. The tools of these 3 types of lathes are different. Fortunately, the drilling tools are just a cylindrical drill, and the tools of milling and boring machines are very complicated. Can such a mold be accurately forged? Questions. After teaching the three of them this time, Xiaoming did not leave, and he picked up a pen in the department of equipment and drew the tool graphics, and at the same time marked the size of the tool. Since the announcement of the unification of weights and measures at the meeting, the equipment department and the military workshop have first used scientific measurement methods. The dimensions of millimeters, centimeters, and meters have replaced the previous points and inches, making production more refined. Now that we are about to produce tools, King Zhu's production must enter refined production, and the condition of refined production is precise dimensions. Therefore, before Zhang Liu made the mold, he had to take out accurate measuring tools. Thinking of this, Xiaoming asked Chen Wenlong to make a compass for him. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 288 Precision Production Rule. The term used to be two tools of rule and rule. Before ancient times, rule is naturally a compass. Rule is a tool used to draw straight lines. These two tools became the originator of ancient measurement. Precisely because of this, Xiaoming doesn't need to bother about how to produce tools such as compasses and rulers, because the country already has them. Now unified weights and measures are nothing more than improvement, not subversion. So let Chen Wenlong bring a compass and a ruler. He measured the size of millimeters, and used the compass to cross the ruler against the millimeter size in the Science and Technology Library. Each step of the compass is a millimeter. At this time, Xiaoming then clicked the next point. When a compass had traveled 1 meter, he stopped, and then continued to draw vertical lines on it, clarifying millimeters and centimeters, and marking them. In order to pursue your precision, he was busy for an hour before he drew the ruler perfectly. At this time, he looked at the ruler in the Science and Technology Library. Basically there was not much error, and he couldn't help it with micron-level errors. Moreover, the ruler he drew by King Zhu Industry is enough now. After all, the machinery produced at this stage cannot be error-free. After making this ruler, Xiaoming handed it to Chen Wenlong and asked him to produce it in accordance with the ruler's standards and apply the ruler to all workshops in King Zhu. His Royal Highness, is it really okay to change the weights and measures of Dayu State? Chen Wenlong is still used to the previous weights and measures, so when he saw the ruler, he was a little awkward. Xiaoming said, "This is not only a question of weights and measures, it is a problem of industry. If King Zhu's industrial products are produced with this precision size, it will not be so easy for outsiders to imitate King Zhu's products without using the same standard. When the lathe is put into use, King Zhu may produce more sophisticated industrial products in the future. There is no such fine size how to produce it. Then the lathe will also need to be sealed." Chen Wenlong seemed to understand, but he did not understand. It turns out that this is the reason, because the officials are stupid. Then Chen Wenlong continued to ask, "His Royal Highness values this tool now. Does it mean that your Highness wants a new masterpiece?" When Chen Wenlong mentioned this, Xiaoming's heart was upset. Now it is the 18th century. In modern times, the West has eliminated matchlock guns and replaced them with flintlock guns. Now Dayu State does not even have a flintlock shotgun. The pace of the next step is too great, basically equivalent to the steamship in the West in the late Qing dynasty, while the Qing dynasty still stayed in the era of sailing warships. Therefore, the reason why he is anxious about tools is that once the lathe has qualified tools, he starts to produce precision seamless steel pipes. Yes, he mastered the technology of rolling iron and forging steel pipes, which can also be used to produce muskets. But the production of artillery, steel workshops, glass workshops and other industries have already stretched the slaves. So at that time, he had to have a choice between producing artillery and guns. In the end, he chose artillery, because artillery was technically easier to produce, and the iron-molded gun technology was enough to allow artillery to be produced quickly. At that time, the muskets had to be forged one by the craftsmen. Even so, The ability at the time was only able to produce arquebuses. The Battle of Kangxi used hundreds of arquebuses to resist the 100,000 barbarian army. This arquebus was probably even on the wall. The effectiveness of bows and arrows is not as good, because according to data records, a well-trained matchlock shooter can fire 2 bullets every 3 minutes. This terrible speed is also the reason why Xiaoming did not intend to produce matchlock guns. Under the situation that the West may have completely eliminated matchlock guns, it is a foolish act to produce a backward gun. So his goal is to directly produce flintlocks, shorten the generation gap of weapons, and not waste time to produce obsolete weapons. However, this matchlock can also be used, because once the flintlock appears, it will inevitably cause the prying eyes of all forces in the Great Yu country. At that time, it is also possible to push the matchlock as a shield. Although Xiaoming now has this idea, the structure of the flintlock gun is more complicated. This barrel is only one of them, and there is a spring in it, and the excitation structure needs to be manufactured. These two things are not simple at all without a barrel. In view of this, Xiaoming didn't answer Chen Wenlong's question, but just made a ha-ha and passed. After all, Chen Wenlong is an official, not a technician like Chen Qi. It is useless to say more. Instructed to produce the tool and mold, Xiaoming went to the palace, and it was noon after all. When passing by the East Market, he suddenly heard a familiar melody coming. Hearing this sound, Xiaoming smiled knowingly. This Asta is very neat. This big ego version of the white-haired girl is staged in the folk. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, go and see with this king? Xiaoming asked with a smile. During the last spring festival, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were not in the palace, but returned home for the new year. They learned that the drama in the palace was very exciting, and the two looked forward to it. Moreover, the two had also heard the first word of the play, and at this moment they understood it. His Royal Highness, is this the white-haired girl? Zhao Long and Zhao Hu said with joy. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, when you went home for the new year, you didn't have a chance to see it. Now you can really watch it. Hearing this, the two nodded. After all, the three of them walked over to a stage in the East City. The reason why Xiaoming wanted to join in the fun was not to relive the drama, but to see the reaction of the people. He could expect this white-haired girl to spread to other vassal states through the people. Only this can achieve his purpose. People's girls have spent my father's money and can't buy them. When the three arrived, Xia on the stage was about to finish singing his lyrics, and many people gathered around the stage to watch. They keep their eyes on one by one. In such an era of lack of entertainment, there are too few entertainable projects. Today, with such ingenious dramas appearing, the people can't move their feet suddenly. What kind of drama is this? Why have I never seen it before? Yes, this singing is weird, but it sounds very nice. It is said that this is Chen Honest's troupe, who used to sing Lucy opera. How can I sing this now? Standing on the stage, the people's comments came to Xiaoming's ears. On the stage, Xia finished singing the opening song and began to enter the plot. At this time, the people's discussion stopped, but it was indulged in the dramatic performance. This kind of grounded drama made the people quickly substitute. Xiaoming never watched the play. At this time, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu also stared at the performance on stage. With the conditions of the surrounding people, he nodded slightly with satisfaction. It seems that this new type of drama is very promising to spread among the people. Open. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 289. After the snow in Kingzhou gradually melted, and a trace of warmth spread at noon. In the East City, the people watching the opera have surrounded the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, and there were cheers from time to time under the stage. When they saw hate out, the people gritted their teeth, wishing to rush to the stage to kill Huang Shiren. In this drama, they saw their own shadows. Once upon a time, they were also insulted by the rich and had to sell their children and daughters. Kill Huang Shiren, kill him. When the drama reached its climax, the people suddenly shouted, and the loud voice made Xiaoming's eardrums vibrate for a while. Like the common people, Zhao Long Zhao Hu's expression changes with the change of the plot, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and sometimes angry. When the drama ended and Huang Shiren was killed, huge cheers finally sounded in Dongxi. Too relieved, this Huang Shiren finally died. Hey, it's better for us to King Zhu. Otherwise, who would dare to perform such a drama, and only our highness can tolerate it. No, this Huang Shiren is powerful. Whoever dared to perform this in the downtown area before would still have to thank your highness. If your highness hadn't driven away the wealthy people from these 6 states, we would be Yang Bai Lao now. This sentence is right. This play is good and worthy of appreciation. After all, the common man took out 3 copper plates from his sleeves and threw them to the stage. The 3 copper plates were thrown away, and the copper coins suddenly fell on the stage like rain, which instantly stunned the 3 actors on the stage. How did they do business in King's before? How could there be so many people giving rewards? It's not bad to be able to earn 30 coins every year. But now, just for a moment, there was a copper coin spread on the ground, and in a while, there were thousands of copper coins. The people in the front left after paying the rewards. At this time, the people in the back stepped forward and threw the copper plates on the stage one after another. Many people shouted, "A good performance, much better than the previous drama. His Royal Highness, can I go and reward them?" Zhao Long said at this time. Xiao Ming was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. When he came back to his senses, Zhao Hu said tortuously, "You kid won't fall in love with someone else's little lady, but this little lady looks like a water spirit." Zhao Longmoren's face suddenly blushed, and he argued, "Don't talk nonsense, it will ruin people's reputation." Zhao Hu said with a grin, "What is the reputation of an actor?" Zhao Long glared at Zhao Hu fiercely, and Zhao Hu suddenly did not dare to speak. Xiao Ming watched the 2 brothers bickering interestingly. The little lady who played Xia was really good, and it is common in modern times to fall in love with the heroine because of her fascination with drama. This Zhao Long seems to be the star chaser of the Dayu Kingdom version, but unlike modern times, the status of the actor in Dayu Kingdom is very low, even inferior to the craftsman. Because of this, Zhao Hu would be rude. Watching Zhao Long put the copper coins on the stage, and even glanced at the little lady shyly, Xiao Ming and Zhao Hu laughed. But after smiling, Xiao Ming felt that he had to talk to this troupe, so he said, "Zhao Hu, let this troupe come to the palace to see this king." "Yes." Zhao Hu nodded. When Zhao Long returned, the 2 sent Xiao Ming to the palace. After that, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu left the palace and came to the east again. On the way, Zhao Long asked worriedly, "Why did your highness summon the troupe of Chen Loshi? Did this drama anger his highness? When did you become so stupid?" "This drama was created by his highness, so how can you anger his highness?" "It was created by his highness, that's why it angered his highness." "They must have not performed well enough," Zhao Long said. Zhao Hu sighed, pinched his waist and said, "Erlang, you really don't like that little lady, are you?" "What about this honest troupe? What does it matter to you?" "It is to execute the orders of your highness." Zhao Long was reprimanded by Zhao Hu, so he nodded. In the East City, the troupe is counting the money harvested this time. The woman playing Xia has already taken off her costume and put on a plain linen dress. She said to the thin middle-aged man who was lighting up the copper coins with joy, "Dad, how many are there in total?" The thin middle-aged man is Teacher Chen. He turned his face and narrowed his slender eyes into a line. "Your name is Xia. The girl in this play is also called Xia. It seems that God is destined to act this, Xia. We have made a fortune this time, 3,000 copper plates, which is 3 tals of silver." The others in the troupe were all excited and made 3 tals of silver in one day. "Wouldn't it be worth hundreds of tals in 1 month? The theater troupe used to eat and sleep, but now it is a big turn. Thanks to the little lady Asta. If it weren't for her teaching me, our theatrical troupe shouldn't be like that. Dad, why don't I buy something to send to the little lady Asta in the evening to show my feelings?" "Well, that's right. We need to know what the good news is." At this time, the middle-aged man who played Huang Shiren said, "Little Lady Asta is a member of the prince's palace. How can you be short of things? Let's not try to make a joke. The money is still divided by ourselves, and they're not bad." "Wu-san, what you said is wrong. It's up to the little lady of the Asta, whether to send it or not is our own business. How can we be a human being without knowing shame? I'm almost starving to death, and what shame is there? Let's divide the money quickly," Wu San said with his triangular eyes open. While the three of them were talking, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu walked behind the stage. Zhao Hu said, "Chen Honest, please, His Royal Highness Qi." His Royal Highness. Chen honestly wondered, "You are?" Zhao Long said, "We are the close guards of His Royal Highness King Qi. Please come with us." When he was speaking, Zhao Long looked at Chen Xia, his eyes flickering. He was surprised by Chen Xia's performance just now. At this time, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional ups and downs, as if he was the person in front of him. Chen Loshi turned pale with fright. Trembling, grabbed a handful of copper coins and brought them over to officials. "Why did your highness summon us?" Zhao Hu said, "When you go to the palace, you will know that you still need to withdraw the money." "We don't want to go to the palace of Qi, father. Just listen to the words of the two officials." Chen Xia said generously, "Sister Zixuan is here, so it shouldn't make things difficult for us." Chen Loshi's face was still a little pale, so he nodded, and Wu San was even more frightened. "Please." At this time, Zhao Hu made a gesture of invitation and walked to the palace. Chen Loshi and others hurriedly packed up and followed. When he arrived at the Qi palace, Zhao Hu led the group to the main hall, and Chen Loshi was shocked when he saw the man sitting in the middle of the main hall. He seemed to have seen this face in the crowd just now when he was performing. At this time, I couldn't help but worry even more. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 290. This king tells you a story. Are you honest, Chen? Sitting in the main hall, Xiaoming's voice came from afar, and Zixuan stood beside Xiaoming, looking at Chen Xia with a smile. "Komen is exactly," Chen honestly said nervously. In his mind, these actors and actresses are like ants in the eyes of these powerful people. In the past, when the Wang family and the Qin family were there, they were often called to sing songs. It is precisely because of this that the troop members are very courageous and act cautiously. "You don't need to be nervous. Your Royal Highness asked you to come here only for drama, not to punish you." Asta's soft voice sounded. This made everyone in the theater sigh of relief. Xiaoming invited Chen Loshi and others this time not to talk, but for the Renaissance, so he needed a folk theater troupe to help him. The last performance in the palace was played by singers in the palace. They are not suitable for showing up in the streets and alleys. After all, this involves the majesty of the palace. Although he has modern thoughts, he can't regard this prince as too alternative. Asta is right. This king is not going to punish you, so you don't have to be so cautious. When you come here this time, this king wants you to do things for the king. But you can't say that you are the king's people to the outside world. Do something for your Royal Highness. Chen Loshi jumped up almost in shock. He was trembling and didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Chen Xia said, "His Royal Highness, you love the people like a son, and the people of the fief are treated equally. We all admire His Royal Highness. If your Highness gives any instructions, our theatrical troupe will definitely follow." "You're a witty girl." Xiaoming smiled. No wonder Asta found Chen Xia. It turned out that the two had some similarities. Chen Xia smiled and said, "The girl is just telling the truth. Your Highness will give you a lesson." Shaking his head, Xiaoming said bluntly, "Chen Honest, you have such a daughter, but you are blessed and brave enough." Xiaoming praised Chen Xia, and Chen honestly couldn't help laughing. At this time, Xiaoming continued, "If this is the case, this king will not trap. This king is going to build a special theater in King's, and this theater will be handed over to you. But if this king asks you to act, you have to act." "A theater? What is a theater?" Chen Xia asked. "The theater is similar to the theater in the East City, but this stage is in the house. But in the future you will only perform complex theater performances. The government will allocate silver to all of you to pay monthly salaries. The revenue and expenditure of the theater are managed by the government." Xiaoming explained to Chen Xia. "Give us salaries?" Chen Xia was dumbfounded, and was also in shock at this time. And Asta also showed a very puzzled look. Xiaoming was really kind to such an actor. "His Royal Highness, Minf wants to know why?" Chen Xia calmly asked. "It's not that the king didn't say it, but that you don't understand it now. You will naturally understand in the future. Now you only need to say whether you agree or disagree. If you don't agree with this king, it won't make things difficult for you." Xiaoming said. Chen Loshi still didn't understand. Chen Xia immediately said, "We agree. We believe that His Highness will not treat us badly." "Do you count?" Xiaoming now looked at Chen Honest, who was still stunned. Chen Xia said, "My father will listen to me." Xiaoming frowned. Sometimes he found it too difficult to communicate with people of this era. He said, "Well, let's go back to discuss it and tell this king tomorrow." Having said that, Xiaoming waved his hand and let Chen Xia and others leave. When everyone was gone, Ziyu said, "Why does your highness value this troupe so much?" "It's not that this king values them, but the King's Zoo Folk Theatre troupe is only one of them. It's not something that anyone can do to show their faces, so this is more rare." His Royal Highness said that, especially this woman, it's rare to show up like Chen Xia. Zixia nodded. "So, this king is too lazy to look for it anymore." And this king also watched Chen Xia's drama when he was in Dongxi, which was really good. "That's good for slaves," Asta said suddenly and playfully. Xiaoming grabbed Asta's hand and rubbed it in his palm, and snorted, arrogant, "Yes, since you taught Chen Xia, then you can teach it to the end. Let Luluo take care of this textile workshop. You are responsible regarding the theater. This king still has a lot of plays." "Really? Does your highness have a more exciting story than this?" Asta asked expectantly. Xiaoming laughed. He had a lot of scientific and technological knowledge in his mind and a lot of drama stories. For him, the beginning of the Renaissance should start with drama, through which the thoughts he wants to express can be conveyed through the form of drama, which is a subtle change in thinking. Therefore, even modern countries still attach great importance to literature and art, because an excellent drama can influence the thinking of a generation, and this is the terrible thing about literature and art. When this drama is completed, he will pass on a new wave of thought through drama through the troupe. Of course, he will not be limited to one way of acting. Songs and storytelling will all become drama projects. Looking at the charming appearance of the Asta, Xiaoming said, "It's better to tell you a Liang Shanbo and Zi Yingtai." "Liang Shanbo and Zi Yingtai, are these two names?" Xiaoming said solemnly. "Yes, this story mainly talks about a private meeting between a woman and another man." "Private meeting? Is this not observing the 3 obediences and 4 virtues?" "There is such a shameless woman in the world." "Your Highness, Asta, guess this woman must have been immersed in a pig cage." Asta's eyes were innocent. Xiaoming opened his mouth in embarrassment. "Is almost the same." "Oh, how can you not obey women's way as a woman, Your Highness? There are many things like this in the country of Dau, and servants in the palace often hear that folk women are immersed in pig cages because of private men." "Then do you think they should be immersed in a pig cage?" Xiaoming asked tentatively. "Of course it should be. Private meeting men is a major event that corrupts the family tradition." Xiaoming swallowed and spit. His original intention was to tease Asta, but he did not expect to involve the deep-rooted feudal ethical thinking of Asta. "It seems that there will be great resistance to this renaissance. He can't take too much steps at once, otherwise I am afraid." "Backfired." With a helpless sigh, Xiaoming said, "Then let's not tell this story." "Then what story is Your Highness going to?" Asta looked forward to it. "Why don't this king tell you Jinping?" To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 291 Glass Scam. Jinping finally ended with Asta running out of the main hall blushing. Naturally, Xiaoming didn't talk about Jinping because of feudal ethics. He just took the opportunity to talk about meat and vegetables, and took advantage of the Asta. In fact, Xiaoming was not in a hurry to change things like feudal etiquette. The only thing that was deeply rooted could only boil frogs in warm water and take it slowly. And the Renaissance in his eyes is not just a simple theater, deliberately unable to bring the results he expected. His sudden interest in building theaters is also to increase King Zoo's entertainment projects and increase the income of the government, which is also part of the urban construction. Of course, he can't speak arrogantly for this purpose, because arty people will inevitably poke his backbone and despise him. In his opinion, Drama can help him spread some ideas among the people, but the foundation of the Renaissance is still in the Bowen Academy and education. As long as the students of the Bowen Academy accept his knowledge, the Renaissance is half completed, because the Western Renaissance is only reflected in advanced talents, from top to bottom. Therefore, for Xiaoming, drama is just a small card in his governance of the fief. The three most important issues now are commercial construction, universal education and army construction. After leaving all the troops' affairs to Zixuan, Xiaoming focused on another weapon of war after the artillery, the flintlock. In his knowledge, the first tube-shaped metal firearm appeared in Europe in the modern 1430s. At this time, the musket was called the musket, which was later the matchlock musket. The history of Europe continued into the 16th century. At this time, it was also the 16th century. The matchlock guns of this period were introduced into the Japanese country by the Portuguese in 22 years of Ming-Jiajing. Therefore, there has always been controversy regarding the origin of the bird guns in the Ming dynasty. One is the theory of the creation of bird guns, the theory of the introduction from the Japanese kingdom, and the theory of direct introduction from the West. But anyway, since the 16th century, the world has basically entered the age of firearms, and in the middle of the 17th century, flintlocks have become the mainstream. As for the question of why Dayu State had not been exposed to muskets, Xiaoming had always wondered. According to the normal trajectory, Dayu State should at least be exposed to muskets and artillery. But the fact is that this concept doesn't seem to exist in Great Chongqing. The only reason he can find is that Great Chongqing does not pay much attention to the ocean, and the coastal waters of Great Chongqing have now become a place where Japanese pirates are rampant, which further prevents Great Chongqing's external communication. In addition, Qing'an is inland. If foreigners come into contact with it, it is also the first contact with the kings of Huanshu. Thinking of this, Xiaoming frowned. In any case, he can't wait anymore. After the normalization of artillery production, the production of this flintlock must be put on the schedule, and there is not much time left for him. One is to cope with the possible invasion of the Japanese kingdom 3 years later, and the other, he plans to expel the barbarians in Yaozi before the invasion of the Japanese kingdom, and drive the barbarians out of Shanhai Aiguan, so that he can avoid the enemy at that time, but also allows the musketeers to have actual combat experience. As I was thinking, suddenly Asta, who ran out shyly just now, came back again. Your Highness, Liang Dahai is back. He's back? Let him in quickly, Xiaoming said excitedly. When the winter entered last year, he sent Liang Dahai to the grassland to buy slaves. Now he doesn't know how he has gained. After a while, Liang Dahai, who was wearing a purple round neck gown, walked in. Your Highness, the official is back. How was the harvest from going to the grassland this time? Xiaoming asked with a smile. Liang Dahai said, as expected by His Highness, many cattle and sheep have frozen to death on the grasslands this year. In order not to starve this year, many tribes have secretly traded slaves with us. 12,000 elite slaves were bought on the grassland, and please review them. No, it's not bad. Now this king is short of manpower. Xiaoming groaned. You immediately hand over these slaves to Qian Defu. Then he continued, Liang Dahai, you also know that King Zhu's population statistics have come out. This king is really short of labor. This business of buying slaves on the grassland cannot be stopped. In addition, you have to open up another way to buy slaves, such as going to the state buys slaves from pirates. Buy slaves from pirates. Liang Dahai's eyes rolled, and he smiled. His Royal Highness, this is also a way, but these pirates need real money to deal with. They are not like the barbarians, they only have to give Chen Liang now. Can it be sent? Now King Zi is using money everywhere, but this king has no money for you, Xiaoming said with a smile. Liang Dahai showed a miserable expression. His Royal Highness, aren't you making it difficult to dismiss an official? I used to have experience in dealing with pirates, and these desperados are not so easy to deceive. Don't worry, it's not that the king won't give you anything. So it's too early today, you go back first. Tomorrow the king will give you the things to buy slaves. Liang Dahai hesitated, but nodded. The next day, Xiaoming directly informed Liang Dahai to go to the glass workshop. At the workshop, Xiaoming pointed to a large wooden box and said to Liang Dahai, "Hey, this is the capital that this king gave you to buy slaves." Looking at the big wooden box on the ground, Liang Dahai walked over. When he opened the wooden box, his whole person was stupid. "His Royal Highness, this is too precious." At this time, the wooden box was full of glass balls. This kind of glass ball is the simplest kind of glass ball with green color. Xiaoming Cabin Marble used this kind of glass ball when he was a child. Grabbing a handful of glass balls, the glass rubbed in his hands and made a pleasant sound. Xiaoming smiled and said, "It is because of its preciousness that I let you exchange it for a slave. It's okay to use this." The value of glass is naturally clear to Xiaoming mastered glass craftsmanship. This box of glass beads is not worth 100 tals of silver. But now glass is a real luxury in Dao. He believes that the Japanese pirates wandering overseas have not even seen this kind of glass ball, and those pirates who hold this kind of glass ball are bound to be treasures. No problem. Liang Dahai had already stammered. This box of glass beads was simply a huge amount of wealth. Xiaoming continued, "Be more flexible in your head. Not only can this glass bead be traded for slaves, but you can trade with these pirates for gold, silver and the like." Liang Dahai had dealt with pirates before when he was selling slaves. Knowing that these glass would surely drive the pirates crazy, he took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured." "Replace with something equivalent." Xiaoming nodded slightly. Once the West exchanged a few glass for a large piece of land by the Indians, he could not lag behind. He had to take advantage of his advantage and immediately used it. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 292 Craftsmen gather in Lzu. Qian Defu looked at the busy slaves and drank. He shouted all morning. His voice was hoarse, and he had been directing slaves to build various buildings in the mining area. In order to quickly send the tungsten ore powder, some slaves have been digging tungsten ore, and some slaves are screening the tungsten ore powder mixed with soil. "Second uncle, Your Highness is here." At this moment a young man ran over and said to Qian Defu, "His Royal Highness?" Qian Defu almost jumped up from his chair, and he said to the young man, "Qian is expensive. Please don't talk nonsense when Your Highness is down. Let me tell Your Highness about letting you go to Bowen Academy." "Second uncle, I listen to you." Qian Gui couldn't help but nodded, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Some cavalry wearing armor appeared in the mining area at this time. These cavalry looked very brave, not to mention that they were also guards guarding Xiaoming. Qian Defu saw him and immediately stepped forward. He had already seen Xiaoming surrounded by cavalry. "His Royal Highness, how did you come here personally, this so far away?" Qian Defu greeted him with a smile all the way. When Xiaoming saw Qian Defu, he smiled and said, "Come and take a look. By the way, I will send you the slaves Liang Dahai brought from the grassland. 5,000 people, enough." Qian Defu looked at the slaves guarded by the cavalry, and smiled. "Yeah. This Liang Daffa has finally grown his mind. All the slaves he bought at this time are all fine and strong. Enough, enough. These 5,000 people. It's worth 10,000 people before. If you don't have any more brains, this king will let him go home and farm." Xiaoming said as he got off the horse. He looked over Qian Defu at the slaves who are digging at the bottom of the mine. Since ancient times, this mining has been an extremely difficult task. Without modern machinery, it can only rely on slaves, chiseling, and digging, and a metal mining area often stretches for several miles. Now these slaves only dug about 5 meters of the surface layer. The content of tungsten ore powder in this layer area is very thin. "His Royal Highness, this mine is wolframite." Qian Defu took a black stone to Xiaoming. The ore looked a bit like coal. If it weren't for the ore to show some transparent crystals, he would definitely suspect that it was a coal mine. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. The sealite mines are widely distributed, but they are generally lean, while wolframite is less distributed, but generally rich. Moreover, Wolframite is associated with tungsten and manganese. Tungsten ore is equivalent to finding manganese, while sealite is a calcareous ore. After padding with tungsten ore, Xiaoming felt joy in his heart. The reason why he asked Qian Fu to look for wolframite specifically was because he needed tungsten and manganese as well. After watching the slaves digging for ore, Xiaoming went to the place where the tungsten ore powder was screened again, and was very satisfied with Qian Fu's work efficiency. This has already achieved results within a few days. However, this was also paid at the price of the slaves' meals and sleepers, because the entire mining area now has no complete house, only a few tents. You have slept in a tent these days? Xiaoming was touched. Qian Fu can really be elected as a model worker in modern times. There is no way. The cement and bricks in Kingzhou are still a few days away. I can only pay attention to it. Fortunately, it's not cold anymore. For nothing, the slaves came here with quilts, and a large group of people lived together. Not cold. Hey, I've worked hard for you. I'm tired for a while. After a while, this king will let the mansion come to reward you. Xiaoming smiled. Qian Fu laughed honestly. At this moment, he suddenly heard his nephew beside him. Seeing Qian Gui pulling out, he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, his name is Qian Gui. He is the nephew of the old slave." "Money expensive?" "That's your nephew who was put into the government as a slave?" "Yes. The Empress is kind." Not long ago, she pleaded with the Emperor and pardoned his sin. He returned from Qing'an and went to the old slave. His Royal Highness also knew that the old slave's reincarnated family was the only one left, and the old slave is this. It looks like the monies in sense can only count on him, so he wants to treat him like his own son. At this time, Qian Gui also bowed to Xiaoming and said, "Qian Gui has seen His Highness." Speaking of it, Qian Fu was actually equivalent to the Huang clan in the palace, unable to have children for a lifetime. Xiaoming naturally knew the importance of this only remaining nephew to him. Qian Fu seldom asked him in the past, but now he is eager to say it. He took a look at Qian Gui, which was somewhat similar to Qian Fu. Zenf deliberately pleaded with Xiao Wenxian, which seemed to be a reward for Qian Fu over the years. So he said, "It seems to be loyal to you. His Royal Highness, our Qian family's family style is like this." "This is not wrong." Qian Fu laughed. "His Royal Highness, can you see if Qian Gui can replace the old slave to learn something at Bowen College, so that the old slave can concentrate on the mining area, and he can take the place of the old slave out to search for mines, otherwise the old slave will really be too much." "Well, what you said makes sense." Xiaoming glanced at Qian Gui again, and he said, "If this is the case, let him study at Bowen Academy for a while." "His Royal Highness." Qian Fu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Speaking of it, even if it is not for the sake of making money, he has to train several mineral exploration talents. After all, the talents of Kingzhou today can be counted with the fingers of their fingers. There is an urgent need for a group of young talents to support future industrial development. After inspecting the mining area, Xiaoming returned to Kingzhou with the 3 tons of tungsten ore that the slaves had mined. With the tungsten ore powder, he went directly to the equipment department. "His Royal Highness, how should this spring be produced?" Song Qingping sniffed. He has had a cold recently. The research of the flintlock gun is on the agenda. He naturally wants to assemble the strongest research team in Kingzhou, and all the talents of the former equipment departmentary group. You reading www.yuukanzu.com. However, Xiaoming didn't let them study the flintlock guns together, but assigned them their own tasks. Zhang Liu and others were responsible for the production of tungsten steel knives and barrels. Song Qingping is responsible for the production of flintlock bullets and the most complicated part of the bolt. According to Xiaoming's plan, Chen Qi will be responsible for artillery matters in the future, while Song Qingping is responsible for the research and production of firearms. Although the barrel has not yet arrived, the production of small steel and the research on the gun mechanism can already be carried out. These steps can be completely synchronized. After all, Xiaoming did not start from scratch. but had the production materials for various types of firearms. How to extract tungsten from this tungsten ore powder? Zhang Liu added, these two problems are technical difficulties. The spring needs to solve the elasticity problem of steel. As for the purification of tungsten at the current level, Xiaoming cannot guarantee the purification rate. But even 20% purification is enough. One by one, Zhang Liu, you go to deal with the mold first. Song Chengping, you stay. This king will tell you about the structure of the mold. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 293 The birth of tungsten in the equipment department. Song Chengping took his artillery production team to a seat. After Song Chengping became independent, Song Chengping only brought the artillery production team that followed him. Standing in front of the blackboard of the equipment department, Xiaoming drew the structure diagram of the flintlock. Whether it is a matchlock or a flintlock, the two types of firearms are muskets, and the only difference lies in the way the gunpowder is activated. The matchlock gun is very simple, basically the same as the principle of artillery. As long as the barrel is obtained, this technique is not a problem for Song Chengping. It's just that for Xiaoming, it's no longer necessary to reproduce matchlocks, and matchlocks can't be effective against cavalry in the wild. The shot volume of 2 rounds in 3 minutes is just like the three-eyed blunderbuss of Guanning Iron Cavalry in the late Ming Dynasty, but with 2 bullets. The rest is hand-to-hand combat, and once the matchlock of the matchlock is extinguished, it needs to be reignited. At this time, there is no difference between the matchlock and the fire stick. The flintlock gun avoids the situation that the matchlock is extinguished when the matchlock gun is firing, and has higher stability. This is why the flintlock gun quickly eliminated the matchlock gun. In general, the outer side of the flintlock gun machine is divided into 4 parts: the striker, the mainspring, the clasp spring, and the powder pool. The striker is used to fix the flint, the mainspring provides power for the striker, and the clasp spring is the iron flakes hit by the flint. The gunpowder pool is used to preload a small amount of gunpowder to ignite the gunpowder in the barrel. There are also triggers, movement, iron and iron springs, clasp springs, and mainsprings inside the gun. The trigger is used to fire, and the movement maintains and releases the power of the mainspring and transmits the power to the striker. The anti-iron is when someone pulls the trigger, engages the movement, and then releases it. The buckle spring is fixedly connected to the cover of the buckle spring on the gunpowder pool, so that the flintlock can withstand wind and rain. In general, this principle is when the trigger is pulled to gather a strong force on the mainspring, the stopper will engage with the movement. After the trigger is pulled, it will push the stopper forward until it can release the movement, and make the striker push the flint towards the movement. Front impact. On the blackboard, Xiaoming pointed to the structure of the flintlock to explain little by little. Song Chengping and the craftsman carefully remembered, and engraved all the structure of the flintlock in their minds. At the same time, they noted the dimensions of the various structures of the flintlock on the blackboard. In Song Chengping's view, the forging of the small parts of the shot was a very troublesome thing, whether it was a striker, a spring, a movement or a trigger. In general, the entire structure of the flintlock gun was explained. At this time, Xiaoming said, "Now you can raise the difficulty. His Royal Highness, it's still the spring issue. How to make the steel elastic?" Song Chengping asked the most important question. In his opinion, if there is no way to make a spring, this flintlock will not be produced. At this time, Xiaoming laughed, and he said, "It was not possible. But now it is possible." "Oh, why?" Song Chengping asked strangely. "Do you know why this king is looking for tungsten ore, but he hasn't started producing flintlocks for a long time?" Xiaoming asked. Song Chengping shook his head. Xiaoming said, "At this time, the barrel is only one of the problems. The barrel can be made by hand, but at that time you could only produce matchlock guns, not flintlock guns. Because there was no spring steel at that time, because spring steel needed only carbon and manganese can be produced. Even if there was a barrel at that time, it was of little use. Instead, a lot of manpower and material resources would be wasted." After a pause, Xiaoming said, So now you know why this king has always been paranoid about tungsten ore, not only for the knives, but also for spring steel. Song Qingping nodded slowly. As craftsmen, they naturally know that barrels can be made by using rolled iron. However, handmade barrels also have drawbacks, that is, barrels made by different craftsmen have errors and it takes time. The structure of the flintlock was all clearly stated, and Xiaoming asked Song Qingping to assign tasks to his team. Now that there is a lathe, the next step is to carry out assembly line production, and the precision scales are available. Standards are established to allow craftsmen to divide the labor to manufacture different parts and finally assemble, so that the production speed of flintlocks can be increased. After all, he couldn't compare with Western countries or even the Japanese countries with the old methods, because his fief only had 600,000 households, and all his labor came from limited slaves. In addition to increasing the degree of mechanization, otherwise they can't compete with their enemies at all. His Royal Highness, I will be responsible for this spring steel. Song Qingping took the initiative to provoke the most difficult part. Xiaoming showed a look of praise, and he said, "In that case, let's go to Jiangliu. Let the personnel of the flintlock research team take charge of their own accessories," and Xiaoming and Song Qingping found Jiangliu. Nowadays, molds for boring machine tools, milling machine tools and drilling machine tools are all prepared, just waiting to extract tungsten ore. Prepare some charcoal, calcine the tungsten ore powder and charcoal together, and use the iron-making temperature to calcinate. In the backyard of the equipment department, Xiaoming found Jiang Liu who was discussing the problem together. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Jiang Liu led the craftsmen to act immediately, and they could have been waiting to extract tungsten. Based on current scientific and technological conditions, Xiaoming can only use carbon reduction to extract tungsten. In historical data, the Spanish Dupuria discovered wolframite in 1783. In the same year, he used carbon to reduce tungsten trioxide to obtain tungsten for the first time, powder and name the element. Therefore, it is feasible for Xiaoming to adopt the carbon reduction method. Although the purity of tungsten extracted by this method is not high, it is more than enough in this era. It may even make his King's lathe technology go hand in hand with the West or even surpass it. Pour the mixture of tungsten ore powder and charcoal into a blast furnace heated by a regenerator. Jiang Liu, Xiaoming and others waited. After an hour, while waiting for the blast furnace to cool down, Jiang Liu took out the mixed powder through the reserved opening. At this time, some silver-white particles appeared in the black powder. Although these particles are few, it has proved that the charcoal reduction method successfully extracted tungsten. His Royal Highness, are these silver-white particles tungsten? Jiang Liu asked. When mixing materials, he had never seen such silver-white particles. The only answer was that this kind of thing was tungsten. Xiaoming nodded, with joy in his eyes. This is another technological breakthrough in King's. He said, "Yes, this is tungsten. Now we can produce tungsten steel." With a thick smile on the faces of the craftsmen Jiang Liu and others, he immediately said, "Go and take a sieve to sift out the tungsten, then take some charcoal and continue to extract the tungsten." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 294 Uniform. His Royal Highness, what is the happy event of these two sunrises? Why are you so happy? Lying on the rocking chair and enjoying Luluo's massage, Xiaoming suddenly chuckled with Luluo's words. After successfully extracting tungsten, can he be upset about this happy event? Now Jiang Luzing of the equipment department is working day and night to refine tungsten. After all, because the method is relatively backward, the accumulation of tungsten will take some time, at least to be able to produce a batch of qualified knives. Song Qingping was with Jiang Liu. Instead of cooperating with Jiang Liu, he obtained tungsten by carbon reduction and also obtained some manganese powder. Song Qingping used this manganese to produce manganese carbon alloy, which is spring steel. However, this theory is a theory, and Song Qingping has to perform the specific synthesis experiment. After all, Strictly controlling the content of the two elements is not an easy problem. Now that the preliminary preparations for the flintlock are in the experimental stage, he is naturally happy. Naturally, people are refreshed in happy events. Xiaoming squinted his eyes and looked at the blue sky. What he loves most is this fog-free day. Luluo pursed her lips and laughed, as if Xiaoming was happy, she would be happy. His Royal Highness, Luluo also has a happy event. Oh, let's talk about it. There is a capable person in our textile workshop. This woman is proficient in all kinds of weaving and sewing, but she is much better than me. If this continues, the supervisor of my textile workshop can't go on. Luluo sighed. Xiaoming joked, if that's the case, let her go. How can it? Your Highness, isn't this chilling? Luluo is not a person who is jealous of virtuous people, Luluo said with a narrowed mouth. Naturally, Xiaoming was talking nonsense. He just wanted to see the attitude of this girl. Like Esther, both girls were very sensible. He held Luluo's little hand and rubbed it, and said solemnly, isn't this king that you feel sorry for you? His Royal Highness. Luluo blushed and coquettishly shouted. This soft voice made Xiaoming's bones crumble. If it weren't for the imminent marriage, he would rectify this the spot. After frolicking for a while, Xiaoming suddenly remembered about Meng Yueyang. He has not told Luluo about it now, and he is not going to tell her now. To this Meng Yueyang, just as Yun said, he couldn't believe it 100%, and now let him eat and drink in prison for a while. Therefore, he missed this topic, but asked, Luluo, how is this preparation for the King's army's uniforms, and the shoes for the King's army? We have produced 3,000 sets of military uniforms in the past 3 months, but this shoe is a bit slower, because it is more troublesome to sew a layered bottom, Luluo said seriously. After Xiaoming handed over the textile workshop to her, she has been very serious and responsible, and even more obedient to Xiaoming's task. 3,000 sets, that's not bad. Well, wrap it up for this king today, and this king will be sent to the King's army, Xiaoming said. Now the King's army has no extra uniforms except for the plate armor, which he promised to prepare for the King's army years ago. Moreover, the research of flintlock guns has been on the right track, and King Zu's military uniforms will naturally adapt to the changes of the times. Although the flexibility of the plate armor is very high, it is still not as flexible as wearing a commoner. And this slight flexibility will affect the filling of the flintlock gunpowder. According to his plan, once the flintlock is installed, the King's army's plate armor will be eliminated to soldiers from other states. After all, apart from King Zu and Deng Zu, only the generals in the other 4 states have plate armor. When returning from Deng Zu last time, the governor of Deng Zu, Yi Qin'an, was responsible for escorting a Meng Yueyang. In King Zu, I saw that the plate armor of the ordinary soldiers of the King's army was so good, and the jealous eyes were red, and he complained for a while. After enjoying a leisurely morning, Xiaoming followed Luluo to the textile workshop. He saw the uniform of the King's army in the textile workshop. According to Xiaoming's design, the left arm of the King's army uniform was embroidered with the 3 words King's army. At the same time, there were 2 crossed swords underneath and golden wheat ears underneath. Since the army is to be regularized, the badge of the army is naturally also needed. The meaning of this badge is that the army comes from the people, and the army is responsible for protecting the people. His Royal Highness, this is the Melaleuca bottom we took. Luluo gave him something similar to old Beijing cloth shoes. Xiaoming picked it up and took a look, and a very cordial feeling rushed over his face. He also wore this kind of mullah sole cloth shoes when he was a child. This kind of shoe sole is not rubber or plastic, but thick cloth sewn layer after layer, sewing the fabric 2 centimeters high. This becomes a sole. It's just that many people can't wear such soles in King Zu. The soldiers of the King's army are all people from the bottom. In this era, the rich can only wear mullet bottoms, and the poor can only wear straw sandals. Yes, the craftsmanship is exquisite. How many pairs are there in total? Xiaoming asked, and it can be seen that since the salary increase, the female workers in the textile workshop have worked more delicately and harder. 1,200 pairs, Luluo said. At the same time, the textile workshop has installed military uniforms and shoes on the carriage. After checking the correctness of his clothes and shoes, Xiaoming took his military uniform to King Zuding. Among the 6 states, the King's army is the most sophisticated army and the best equipped army. In the Battle of Kangzhou, the King's army also proved its combat effectiveness. Of course, such a main force must be taken care of. Of course, it was not that Xiaoming looked down on the troops of other states, but now that his financial resources were limited, he could only hold the King's army first. His Royal Highness, what are these? Xiaoming brought dozens of carriages to King Zuding, and Luf immediately came up like a thief. He knew that Xiaoming must have come with good things. Looking at Luf's shoes with only a few layers of cloth left on the soles of his feet, Xiaoming took out a pair of brand new shoes from the carriage and threw them over. For you. Luf caught it and saw that it was a pair of brand new shoes. He immediately smiled with joy. He shouted, "Come on all, Your Highness has given us military uniforms." The soldiers trained on the school grounds with this ticket were all soldiers under Luf's hands, a total of 3,000 people, and they all surrounded them immediately, with excitement in their eyes. Military uniform. This is something the soldiers have been waiting for a long time. Xiaoming was about to say to hand over the military uniform to Nu Ben, but he never thought that Luf suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get it quickly, get it quickly. When the other captains come over, this uniform will be given to them." Good month. Lieutenant Lu, you are too unreliable. Don't want to take advantage of any good things. We also have our share of this uniform. At some point, the other lieutenants ran over with soldiers. After learning that it was a uniform, they were immediately dissatisfied. Tao. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 295 Military uniform is also combat effectiveness. King Zuding. The carriage for transporting military uniforms was enclosed 3 stories inside and 3 outside. The soldiers who heard the news ran over under the leadership of the school lieutenant, with anticipation in their eyes. That is, how can this military uniform give Yuluf the advantage? Our artillery battalion also needs it. Liu Xin shouted and squeezed in front of Xiaoming. Then he continued, who doesn't know the importance of the artillery battalion now? This uniform should be given to the artillery battalion first. Your artillery battalion will only hide in the city wall and shoot. My soldiers are fighting with the barbarians under the city wall. Why? Luf sipped. Why? Luf's soldiers roared. What does it mean that we hide in the city wall and fire artillery? Without the support of our artillery, can you guys be so relaxed? Liu Xin said with his mouth curled, and he shouted at his soldiers. You say yes. Yes. Liu Xin's soldiers also roared. Riding on the horse, Xiaoming smiled and saw the 2 of them blushing over their military uniforms. At this moment, the soldiers suddenly gave up away. It turned out that it was the cow running over. Luffy and Liu Xin took a look, and they immediately calmed down, standing on each side. Staring at Luffy and Liu Xin, Nu Ben glanced at the uniforms on the carriage, expecting in his heart, and said, His Royal Highness personally sent the uniforms. It's really hard. It's no hard work. The king promised you a year ago. It's a bit late to deliver it now, and the number of uniforms is still quite low, but let the soldiers wear them first. In Xiaoming's view, the military uniform is not just a piece of clothing, it is also a manifestation of the regularization of the king's army. And the military uniform he sent now is different from the plate armor, because the soldiers in the military uniform now can wear it when they go out or even go home. Therefore, when designing military uniforms, Xiaoming considered that the soldiers must be solemn and majestic after they wear them out, to set off the spirit of a man. Because this time the military uniform is not the traditional round-necked shirt of Dau, but the stand-up collared shirt. The upper body is straight, the waist is drawn in the middle, and the lower knee of the gown is slit. The color of the uniform is black and green, and there are epaulettes on the shoulders. When he got the uniform, Xiaoming was looking forward to it. Soldiers and generals should look very handsome. Take a package from the front carriage. The uniforms here belong to the generals. Each uniform has epaulettes. The epaulettes are sewn with a different number of yellow stripes, which represent the rank of the officer. Du Danu, Luf, Liu Xin, Hu Chenfei. Xiaoming clung to the names of the generals of the king's army, and sent the general uniforms one by one. His Royal Highness. When they got the uniform, all the generals opened their eyes and smiled. The craftsmanship of this uniform was superb and it felt very thick. The generals' uniforms were handed out, and Xiaoming said, "How about putting them on for the soldiers first?" Nu Ben immediately returned to the barracks and took off his plate armor. Not long after, the generals in black and green stand collar gowns appeared in front of the soldiers. After looking at Nu Ben and others with satisfaction, after putting on the military uniform, the temperament of these people suddenly changed. The thin military uniforms matched the military temperament of the people, making them look majestic and handsome. If such military uniforms are spread out, they will definitely be envied by many young people. After all, this military uniform is also a kind of combat effectiveness. By the way, there is this. Xiaoming remembered something, and threw the cowhide belts from the carriage again. This winter, Liang Dahai changed a lot of slaves, and Li Kai Yuan changed the fur of a lot of livestock back. He asked Lu Liu to sew the cowhide into a belt. "His Royal Highness, how do you use this thing?" Liu Xin was immediately confused when he got the belt. Xiaoming personally demonstrated at this time that this belt is the simplest kind of belt, with a metal ring on it, and a metal bar is inserted into the round hole of the cowhide belt to be buckled. Nu Ben and the others suddenly realized that they buckled their waist belts one by one, and immediately retracted their waists. In an instant, the effect of the military uniform on the body once again increased to a new level. The soldiers grew their mouths one by one at this time, and their eyes were full of envy. In their opinion, this uniform was more beautiful than the clothes on those noble boys. "How? Does this uniform look good?" Luf's mouth was grinning. "Lieutenant, you are almost in the wind, and the native chicken is like a phoenix," a soldier called. Luf's face instantly turned green when he heard the words. "What does it mean to turn a chicken into a phoenix? You kid really owe you a beating." However, once he finished speaking, he burst into laughter, and he himself was very satisfied with the uniform. Liu Xin remembered something at this time, and said, "The governor, I remember that there is a mirror in your barracks, so it's better to take care of it." "Yes, go, go," Luf said eagerly. Nu Ben is naturally not opposed to this situation. This is a happy event, and it takes a degree of relaxation to govern the army. When everyone arrived at Nu Ben's barracks, they could see their appearance clearly. "His Royal Highness, if the general is wearing this body and returning to Chang'an now, I don't know how many ladies will come to propose marriage." Liu Xin repeatedly turned around in front of the mirror. Xiaoming scolded with a smile. "Then they didn't like you. But the uniform," Luf said, "it's true that the native chicken has become a phoenix." "Your Highness, this military uniform is really good." Nu Ben looked at the generals under his hands. Putting on this uniform, these generals not only lost the sense of frivolousness, but became more solemn. His Royal Highness's handwriting has made the old man amazed time and time again. "I didn't expect to see this kind of uniform in his lifetime," Nu Ben said with emotion. "Old General, this military uniform is just the beginning. In a few days, I am afraid that the king's army will have even greater changes." Xiaoming said, "The flintlock gun being developed." "A bigger change?" Nu Ben was surprised. "First there were artillery, then the crossbow cavalry, and then the military uniform." What's below, he felt that his life experience could not keep up with Xiaoming's pace. "This thing is like artillery. It is a shocking stroke to the country of Great Yu." Xiaoming turned and looked north. "Once this piece of equipment is ready, this king will consider the northern expedition to conquer the Blood Wolf tribe and drive the barbarians outside Shanhai Iguan. Nu Ben became more shocked. "His Royal Highness, this Yaozu barbarian clan can't be solved overnight, and your highness does not have to rush." Xiaoming understood the meaning of Nu Ben. He was afraid of Xiaoming's advance. "Old General, you will understand this king's intentions by then." Generally speaking, this time the military uniforms fit the generals very well and look very handsome, and this batch of military uniforms are also worn when the generals go out on weekdays. In this way, another image of the soldiers will also enter the hearts of the people, and it will arouse the envy of the youth. As for how the uniforms were distributed, Xiaoming didn't care about it, and knew Ben had his own mind. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 296. To be rich, build roads first. The long winter is gradually passing away, and the warmth of spring begins to permeate every corner of Qingzhou. The temperature has warmed up, everything has recovered, and Qingzhou seems to be alive. After going to Qingzhou camp to distribute the uniforms, Xiaoming released a message through the government office, and this news immediately stirred up waves. Qingzhou is about to build cement roads. It is said that the streets in the shops will be paved, and the east and west markets are the focus of the transformation. This Chinese New Year, Qi Wang's handwriting is not small. In an exquisite house in Qingzhou Chengmenfang, the old housekeeper is telling Goxiniyuan about today's news in Qingzhou Daily. Cement road? Is that the kind of cement road we have seen in the workshop area? Goxiniyuan said. He was originally a businessman in Qing'an, but since he used all his belongings to build 5 soap shops in Qingzhou, he bought a house in Qingzhou and applied for Qingzhou household registration. Qingzhou stipulates that anyone who invests 100,000 kls of silver in Qingzhou can apply for a Qingzhou household registration and settle down in Qingzhou from then on. At first, he was a little nervous, but since Qingzhou came out of glass and mirrors, he felt that he had an advantage. Because living in the local area, he could go to the Chamber of Commerce every morning to line up to get the mirrors and glass sold that day. Then he was able to change hands with these mirrors and glasses to earn money. In one winter, he made a lot of money. Since then, he has been comfortable with his identity as a Qingzhou native. No, this kind of road is very hard. If you fall on it, you don't break your bones. The old housekeeper had a lingering fear. The last time he went to buy goods, he fell on the road and hurt him to death. Goxiniyuan's eyes rumbling around. Although the concrete road is hard, but the inside is still unimpeded after the rain, which is very suitable for horse-drawn carriages and people to drive on the road and transport goods. If the entire Qingzhou city is paved with cement roads, the appearance of Qingzhou will definitely be greatly improved. There will be no rain, and the city will be full of mud. Thinking of this, he had some expectations, but he was more concerned about how to cultivate, so he continued to ask, "What else is said above?" I also said that the government will recruit strong men to participate in the construction of Qingzhou Road, and will also issue money. The old butler recalled. Goxiniyuan's eyes lit up and he said, "This is the way to make money. The whole Qingzhou city is paving the way. Such a big job requires a lot of money. It's really right to settle in Qingzhou. There are ways to make money everywhere. Let's go to see Pang Qingshi and ask about this." Qingzhou government office. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan are talking about building roads. The road is too cold in winter. This road cannot be repaired because the cement will be frozen out. Therefore, the Kangzhou project was stopped in winter. He couldn't make cement. Antifreeze. Now that the weather is getting warmer, the municipal construction is about to start. The appearance of a city is very important for attracting wealthy businessmen from other places. Creating a comfortable living environment is a prerequisite for attracting the wealthy to settle down. It has never changed since ancient times. Therefore, he attaches great importance to the reconstruction of Qingzhou City, which is an important part of commercial construction. Pang Qingshi, businessman Goxiniyuan wants to see you. When the two were discussing, an officer came to report. Goxiniyuan, Pang Yukan showed a playful look. His Royal Highness, you said that Cao Cao is here. It seems that there are many shrewd businessmen. Do you know this Goxiniyuan from the way you look? Xiaoming asked. Acknowledge. This Goxiniyuan is a Cheng'an businessman who applied to join Qingzhou's household registration last year. This household registration certificate was issued to him by the official himself. Pang Yukan said. Well, yes, this is a good start. I hope that more and more businessmen will join the Qingzhou household registration in the future. Xiaoming smiled. In fact, his policy is just similar to investment immigration, which is a trick for many countries to attract money to develop their economy in modern times. Xiaoming nodded and said, "Let him come in." Maybe what he said is not about the road. Not long after, Yuan entered the government office and saw that Xiaoming was also there. He immediately bowed and said, "I have seen your Royal Highness and Pang Chengxi." "Mianli, Yuan, this Wang Zheng and Pang Chengxi talked about this road. You are not here for this matter." Xiaoming is straightforward. Yuan was taken aback and said with a smile, "His Royal Highness, it is precisely for this matter." His Royal Highness really made a brilliant calculation. Cao Minutes came this time to ask His Royal Highness whether we businessmen can participate in the construction of King's Road. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan looked at each other, and Xiaoming said, "Yes, but there are prerequisites." Yuan's heart suddenly became a little frustrated. This King Qi now has an extremely shrewd image in the minds of businessmen. I don't know what idea he will come up with. He still said, "His Royal Highness, please." 2. 1. The young men you recruit must be local people in Kingzhou, and the second construction project must be purchased from Kingzhou locals. If you agree to these two, you can also participate in the construction of roads and underground pipelines. Purchasing materials from Kingzhou can save shipping costs, and there is no problem in recruiting people from Kingzhou. After all, the grassroots have already settled in Kingzhou. Yuan said. Yuan promised so happily. Xiaoming said, "No problem. These days, this king will publish bids, and you can choose to contract for different bids." Yuan was overjoyed when he heard the words, and after repeated thanks, he walked out slowly. Pang Yukan watched Yuan leave and continued, "His Royal Highness, we should take advantage of this opportunity to train more businessmen like Yuan, so that other businessmen can make up their minds to stay in Kingzhou." "What you said is reasonable, and some builders should also be cultivated from the private sector." "This is fine, but the folks don't have so much money to buy materials and hire people," Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming smiled. "This is not a big problem, we can lend them without money." "His Royal Highness, it's a joke." Since ancient times, there has been no government lending money to the people. Pang Yukan waved his hand. Xiaoming said, "This king is serious. Do you remember where the cashiers are used by merchants today?" "Cao Family Bank." Xiaoming nodded. "It is said that the Cao family is the richest merchant in the south of the Yangtze River. This Cao Family Bank is all over the country of Dau. This king is really envious. Why don't we set up a government-run bank in Kingzhou? With this bank, we can tell the people lending to provide them with the capital to do business." Pang Yukan fell into deep thought and pondered for a while. He said, "His Royal Highness, it's just the superficiality of the officials. All the banks are based on gold and silver. We issue as many silver notes as we have. Our treasury is not sufficient. This is not a question of preparing for the establishment of a bank. If you have more money, you will send more money, and if you don't have money, you will send less money. Let's take the opportunity to build Kingzhou Bank." Xiaoming made up his mind. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 297. Ding Wangquan's thoughts in the government office. Xiaoming explained to Pang Yukan about banks. Although it was a bank, it was basically the same as a bank. Pang Yukan knew it. Having said this, he then took out the drawings of the municipal construction. Generally speaking, this municipal construction is divided into two parts. One is the construction of cement roads, and the other is the construction of underground pipelines. Needless to say, this cement road, this underground pipeline contains drainage pipes and sewage pipes. In the future, Kingzhou will definitely be a place with extremely prosperous commerce. Xiaoming naturally wanted to take a long-term view, so he had a design drawing of an underground pipeline. At the same time as road construction, underground pipelines need to be constructed at the same time. Pang Yukan didn't understand the original intention of this design at the beginning. Xiaoming would not understand it until after he explained it. He smiled and said, "Your Royal Highness, this underground pipeline is truly an infinite space. There is no such sewage pipeline in any city in Dau. It's the first one. But Your Majesty, where does the sewage pipe ultimately lead?" The construction of the underground pipeline has been planned in Xiaoming's mind. Once the underground pipeline is completed, he can renovate the palace and live comfortably on the toilet. Moreover, The sewage pipes are of great use, leading to the king's official house. Xiaoming smiled triumphantly. There is no big dung smell, whereas the fragrance of rice flowers. The destination of the sewage pipe will be a large septic tank. This septic tank is of great use. It can not only provide fertilizer for the official village, but also try to use biogas in the future. Since he is from modern times, he naturally has to consider the long term. The junior officer understands. Your Highness is wise. Pang Yukun knows. He naturally knows that there is no reason why fat grass does not grow. After talking about the detailed plan with Pang Yukun, Xiaoming asked him to proceed, one for the bank and the other for the municipal construction. We still need our own hard work to strike iron. If the army does not grasp it, the city construction must also grasp it. 3 days later, the Qingzhou government officially posted the drawings for the construction of Qingzhou city roads and underground pipelines, and at the same time officially invited Qingzhou to bid in the newspaper. Tender? This is the first time I have heard of this term. It is interesting. In a shop in the East City, Ding Wangquan looked at the newspaper interestingly. The newspaper contained an explanation of the meaning of the bidding term and some architectural terms. So after reading the news in the newspaper, I can easily understand what is bidding, what is contracting, and what is engineering. It's a pity that we can't follow Qingzhou Road. The treasurer Ding Wangquan was his butler standing. Of course it's a pity that King Qi made it clear this time that he is biased towards local businessmen in Qingzhou. This is for other businessmen to join Qingzhou's household registration and settle in Qingzhou from now on. I can still see this little trick. Ding Wangquan put down the newspaper and drank at the same time. Drool. The steward said, in this case, can we find the businessman who received the project to cooperate, so that we can get some profit? Ding Wangquan's eyes were shining brightly, and he said, stupid, you are not clear about the Qingzhou local businessmen's Jinliang. They don't have a lot of money. Wouldn't it be better for us to directly lend usury? Master, you are so smart, you can learn from an old slave for 1 year in 1 day. The butler flattered. Ding Wangquan was triumphant. But when he saw the following report, his face suddenly became hard to look at. In this news, the Qingzhou government proposed to establish a bank in Luzhu. This bank is equivalent to a bank, and people in Qingzhou can go to the bank to deposit silver, borrow money and silver. Anyone who borrows only 2 pennies a month for a kilo of silver. Ding Wangquan suddenly became a little feverish. This King Qi is really ruthless. I didn't expect that even this way of making money would be blocked by foreign businessmen. While hating in his heart, he was also a little envious. Qingzhou was too tolerant of businessmen, but it was a pity that he belonged to King Wei. If it weren't for Wang Wei's wealth and life, he would really want to settle in Qingzhou. As a businessman, he naturally has a keen sense of smell. He felt that in the future Qingzhou would definitely be a place where merchants gathered, and it would be a shame to miss this opportunity. However, he has always been good at double betting. He said to the butler, you call Ding Wu. The old housekeeper was startled when he heard this. This Ding Wu was Ding Wangquan's illegitimate son. Only he and Ding Wangquan knew Ding Wu's existence. After arriving in Qingzhou, Ding Wangquan took Ding Wu with him and let him take charge of Qingzhou's business. The old housekeeper went, and soon he brought a young man. The young man was handsome and flexible. At first glance, he was a shrewd man. Father, are you looking for me? Ding Wu said respectfully. Nodding his head, Ding Wangquan said, you go to Qingzhou Fuya in the past few days and apply for Qingzhou household registration. Apply for Qingzhou household registration? Dad, didn't you agree to let me join Jinling household registration? Ding Wu changed slightly. His mother was not from Dayu, but a barbarian woman on the prairie. When he was young, Ding Wangquan used to go to the prairie to do business. It was at that time that he had him. Later, Ding Wangquan made his fortune in Jinling City, and the deep King Wei favored him and married a distant cousin of Princess Wei to him. Since then, Ding Wangquan did not dare to mention it again, but later secretly asked the old butler to take Ding Wu's mother and son into Jinling City, and then let him come to Qingzhou. You don't know what happened to Jinling City. If you and your mother are discovered, will you still be dead? I brought you to Qingzhou to protect you, and in the future, if something happens to Jinling City, we will still have a foothold in King's Point. You are like me, don't you see the situation in King's now? Ding Wangquan said angrily. Ding Wu originally thought that Ding Wangquan was to abandon their mother and son again, but at this moment he realized that Ding Wangquan was to save his life. He said, "Further, I understand." Ding Wangquan nodded. Being a native of King's, you can boldly do business in King's in the future. Remember, since you become a native of King's, you must be loyal to King Qi. He can no longer think about it. Jinling City has me, King's with you. The place where you climb is extremely cold. You and my father and son can help each other when they fall. Father, you are thoughtful, because the child is reckless. In this case, the child went to apply for King's household registration in the afternoon, saying that he could not even join the King's road construction. Ding Wangquan nodded in satisfaction, and then sighed again. This is the helplessness of the businessman. No matter how much money is there, what's the use? One sentence from the government office can confiscate property. However, he saw a different scene in King's. The government offices here treat businessmen more kindly, and there is no overbearing local government offices. It is precisely because of this that he made up his mind to let Ding Wu join King's household registration. He can wait for what kind of changes King's will bring to Ding Wu. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 298 Folk Responses. Yujakun. News of King's road construction also spread here. When the reporter finished reading the newspaper in the morning and determined this time, Zhu Liu returned home from the threshing floor. Father, I want to contract a section of King's Road. Do you think it will work? Now it is the slack time in the farm and there is nothing to do at home. Puff. Without waiting for Zhu Liu's further to speak, Zhu Liu suddenly laughed. Husband, Yu Liu has grown up and knows that he has made money. Zhu Liu was overjoyed and said, Mother, you agree? Agree to a fart. Where's the money from the family? To toss you. Zhu Liu rolled his eyes, and Zhu Liu's father suddenly laughed, with a smile on his face. Zhu Liu suddenly looked down. Your eyes are too shallow. This is a way of making money. How to lose money. Do you have a business mind? Zhu Liu said while washing clothes. Zhu Liu suddenly shrugged his head, not knowing what to say. What are you talking about? At this moment, Zhu Sanxi's voice suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. Zhu Liu was overjoyed when he heard this voice, and turned his head. He saw Zhu Sanxi standing upright in front of the door in a dark green gown, handsome and majestic. Behind Zhu Sanxi, a pair of villagers surrounded Zhu Sanxi. Yes, the clothes on Zhu Sanxi's body pointed. Brother, Zhu Liu exclaimed, how come your clothes are so beautiful? Jiang Xiu Kai in the village will be compared to you. Zhu Liu's eyes lit up. If it wasn't for Zhu Sanxi's familiar face, he would not dare to recognize this as his own son. She wiped her hands and walked a few steps before Zhu Sanxi. 3, 4, not 3. Do you visit relatives once a month? Why did you come back this time? Zhu Sanxi stretched out his hand to block Zhu Liu's attempt to touch the hand of his military uniform, and said, His Royal Highness, please give me an extra day of visiting relatives this time. It's great, great. Zhu Liu's face was happy, and she was very happy to see her son come back. Zhu Liu looked unwilling. He asked, Brother, where did you get this dress? I want to buy one too. Zhu Sanxi smiled and said, You can't buy it if you want. This is the uniform of our King's army. Outsiders can't wear it. Ah, then I will join the army too. Zhu Liu shouted. Naughty. Didn't you just talk about contracting concrete roads? Why did you go to be a soldier again? Zhu Liu's further looked at Zhu Sanxi's proud face. This is his son, the pride of the entire Zhujia village now. Looking at the crowded people watching Zhu Liu outside the door, he became even more proud. When he walked to the door, he coughed. I'm sorry, it's not easy to come back from Liu. Let us talk to the family as well. Lao Zhu, it's really a glorious lintel for your family to be out of May 6th. Hey, I had known that I had let the kid from our family join the army. Look at the current May 6th. It is really enviable. This military uniform is so beautiful. Many young people outside the door were also blushing, secretly going to be soldiers in their hearts, and when they came back to the village to visit relatives in a military uniform, they should give the family more faces. Zhou Liu's father politely nodded his head, and slowly closed the door after the outsiders had left, and then said, "My child, mother, go kill our old and let Liu make up for it." Zhou Liu's saliva suddenly flowed out, and said, "You are really eccentric. Why don't you kill chickens to make up for me?" Zhou Liu laughed and scolded, "If you have half of your brother's promise, I will kill the chicken for you." Zhou Liu's eyes slanted. "Then you give me money to contract the cement road." Zhu Sansi also learned of this when he was in the army, and learned that his younger brother wanted to contract cement roads, so he said, "Father, mother, let Liu try." The reporter has also said about this, but the contracting of cement roads has to spend money to hire people, and money to buy materials. Although our family saved 20 tals of silver last year, it is not enough to toss. Zulashi said. Zhu Sansi stood up and said, "I still have more than 20 tals of silver here, which is the salary of the army. Give it to you. I don't need any silver for food and accommodation in the army, and it's useless to keep it." Then he said, "And when I was in the army, I also heard about the bank. It is said that I can borrow money from the government office, but I have to deposit equivalent things. It is impossible to our family's land lease." "Are you stupid as a soldier?" Zhou Liu immediately angered when he heard the words. "These days have just gotten better, so you will toss." Zhu Sansi explained, "Mother, you don't understand." This time, His Royal Highness proposed to borrow money from the bank. At that time, in order to increase the number of businessmen among the people of King Zhu, maybe we can join the Chamber of Commerce after 5 or 6 and become big businessmen. Was rich. Zhou Liu became more fascinated by Zhu Sansi's words, and he said, "Father, mother, let me try it." "It's really impossible to take my land out." The two sons had piercing eyes. Zhou Liu and her husband looked at each other and said, 4 or 5, is this really the original intention of your highness? It's not wrong. I heard Dudanu say it. Zhu Siwu affirmed. Nodded. Zhou Liu said to her husband, "Then let 5 or 6 try." In the King's government office, Pang Yukun was busy with his feet on the ground. The bidding for the road had already begun, and many businessmen had already submitted the road sections they wanted to contract. At the same time, a special place was temporarily set up in the government office. This place is a temporary bank. Although Xiaoming asked him to set up a bank, the site selection requires time for personnel, and the policy of supporting the people cannot be delayed. Therefore, he can only set up temporary personnel in the government office to take charge of this matter. "How is it? Are there people coming to borrow money?" Xiaoming asked. Pang Yukun shook his head. "No. It's not easy for the people to have some money left in their hands. Naturally, they won't be so bold. After all, His Highness's trick is a bit like the high-interest debt of the people." Xiaoming shook his head when he heard the words. He also expected this. "But it doesn't matter, as long as a common person gets actual benefits. The following matter will become its proper." The two were talking when they suddenly saw a King Zhu soldier in military uniform entering the mansion. Xiaoming looked at it and suddenly said in surprise, "Zhu Siwu, why are you here?" "Zhu Siwu has met His Royal Highness, and I brought my brother to borrow money from the government office. He wants to contract the construction of the King Zhu cement road." Zhu Siwu said embarrassedly. Xiaoming suddenly laughed when he heard this, and finally there was a beginning. He said, yes, Pang Chengshi, isn't this guy here?" Pang Yukun also smiled and said, "His Royal Highness, it seems that all the soldiers in King Zhu have good thinking." With that said, he sat down and personally asked about the amount of silver Zhou Liu wanted to borrow and what he pledged, and Xiaoming took Zhu Sansi and asked him to choose a road for his brother to build. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 299 Movement forged. After a spring rain, the weather gradually warmed up. The roads in King Zhu City have officially entered the construction stage. Cement workshops are busy producing cement day and night. At the same time, there are more cement pipeline workshops in the private sector. These workshops buy cement from cement workshops and then use molds to mix sand and cement to produce cement pipes. After the King Zhu underground pipeline was excavated, the merchants who contracted the King Zhu pipeline construction would come to purchase this cement pipeline every day, which made the cement workshop's shopkeeper a lot of money. After receiving another 50 tals of silver, Dai Zixing happily closed his mouth from ear to ear. He was a Qingzhou local businessman in the first group of Qingzhou local merchants to join the Chamber of Commerce. After the road construction was put on the agenda, Wang Qi handed over the production process of this cement pipe to the Chamber of Commerce. After learning the news, he went to the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible and spent 1,000 taels of silver to win the process. There are several other local merchants who have won this craft. In the construction of Qingzhou Road this time, King Qi paid special attention to local merchants, which made him really benefit from the local merchants. Although there was a lot of investment in order to win this process, the cost soon came back after the workshop started, and it started to make a profit, which made him very confident in this cheap and practical product. Zhu Liu, I will accept this silver. Dai Zixing looked at Zhu Liu with a smile. This boy from Zhujia village has become a celebrity in Qingzhou city. He borrowed 3,000 taels of silver from the government office with the land lease and contracted the construction of 10 private streets and underground pipelines. This courage is not something ordinary people have. Treasurer Dai, this is polite. I also want to thank you for your willingness to give me the pipeline some time ago. Otherwise my money is really not enough, Zhu Liu said with a smile. The people who followed Zhu Liu were from Zhujiakun. Since contracting the road construction of Qingzhou city, he went back to the village to hire people as soon as possible. Everyone earns 30 cents a day, and the young and old men in the village are vying to work with him. This leisure is also leisure. 30 cents a day is almost 1 or 2 cents a month. Where do the villagers look for such a good thing? What you said. Your brother is the great hero of our film. Just rely on your brother's reputation and I can rest assured that I owe you a credit. Dai Zixing smiled. Zhu Liu recalled his elder brother's handsome appearance in dark green military uniform. He was proud of him. This time he was able to borrow 3,000 taels of silver. King Qi also saw that Zhu Sanxi was very kind. With emotion in his heart, Zhu Liu looked at the setting sun to the west, and said, in short, thank you. I will ask Dai shopkeeper to have tea in the restaurant someday. Okay, okay. Dai Zixing said happily, it's not too early, you guys will transport these pipelines to Qingzhou city. Zhu Liu nodded. This time he rented 10 carriages to transport cement pipes, which also cost money. At first he didn't understand anything. The 3,000 taels of silver that had been borrowed was quickly spent, so the king of Qi called him. After that, he began to plan carefully, the money for purchasing materials, the money for renting a carriage, and the meticulous arrangement of the construction of the young man. Since then, he has slowly made money. If the carriage can't enter the city tonight, it will have to be the next day, and then there will be another day's rent. Inside Qingzhou city, Xiaoming rode his horse to the equipment division. When passing through every street in Qingzhou, he could not help but look at it. Because of the construction of the whole city, the roads are now very messy, and the roads are full of mud. Businessmen from 6 states are taking the people on a busy schedule, and the concrete roads in some places have been paved. In general, paving the concrete road is a relatively simple task. Level the road, pave it with a layer of sand and gravel, stand up on both sides with 20 centimeters high wooden boards, and pour the concrete on top to flatten it. Although this project is relatively large, it is expensive because of the large number of people. Now that there is no machinery, Xiaoming can only use the crowded tactics. Therefore, in the past month, Qingzhou Road has become 1/5, and the east and west cities, which are the key constructions, now not only have cement roads, but also paved concrete floors. In order to clean the 2 markets, garbage pools were also built beside the markets, allowing vendors to dump garbage into the garbage pools instead of throwing them everywhere. While the road was under intense construction, the production of knives from the equipment division was not idle. Today Song Qingping brought news that he has produced spring steel. The other members of the team have already forged the bolt parts, but the main spring is missing. Now that the spring steel is successfully made, there is no problem with the bolt part. Arriving at the equipment department, Song Qingping's team was gathering together, and Song Qingping was saying something with the machine in his hand. At this time, other craftsmen reminded him that Xiaoming had come, and he immediately turned around. His Royal Highness, look. Song Qingping handed the movement of the flintlock to Xiaoming. The ready-made flintlock craftsmanship is given to these craftsmen, which means that these craftsmen have directly passed the research and development stage and entered the mature production stage. Therefore, it is not a problem to forge a movement in a month. The only problem is the spring steel on the movement, and this problem is also solved by the iron manganese alloy. His Royal Highness, this iron manganese alloy officer has tried more than 100 times, and only then has he basically grasped the ratio of iron to manganese. The other parts of the movement have been forged by the craftsmen long ago. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. The refining of spring steel has broken through an important node in flintlock technology, and the rest is the barrel. Although the current technology is backward and the alloy produced is more in purity, it is more than enough for the flintlock. He does not pursue the spring steel to meet modern standards. The movement is complete. Now install the movement on the butt. His Royal Highness, what kind of wood is suitable for this butt? Song Qingping asked. Walnut and walnut wood are both acceptable. The wood should have fine texture and good toughness. This kind of wood has a beautiful texture. It feels good, not easy to crack and deform, and is resistant to decay. Said craftsmen have riveted the striker, gunpowder pool, and buckle springs to the main structure of the movement, using traditional riveting techniques. This method is very simple. It is to drill small holes in the accessories and the main body respectively, and then pass the nails, and the two ends of the nails are flattened and deformed, and they are tightly attached to the wall, so that the parts can be combined. Song Qingping nodded. His Royal Highness, now that the movement has been forged, do we organize craftsmen to divide production? After working in the military workshop for a period of time, Song Qingping naturally understood that the efficiency of labor production was extremely high. Like artillery, Xiaoming also plans to adopt a division of labor this time. In fact, flintlocks were produced in Europe during the flintlock era, otherwise millions of flintlocks could not be produced in this period. He said, just follow your team's current division of labor and cooperation, and now return to the military workshop. Each craftsman convenes several teams to be responsible for their respective parts, butts, and assembly. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 300 put into production in the Department of Equipment. Craftsmen surrounded Xiaoming. Production orders were issued from Xiaoming's mouth. This craftsman is responsible for forging the mainspring and has jurisdiction over 500 craftsmen for forging, and that craftsman is responsible for striking iron and governs the production of 400 people. There are 500 craftsmen in charge of assembly and 700 craftsmen in charge of production. Now you keep in mind the size of your respective parts, and then you will forge them in accordance with the unified size standard. All parts with large errors will be discarded and must not be handed over to the assembling craftsman. 5 points can only be punished in accordance with the rules of the workshop. There is a hint of warning in Xiaoming's voice. He has always been extremely strict with production. There are too many fake and shoddy goods in later generations. This is a malignant tumor in the industry. Therefore, from the industrial point of view, he strictly molded a rigorous spirit in craftsmanship. For production, there is no carelessness, only excellence. The bolts and butts were put into production, and the rest was the barrel. Jiang Liu hasn't been idle for the past month. He has been preparing knives. Compared with the gun machine, this technique is also very difficult, so Xiaoming had to personally participate in this work. This month, the Department of Apparatus has reserved some tungsten powder. Because the original carbon reduction method is adopted, the tungsten powder reduced each time always contains too many impurities. In the end, it has to be screened to obtain finer tungsten powder. Rare. In modern times, Xiaoming's method is said to be a huge waste, but for him this waste is worth it. Because he does not need too many knives now. He only needs to meet the requirements of King Zhu. At most about 500 of each kind. After all, the number of lathes in the Water Conservancy lathe workshop nowadays is only this number. If there are more lathes, it is a waste. It can be prepared when the number of lathes is increased. Song Qingping left, and Xiaoming went to the backyard of the equipment department, where the craftsmen were sharpening knives. After failing more than a dozen times, Xiaoming gradually understood that the process of calcining tungsten steel with tungsten powder compression was temporarily impossible to achieve in Qingzhou. The most important thing is that the amount of tungsten mined can't keep up, and the amount of tungsten powder extracted is also very scarce. The current reserve of tungsten powder is only about 2 kilograms. However, there are not many tungsten steel knives that can be produced in this way, so he decided to retreat. A few days ago, when Zhang was smelting steel, he added a small amount of tungsten powder and chromium powder to produce an alloy that is harder than the current Qingzhou iron and steel. This kind of cemented carbide is also called tungsten iron in later generations, and it is also one of the candidate materials for cutting tools. This kind of cemented carbide uses tungsten as an additive to steel, and the amount is generally small. In steel, it is dissolved in a small amount in molten iron. Because of its low solubility, it can only be added in a small amount. As a result, the production of knives suddenly became formal. Zhang Liu and the craftsmen also successfully produced the tungsten steel of this era. His Royal Highness, the tools of the boring machine and the milling machine are very smooth, but this drill is not easy to polish. But after so long, 2 pieces are always polished. Please take a look. Zhang Liu came over at this moment with 2 drilling tools. Tungsten steel was successfully refined, followed by the production of knives, which was consistent. Holding the tool, Xiaoming glanced at the hand-operated grinder. This is the most suitable grinder that he has read through the information these days. This kind of grinder is purely manual. Generally speaking, it consists of 2 parallel wooden sticks with a grinding wheel in the middle. An iron rod passes through the middle of the grinding wheel and is fixed. The iron rod sticks out of the wooden rod, and the outside is like a bicycle pedal. This kind of mountain turbine can be cranked by hand or pedaled by a bicycle by a person. In this way, the grinding wheel will rotate, touching the twist drill that had just been ground. Xiaoming said, "How long did it take to grind this drill?" "A whole day." Zhang Liu sighed. Boring machine tools and milling machine tools are easy, but this is always easy to break. Xiaoming nodded. This is normal, because the tool pays attention to hardness, which is hard and brittle, so it will break easily. He said, "Add some people." At the end of this month, at least 100 drill bits will be provided to the hydraulic lathe workshop. This flintlock is just a barrel. Zhang Liu nodded. "Yes, Your Royal Highness, I will dispatch some skilled craftsmen to sharpen knives day and night for a month." Now Xiaoming finally saw the hope of Flintlock. It's just that there isn't much time left for him. The northern barbarians are eagerly watching, and the war country, which is separated from the east, is also ill-intentioned. He must race against time to consolidate his fief. Handing the drill bit to Zhang Liu, Xiaoming said, "Just grind out a few and send a few." Then he went to Chen Wenlong and asked Chen Wenlong to go to the iron and steel workshop during this period to watch the production of steel bars. And he also told him the size of the steel produced. Now 1 piece of flintlock is produced. He waited for the tungsten mine for so long, but he didn't want to wait any longer. Leaving the equipment department, Xiaoming was in a particularly good mood, and it seemed that the air became fresher at this moment. The science and technology of Dayu State is too far behind in this era. Starting from the artillery, he started to catch up step by step. Now the second thermal weapon appeared, and his heart finally settled a little bit, because he was always worried that one day someone would suddenly hold a flintlock at his head. Heading to the palace, Xiaoming, who was in a good mood, was about to discuss with Luliu about customizing a military uniform for himself. When he first arrived at the door, he saw Wang Xuan. At this time, Wang Xuan's face was pale, with a bandage on his arm, very fragile. "What's the matter?" Xiaoming frowned instantly. Wang Xuan looked a little tired. He said, "His Royal Highness, please speak in the main hall." When he spoke, Wang Xuan looked around. Xiaoming nodded. Wang Xuan has always been extremely careful in handling matters. At this time, I am afraid that the news will leak. When the two arrived at the main hall, Xiaoming asked, What is going on? We were betrayed and our identities were exposed on the grassland. If we hadn't met the Ming school lieutenant, we might not be able to return," Wang Xuan said. Then he recalled, "Since the last time we detected the barbarians forging artillery, our secret guard sent many people to pretend to be merchants to mix into Chengdu. This time, the secret guard came to report that they had found the test field for the barbarian artillery. The officer decided to go and find out in person. We did see barbarian artillery in the outskirts of Chengdu, but the appearance of the barbarian artillery was a little different from our King's. Their artillery was yellow and greenish, and the barrels were thick and long. There are 4 or 5 meters," Wang Xuan said. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The artillery Wang Xuan described was a bit like the urban artillery in history.